This audiobook contains 534 censored sentences and 552 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. And so, Akino Himejima was indifferent. Naturally awakened ability users weren't common, but they weren't rare either. Unless they awakened a very powerful ability, similar to Caleb's, they wouldn't pique her interest. That person might do some bad things. I want to keep an eye on them. Caleb decided to disclose a little bit about Hajime Tanaka. If something really did happen later, Akino Himejima wouldn't be caught completely off guard, as she was this time. Era, not bad. Just started the job and already working diligently? Akino Himejima covered her mouth with her hand, smiling genuinely. Do you need your older sister's help? Caleb shook his head. For the first mission, I want to see if I can handle it independently. Era, are you serious? Akino Himejima repeated her verbal tick subconsciously. She had thought Caleb was just making excuses, but now it seemed he was serious. Caleb nodded. Yes, I am. Initially, he just wanted to protect the Takamine sisters and Sakura Miyajima and the other girls without knowing all the rules. Now, it seemed he was also contributing to the stability of Tokyo. If that massive hypnosis incident truly occurred, resolving it would count as a merit. In that case, take this with you. Akino Himejima pulled out a slightly yellowed paper slip from her clothing. A pitch-black pentagram was drawn on it. Outside the pentagram were two circles, and in the space between the circles, tadpole-like, strange runes formed a continuous pattern. Akino-senpai, what is this for? Caleb was no longer a complete novice. He knew it was a magic circle, but he didn't know its effect. If you encounter a critical situation, or a situation you can't resolve, inject magic power into it. Akino Himejima warned, if you can run, you should avoid using it and try to escape first. Okay, I understand. Running his fingers over the smooth paper, Caleb became even more curious about what kind of magic circle this was. Before he could ask further, Akino Himejima started to hurry him out. Lunch break is almost over. Do you have anything else? If not, hurry back to class. Carefully tucking away the paper slip, Caleb quickly added, Akino-senpai, I'd like to borrow your familiar. You may. Akino Himejima readily agreed. She didn't need to ask to know what Caleb wanted the familiar for. She waved her hand, summoning a small, pitch-black sphere. She pointed at Caleb and instructed, follow him for the next few days. Do whatever he tells you to do. The small sphere flew around in the air twice and then settled on Caleb's shoulder. Akino-senpai, is that all it takes? Caleb looked at the small black creature and curiously reached out a finger to poke it. He didn't connect, as the small black sphere had no physical body. Chapter 70, Thrice to the Gate of School. Akino Himejima looked at Caleb with amusement. Only at moments like this did she feel Caleb was somewhat like a novice. Stop poking. It has no physical body, and ordinary people can't see it. Akino Himejima explained, it's a little spirit I adopted a while ago. It has no combat ability, but it's decent for surveillance. Thank you, Akino-senpai. Caleb chuckled, no longer teasing the little creature on his shoulder. What he needed was a tool for surveillance. A familiar that didn't need rest 24/7 and was invisible to ordinary people was the optimal choice. Caleb had initially planned to ask if there were any skills or items for detection and surveillance. Aside from items, he wouldn't be able to learn the skills yet. Between an item and a familiar, he ultimately chose the familiar. An item is inanimate. How could it be as useful as a familiar? Akino Himejima raised an eyebrow and teased, Era, who was it that was just boasting about not needing my help? Caleb gave a knowing laugh. That doesn't count as help. It's merely necessary preparatory work. Akino Himejima rolled her beautiful eyes, too lazy to listen to his sophistry. She regained her serious expression. Be careful. If you find anything amiss, contact me immediately. Understood. Leaving the occult research club, Caleb glanced at the little creature on his shoulder, paused, and changed direction. At the main gate of Iho Academy, Caleb took out his phone and successively showed the little black sphere photos of the Takamine sisters and Sakura Miyajima. Got it. The little black sphere flew up and down, mimicking a nod. Good. The main targets are these three, but you can also keep an eye on other people nearby. As soon as the bespectacled, overweight man I just described appears near them, notify me immediately. The little black sphere flew up and down even faster. Caleb was getting dizzy from the movement. He reached out his hand and placed it on the sphere's round head, stopping its motion. All right, go now. They'll put in a good word for you with Akino-senpai later. The little black sphere circled Caleb once and then floated into Iho Academy, beginning its search for targets. It floats quite fast. Caleb watched it for a distance, muttering softly. I didn't expect the sensation to be surprisingly pleasant when I touched it while it was enveloped in magic power. The little black sphere was a low-level familiar. The characteristic of being invisible and intangible only applied to ordinary people without magic power. Thinking of this, Caleb sent a line message to the Takamine sisters. He didn't want the two to find a ghost following them and end up assaulting the little creature out of shock. With their barely noticeable magic power, they might be the ones getting beaten up. After arranging the little black sphere, Caleb returned to Kuo Academy. He couldn't forget the ice cream he promised Kaneko Tuju. Cats and women are both petty beings, and the white-haired little girl was both. Senchuredo, I have something to do after school, so I won't be coming to the clubroom. All right, I understand. Thank you for letting me know. Caleb rolled his eyes. Speak properly. The white-haired girl reluctantly lowered the ice cream. Do you need me to cover for you with Akino-senpai? No need. Akino-senpai already knows. Stroking her soft, silver-white hair, Caleb laughed. You're so easily bribed. Be careful the president and Akino-senpai find out, and you won't get any more treats. I wouldn't sticking out her small tongue to lick the cream off the ice cream. Kaneko Tuju said seriously, I wouldn't eat anything given by others except for those in the club. Well, you certainly have principles. Caleb sighed with emotion. So, eating his food is a favor to him. Then, the afternoon classes passed without incident. During this time, he received a reply online from the Takamine sisters. Then, because of Kaneko Tuju's behavior in the morning, he was stared at by teachers and classmates for half a day again. Caleb was gradually becoming accustomed to being watched. Although it was the exact opposite of his desire to keep a low profile, things were developing this way, and he had no choice but to adapt. He couldn't deliberately maintain distance from other girls at school just to be discreet. That would be missing the point entirely. At the main gate of Iho Academy, Caleb looked at the school gate before him, feeling a subtle sense of déjà vu. In just a few hours, this was the third time he had been to this location. He estimated he would be frequenting it until Hajime Tanaka was dealt with. Caleb leaned against the wall, waiting for Sakura Miyajima to emerge. Sakura Miyajima didn't appear first, but the Takamine sisters did. Yuri-senpai, Akane-senpai. Caleb. Akane Takane skipped and leaped into Caleb's arms, her breathing heavily as she walked, which drew the eager stares of the male students leaving school. A few of the shyer boys were slightly hunched over, their faces as red as tomatoes. Yuri Takamine wasn't as bold as Akane Takamine. She looked at her sister with envy, pressing her barato together nervously. But with people constantly coming and going, she was too embarrassed to hug Caleb and be affectionate. This was also why Caleb contacted Akane Takamine and not her at noon. Don't either of you have club activities today? Caleb asked, holding Akane Takamine. Why are you out as soon as school is over? It's boring. Yuri and I are planning to quit the club. Akane putted, leaning in to whisper in Caleb's ear, would rather spend that time cultivating more. Magic is much more interesting than swimming. Caleb looked at Yuri Takamine, who shyly lowered her head and nodded. She did like rhythmic gymnastics, but she definitely wanted to learn magic more. Otherwise, she felt like Caleb might eventually leave her behind. After chatting for a while, a clear, pale violet appeared in Caleb's sight. He gave Akane Takamine a friendly pat on the barato, making her laugh softly. Caleb, people are watching all right. You two head back first. I have something to do tonight, and might be home very late. Caleb released his embrace and turned to Yuri Takamine. Yuri-senpai, no need to prepare dinner for me. Caleb, don't go, please. It's rare for you to pick us up after school. Let's go home together. Akane Takamine held Caleb's hand, preventing him from leaving. We haven't walked home together since high school started. Yuri Takamine didn't say anything, but her hopeful eyes said it all. Be good. I already made plans with someone today. Caleb stood between the two sisters. Tomorrow, Cinchuredo, but she obediently let go of his hand. Yuri Takamine also felt a pang of sadness, but at the same time, an uneasy tension washed over her. Glancing at Yuri Takamine's tightly clenched hands, Caleb confirmed one thing again. Yuri Takamine truly had a tendency to keep her feelings hidden. Cinchuredo, you came. Yes, Sakura-senpai, good afternoon. Who were those two? Sakura Miyajima tilted her head slightly, looking at the Takamine sisters, who were turning back repeatedly. Oh, they're my sisters, though not by blood. Caleb briefly explained his family situation. Before Sakura Miyajima's motherly instinct could kick in, he quickly interjected, Sakura-senpai, I'm doing very well now. My daily life is taken care of, and everything I need is well looked after. Sakura Miyajima was momentarily confused until Caleb gave her a calm, reassuring smile. TSK, Cinchuredo laughing and talking. Who knows how many boys would be heartbroken and sleepless tonight? And yes, some girls were also looking at Caleb's retreating figure with quiet sorrow, wondering how they would endure this lonely night. Chapter 71, Miyajima Family Council, Part 1, Miyajima Dojo. You bunch of idiots. Look at Caleb Usuji. If any of you had even half his ability, I wouldn't have to worry so much. I've taught a dog for this many years. It would have mastered that move by now. Muni Miyajima's face was stern, his spittle flying as he berated a group of disciples who couldn't lift their heads. Just as he was getting fired up, Caleb and Sakura Miyajima entered hand in hand. Miyajima-sensei, we meet again. Looking at the group of burly men with bowed heads, Caleb asked curiously, what is you so furious? Oh, it's Caleb. Muni Miyajima suppressed his anger and forced a smile. It's nothing, just giving some guidance to my good-for-nothing disciples. Actually, you were beaten this morning, and now you're taking it out on us. One disciple, who must have been incredibly bold, blurted out the truth. A vein throbbed on Muni Miyajima's forehead. He nearly lost control and almost gave Caleb a live demonstration of cleaning house. Caleb looked at the crew-cut man in the crowd with pity. Others might not have known who spoke, but it didn't escape his ears and eyes. Well, Miyajima-sensei, you're busy. Sakura-senpai, and I will wait for you in the back. Very well, Caleb. Make yourself at home. Miyajima-sensei gave Sakura Miyajima one last instruction with his remaining patients. Sakura, take good care of Caleb. Don't neglect him. Yes, father. No sooner had Caleb and Sakura Miyajima left the dojo than they heard Muni Miyajima's furious roar. Caleb, have you been in my house before? Sakura Miyajima looked back, saying thoughtfully, Father seems to think highly of you. Well, I didn't know where Sakura-senpai had transferred to, so I came to the dojo this morning to ask. Due to a misunderstanding, I had a brief sparring session with your father. Caleb shrugged, lightly gliding over the topic. He couldn't exactly tell the man's daughter that he had soundly thrashed her father. And it seems Caleb won. Sakura Miyajima smiled sweetly. She knew her father's temper best. If he hadn't lost, he would never be so courteous to a junior. Especially since Muni Miyajima always had a dismissive expression when she previously mentioned Caleb. He practically had that boy is not good enough for my daughter written on his face. Caleb chuckled. I'm certainly not as good as Miyajima-sensei at kendo. I just relied on having been in a few more fights. The implication was, you're right, your dad is no match for me. Even though she had guessed, Sakura Miyajima was still surprised when it was confirmed. Is Caleb that strong? It's the first time I've heard this. Just a rogue path, which has reached its limit. That's why I wanted to try traditional styles like kendo during the club tour last time to see if I could refine my skills. If Caleb wants practical combat, sports clubs won't be much help, Sakura Miyajima said earnestly. Our family's kendo is inherited from the Shinkajiryu style. Wait. Caleb waved his hand, interrupting Sakura Miyajima. He wasn't particularly interested in kendo schools. Even if you were to learn weapon skills, he would prefer to find martial arts manuals from the neighboring dragon country. Compared to the Japanese style, where sword and katana skills were often intertwined, the dragon country's vast array of distinct martial arts was Caleb's first choice. Second would be Western styles like knightly swordsmanship, combat shields, dual blades, all handsome and powerful fighting techniques. I'm not really interested in kendo, Caleb stated directly. I just wanted to observe and see if I could draw any parallels. Sakura Miyajima closed her mouth and smiled. I overthought it. Being able to defeat my father, Caleb certainly doesn't need my guidance. They chatted for a while longer. Muni Miyajima, having vented his anger, hurried in. Caleb, I apologize for my poor instruction. You saw something embarrassing. Miyajima-sensei is too modest. Who around here doesn't know the reputation of the Miyajima dojo? Muni Miyajima had heard similar compliments many times, but coming from Caleb, he found it especially gratifying. Haha, those are just superficial reputations, nothing to mention. It's nothing compared to you, Caleb, who possesses such strength at a young age, yet remains modest. You're far stronger than my good-for-nothing disciples. Caleb didn't continue exchanging pleasantries with Muni Miyajima. Talking to an old man wasn't as interesting as talking to a beautiful girl. After nodding, he turned his head and continued chatting with Sakura Miyajima beside him. Muni Miyajima didn't feel awkward. He looked at the two sitting together with satisfaction. Caleb not only matched his beautiful daughter in looks, but also had entirely sufficient strength. Sakura Miyajima's reputation as a kendo genius wasn't just talk. Muni Miyajima, at the same age, did not have Sakura Miyajima's level of skill. With Sakura Miyajima's talent, she could reach his current strength by her early 20s at most. If Caleb hadn't appeared, Muni Miyajima had planned to find a man to marry into the family, so the dojo could be inherited by Sakura Miyajima. Whoosh, the wooden door slid open, and Tsubaki Miyajima entered the room, holding a tray. Why did you take so long? Muni Miyajima frowned, displeased. Master, Tsubaki Miyajima was about to explain, but Caleb spoke first. Thank you, Mrs. Miyajima. It must have taken you a lot of time to prepare all of this yourself. Tsubaki Miyajima shot Caleb a grateful look, a warm smile blooming on her pretty face. It's no trouble. It's rare for Caleb to visit. Muni Miyajima frowned deeply. He felt Caleb shouldn't be so polite to women, especially women without any fighting ability. However, he couldn't openly embarrass Caleb and planned to discuss it with him privately later. Tsubaki Miyajima was still dressed in the same clothes as this morning, her expression calm and attentive. She walked past Muni Miyajima and knelt gracefully beside Caleb, placing the tea and snacks from the tray onto the low table. As she moved carefully, she leaned close to Caleb to set the items down. Senchuredo, even Sakura Miyajima, could see that her mother's gaze toward Caleb was full of particular interest. Unfortunately, Muni Miyajima, with his overly patriarchal demeanor, merely glanced at his wife and paid no further attention. Just as Sakura Miyajima couldn't resist offering to help serve the tea. Everything from the tray was finally laid out. Though it only took 1 or 2 minutes, Sakura Miyajima felt as if an hour or two had passed. Watching Tsubaki Miyajima's lingering gaze as she stood up, Sakura Miyajima instinctively looked at her father, who was sitting upright. She wanted to warn him, but was afraid she was overthinking things. Furthermore, Sakura Miyajima didn't particularly like Muni Miyajima's behavior, and knew Tsubaki Miyajima wasn't very happy. After some thought, she ultimately remained silent, but a hint of seriousness was added to the look she gave her mother. She can look for a man, but it absolutely cannot be Caleb. Other women are fine, but she didn't want to come home and have to engage in a palace drama with her own mother. That's right. After an afternoon of deliberation, Sakura Miyajima still wanted to be with Caleb. After being hurt so many times before, how could she just let it go? After drinking tea and eating snacks for a while, Sakura Miyajima finally couldn't help but bring up the topic from noon. Caleb, you said I might be in danger. What exactly is going on? Hearing their daughter mention danger, Miyuni Miyajima and Tsubaki Miyajima were both taken aback. Forgetting their emotional exchange with Caleb, they quickly asked, Sakura, what is it? What danger? I don't know either. Caleb suddenly came to find me and said I might be in danger recently. The Miyajima family's gaze all turned to Caleb, waiting for an explanation. Ahem. Caleb cleared his throat, guiltily and quietly pulling back his hand after a moment of distraction. He had been so focused on chatting and playing little games with Tsubaki Miyajima that he almost forgot about the main issue. After a moment of thought, Caleb didn't know how to explain, so he could only start the conversation by bringing up Kuo Academy. Miyajima-sensei, you sent Sakura-senpai to Kuo Academy. You must know about the school's special nature, right? Chapter 72, Miyajima Family Council, Part 2, given Miyuni Miyajima's approaching master-level strength. Caleb suspected he might know a little about the supernatural world. After all, for people in the upper echelons of society, supernatural power was not a highly guarded secret. Besides fighting stray devils, the Occult Research Club also frequently took on paid requests. If the man truly was ignorant, Caleb would just have to spend more time explaining everything from scratch. The facts proved Caleb's speculation was correct. Miyuni Miyajima's face changed, losing its previous relaxed demeanor. He frowned, looking at Caleb. Caleb, are you also from that world? Yes, I currently belong to the Gremory family's, temporary staff. Caleb had initially wanted to say servant, but he hadn't yet received the Gremory family seal bestowed by Rias. If Miyuni Miyajima asked for proof, he truly wouldn't know what to do. Temporary staff? Caleb said earnestly, yes, temporary staff. Sakura-senpai's current situation is the test for my promotion to full-time. Miyuni Miyajima's strength and status were not high enough to know more detailed information. Seeing Caleb's logical explanation, he nodded in sudden understanding. That is already quite remarkable. No wonder Caleb possesses such impressive strength at a young age. It's decent, I suppose. After all, it's the Gremory family. If my power were too weak, others wouldn't be interested, Caleb replied. Miyuni Miyajima agreed profoundly. Indeed, to have the favor of the Gremory family, Caleb's future is limitless. If possible, he also wished Sakura Miyajima could step into that world. Unfortunately, over a year had passed, and while Sakura Miyajima's skills had improved significantly, she hadn't encountered any special individuals. This was one of the reasons Miyuni Miyajima agreed to the transfer. Since it wasn't likely, it was better to give up the idea early and focus wholeheartedly on kendo. This would require more time and effort to improve her strength, making it very difficult, but there was ultimately a sliver of hope of reaching the legendary realm. Miyuni Miyajima had just made up his mind, only for Caleb to immediately inform him that Sakura Miyajima had encountered a supernatural incident. However, there was no use regretting it now. Leaving Kuo Academy was easy, but getting back would be difficult. It's good that Miyajima-sensei knows this much. Caleb smiled and said directly, I'm still investigating the specifics and dare not speak rashly, but I can confirm that the individual followed Sakura-senpai to Iho Academy. He deliberately put emphasis on the word individual, implying that Miyuni Miyajima should understand the implication. In that case, if I have my daughter stay home and not go out, can we avoid this danger? It should be possible, but I suggest Sakura-senpai continue attending school. I'm currently monitoring Iho Academy. If that person continues to follow her back to the dojo, not only will you all be in danger, but I will also be unable to include the Miyajima dojo in my surveillance range. Caleb paused, then continued with a smile. Besides, I doubt Miyajima-sensei wants to live under someone else's surveillance all day, and even if you do, Sakura-senpai and Mrs. Miyajima certainly wouldn't. He spoke with 3 parts falsehood and 7 parts truth, unafraid of Miyuni Miyajima noticing any discrepancies. The way he easily accepted the temporary staff explanation suggested Miyuni Miyajima knew about the supernatural world, but not in detail. Very well. I will follow Caleb's advice. Muni Miyajima decided. I entrust my daughter's safety to you. He clearly valued Sakura Miyajima. This time, he not only used honorific language but also made a respectful bow, adopting a solemn attitude. How much of that was due to the Gremory family's reputation? Only Muni Miyajima knew. As a Japanese man full of the craftsman's spirit, Muni Miyajima was accustomed to bowing. However, bowing to a junior young enough to be his son was indeed a first. Caleb waved his hand. Miyajima-sensei, you overstate the situation. This is merely my duty. Sakura Miyajima and Tsubaki Miyajima had been utterly confused since Caleb brought up Kuo Academy, and remained so even after the two finished their discussion. Father, Caleb, Sakura Miyajima frowned slightly. What exactly were you talking about? Is the Gremory family the family of my classmate, Rias? Sakura Miyajima was the same grade as Rias, and she had certainly paid attention to the red-haired beauty who had even higher popularity and charm than she did. It's getting late. I should head back now. Caleb pretended to check the time, requesting to leave. My sisters are waiting for me to have dinner at home. More talk meant more chances of error, so it was better to say less. Since Muni Miyajima knew a bit, having him explain it directly would make Sakura Miyajima and Tsubaki Miyajima more likely to believe it. Muni Miyajima nodded. Then safe travels, Caleb. I want to see you out. Feel free to visit again. Caleb waved his hand, signaling there was no need for formality. He stood up and left the quiet room, leaving the space to the Miyajima family. After Caleb left, Muni Miyajima sighed softly. For a teenage girl, this was a highly impactful matter. He was afraid it would shake Sakura Miyajima's commitment to kendo. He had planned to wait until Sakura Miyajima inherited the dojo to tell her. Things were unpredictable, and now he had to tell her prematurely. Caleb didn't care how Muni Miyajima explained things. He had initially planned to leave the Miyajima dojo immediately and go check on the defeated opponent from last night. He wanted to see if the secondary effect of his special ability had affected her. If even a naturally spirited opponent was affected, Shinshirado, I mentioned having dinner together before. How about tonight? Miss, just call me Mayuna. Mayuna said openly. That's what my friends call me. Mayuna-senpai, I have something planned for tonight. Maybe another time. You're not trying to back out of your promise, are you? Mayuna was genuinely interested in Caleb, and not just physically. The moment she saw Caleb defeat Muni Miyajima, her heart was captured. She was inherently competitive, and her standard for a boyfriend was someone stronger than herself, which was why all her previous relationships ended quickly. Mayuna-senpai, do I look like someone who's short on money? Caleb shrugged. He wasn't particularly interested in this woman, whose full name he didn't even know. However, since she was being generous, he wouldn't refuse. After all, Mayuna was indeed attractive. Furthermore, the confident, athletic older woman in her late 20s was a completely new experience for Caleb. No, you don't. Mayuna shook her head. Then let's exchange contact information first. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone. Who knew when Caleb would visit next? Are you serious about pursuing something with me? Caleb raised an eyebrow. This woman's intentions seemed complex. Being attracted to him was fine, but dating was not. Mayuna didn't blush and nodded openly, admitting her intent. You don't like older women? It's not that I don't like them. As long as they're wonderful people, I appreciate them all, Caleb said, shaking his head and speaking lightly. But I'm only interested in spending time with you as a close friend. An official relationship is not something I'm looking for. Mayuna was stunned. It was the Barado she had encountered such a blunt jerk. I thought you looked handsome and cheerful like an innocent young man, but you're actually... Mayuna stammered for a while, unable to finish her sentence. Caleb didn't care what she thought and said matter-of-factly, so, Shinshirado, maybe being his close friend wouldn't be so bad after all? Dinner. Thinking this, Mayuna said firmly, it's rare for a young man to treat me to a meal. I might as well take the offer. Caleb smiled. He figured he wasn't losing anything by trading one meal for a chance to spend time with a beauty. They'll make a reservation. Just come directly after you finish work. Caleb took out his phone and added Mayuna's contact information. Since he had already been direct, he wasn't afraid of her becoming clingy later. At worst, he could simply disengage and be ruthless, deleting her memories entirely. Chapter 73. Mayuna's night. Since he was going out to eat, Caleb couldn't wear his school uniform. He first went to a department store and bought a set of black, lightweight athletic wear. He did have other casual clothes at home, but the previous owner's style just wasn't to his liking, and he didn't even want to look at those clothes, let alone wear them. He looked in the mirror, and the change was indeed excellent. The gentle, delicate aura was much diminished, replaced by something more wickedly charismatic. It might be a little cliché, but it fit perfectly. A person's demeanor is partly determined by their looks, partly by their mindset, and the rest by their clothing and style. Caleb was quite satisfied with his appearance and had no intention of changing it. Besides being handsome, his current face was 7 or 8 parts similar to his own when he was a teenager in his previous life. As for his mindset, it had gradually shifted with the improvement of his strength. His recent behavior had become increasingly open. Censurado, the women would retain their basic personality and dignity in front of others. Politely declining the salesgirl's request to exchange contact information, Caleb carried the bag containing his uniform and found a Western restaurant in the mall. After securing a table, he sent a line message to Mayuna, then sat idly, spacing out. During this time, quite a few women approached him for his contact information, but Caleb refused them all. He didn't have the time or energy to waste on them, partly because there was no personal gain, and partly because his standards had been elevated by the numerous heroines. The boredom didn't last long. Mayuna finished work, changed into her own clothes, and took a taxi directly to the restaurant. Once inside, the two didn't waste much time talking. Since they had already clarified their intentions, the immediate task was to quickly fill their stomachs and then head to a nearby hotel to rest. Dinner was nothing special. A restaurant located in a mall couldn't be expected to be exceptionally delicious, but it was difficult to make it truly awful. After paying the bill, Mayuna linked arms with Caleb, and they left the mall under the envious gazes of many women. Where next? Caleb put his arm around Mayuna's barato. I don't really like hotels. Can we go to your apartment? This was one of Caleb's quirks. If he had a choice, he usually preferred not to go to a hotel. It wasn't that he feared being secretly filmed or anything. People he took to hotels were inevitably just a one-night stand. Mayuna thought for a moment and nodded. I live alone, but it might be a little small in some areas. Just need a bed, Caleb joked. Mayuna rolled her eyes at him playfully. Couldn't he let her fantasize a little longer? No man had ever been to her little den before. Mayuna's apartment was surprisingly nice, barely making the cut for a luxury apartment. Caleb didn't know if she rented or owned it, nor did he care to ask. He wanted to finish the main business quickly so he could go home and sleep. Thinking about it, this seemed to be the barato Caleb had been so close to a woman he had just met. Even with Tuko Sakurachi, although they were classmates, he had often found himself thinking about her before. Would you like to freshen up? Once inside the apartment, Mayuna felt relaxed and offered Caleb a chance to wash up. She had taken a quick rinse after work, but since they had been out all day, a thorough wash sounded like a good idea. Caleb knew his way around the bathroom well and was happy to help. Casually taking off his shirt and tossing them onto the sofa, Caleb carried Mayuna toward the bathroom. He turned on the shower, and after rinsing in the warm water for a while, they began to wash up, enjoying the peaceful moment together. Caleb held Mayuna close as she slipped, carefully guiding her to safety. His hands supported her back gently. Their faces drew close, and their conversation grew increasingly urgent. Mayuna placed her hands around Caleb's head. Caleb gently leaned his cheek against hers, catching his breath. He closed his eyes and pressed his barato softly to her pale throat, his hand resting lightly on her back as she stood beside him. After about 3 minutes, Caleb still hadn't heard the pleasant notification sound. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He lost the desire to continue the conversation, feeling too restless to proceed. Mayuna stayed close to Caleb's back, her beautiful eyes distant and thoughtful. Centuredo, the large bed, was still the most comfortable and least strenuous. In the bedroom, Mayuna and Caleb shared a tender moment together. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. And if it could bring them closer, even better. But she didn't want to do it this way, and she currently had no plans to become a mother. Caleb reassured her as he spoke. Don't worry. If anything changes, he'll be there to bravado you. Mayuna nodded in agreement, shifting her stance slightly, rolling her eyes in frustration at his reply. When he said, "Don't worry," she thought Caleb was going to say they would get married, but that's not what he meant instead. Mayuna was annoyed and felt her words were cut short by the awkward moment that followed. Centuredo, Caleb was only joking. An ordinary person simply couldn't conceive with his child without magical isolation and deliberate preservation. His essence would only transform into energy to nourish her being. Some of the excess energy remained in the flower palace, continuing to be effective, while the rest dispersed as it flowed out. While little Caleb was launching a powerful attack, Caleb's hands were not idle, moving with great skill. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Mayuna had good physical conditioning. Since she worked at a kendo dojo, the constant exposure and her own interest, combined with long-term persistence, gave her stamina far exceeding that of an average adult male. However, in this matter, she simply couldn't compare to the demonic entity. By Caleb's fifth attempt, she was unresponsive, merely touching her lower abdomen and muttering blankly. I can't take it anymore. I truly can't take it. Im exhausted. It was only just past midnight. With a casual outing like this with Mayuna, Caleb spent time enjoying the evening, Centuredo's soft beauty, and honestly slept for the rest of the night. The next morning, Caleb woke up feeling well-rested. Mayuna was truly eager to spend time with him. After sharing a warm breakfast together, she sat beside him. Caleb, Centuredo, it was quite interesting. Caleb was somewhat interested in the dry road, but giving the initial experience to Mayuna, after thinking about it, he decided it wasn't worth it. The initial attempt with the dry road should be with an excellent partner like Rias, or at least someone of Sakura Miyajima's caliber. Next time, I need to get a class. Caleb gave Mayuna a quick hug goodbye. Under her lingering gaze, he quickly changed into his uniform, tidied up, and left the apartment. Before leaving, unable to refuse her request, Caleb gave her a warm farewell and headed out the door. Centuredo, intending to return to her post. Mayuna was in good physical shape, and after resting and being cared for, she was able to act as a receptionist, though still a bit sore. Friday marked Caleb's third day monitoring Iho Academy. Over these past few days, he left school early every day to pick up the Takamine sisters or to visit the Miyajima dojo with Sakura Miyajima. While waiting for them to finish school, he used the method Akino Himejima gave him to receive information from the little black sphere. It couldn't be called a total loss, but everything had been normal. The familiar had found no anomalies near Sakura Miyajima or the Takamine sisters, nor had it seen a male student resembling Hajime Tanaka at the school. At 3 p.m., at the gate of Iho Academy, Caleb listened to the little black sphere's report and grew troubled. Continuing like this wasn't sustainable. He couldn't maintain this level of surveillance long-term. There was an old saying, a thief can only successfully steal for so long, but there's no way to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Moreover, this world was chaotic, and he wasn't 100% sure Hajime Tanaka would even appear again. The final bell rang, and Caleb led the Takamine sisters and Sakura Miyajima away, under the envious and resentful gazes of the male students at Iho Academy. Tomorrow was Saturday, so no classes. Caleb planned to use these 2 days to figure out a way to help them enhance their strength, specifically their mental defenses. He didn't expect them to completely resist hypnosis, but at least they wouldn't be entirely defenseless. If they had time to react, even if Caleb couldn't arrive in time, their physical combat skills might allow them to surprise and counterkill their attacker. Since learning about the supernatural power, Sakura Miyajima's gaze toward Caleb had become increasingly strange. She proactively befriended the Takamine sisters to inquire about Caleb's situation. Since Caleb had given them the go-ahead, the Takamine sisters didn't hide their relationship. And Sakura Miyajima even learned about the existence of Rina Hamazaki and the others. However, instead of distancing herself from Caleb, she seemed to have figured something out. This weekend, she actively requested to visit Caleb's home, hoping Caleb could help her cultivate supernatural power. Centuredo, as their power grew, the effect gradually diminished. To enjoy such a rapid upgrade speed again, Caleb would need to advance his strength by another major tier. Alternatively, he would need to master the intermediate magic power extraction technique to elevate the quality of his internal magic power to a higher level. Since he couldn't put all his hope on the extremely low probability of a skill extraction, Caleb took the time to retrieve the pamphlet for the intermediate magic power extraction from the student council. The truth was his magic talent was indeed mediocre. It would take him about a month to skillfully master the intermediate magic power extraction. Takamine family home. The four of them sat in different spots, eating dinner and chatting about the interesting events of the day. Once they were mostly finished eating, Centuredo, under the curious gazes of the Takamine sisters, Caleb quickly finished the rice and tempura in his bowl and gently guided Sakura Miyajima toward the second floor. Sakura Miyajima walked behind Caleb, quietly following him up the stairs. Once they were alone in the room, she finally had the courage to look up. "Caleb, what should we do next?" "Sakura-senpai, you don't have experience?" Caleb asked, feigning ignorance. "You're so popular. Have you never dated anyone?" Sakura Miyajima shook her head. "No, I've been confessed to many times, but I never accepted." "Why didn't you accept?" Caleb was curious why the heroines in these stories often had such integrity, even more so than high school girls in real-life Japan. They wouldn't cross the line even after starting a relationship, only to gradually fall after being manipulated by an antagonist using various clever methods. Sakura Miyajima looked at Caleb as if he were an idiot. "Because I haven't met someone I like. What else could it be?" "Caleb. Ooh. Never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything." The simple and honest reason left Caleb speechless. He'd been overthinking it. "Sakura-senpai, do you want to head out first?" Caleb quickly steered the conversation back to his familiar territory. Sakura Miyajima shifted nervously. "I stopped by the clubroom earlier, before school ended." Since she had decided to try something new tonight, she had prepared properly. Not only had she washed until she smelled fragrant, but she had also changed in her newly bought comfortable outfit. Chapter 75, Target Located O. Caleb tugged at his collar. "Then wait for me here, Sakura-senpai. I'm going to take a quick rinse." He quickly changed and walked toward the bathroom. Centuredo, after finishing up in the shower, Caleb quickly rinsed off. When he returned to the room, he saw Sakura Miyajima standing there, still fully dressed, and he wasn't sure what to say. He couldn't treat Sakura Miyajima like Tuko Sakurachi or Mayuna. After a thought, Caleb slowly walked over and placed a reassuring hand on Sakura's barato. "Sakura-senpai, relax. Leave everything to me." Sakura Miyajima nodded, feeling a wave of relief. "Okay." She took a steadying breath, trying to calm her nerves. Caleb held her close. Centuredo. Caleb was completing his cultivation technique with Sakura Miyajima when he sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. He stepped back from her, looked out the window, and saw the familiar little black sphere flying up and down in the bright moonlight. "Sakura-senpai, one moment." Caleb picked up the bath towel on the floor and loosely wrapped it around his waist. Sakura Miyajima gasped, nodding shyly. When the little black sphere actively manifested, she could see it too, despite having no magic power. Caleb received the information from the little black sphere, the slight displeasure of being interrupted gradually replaced by surprise. Perseverance pays off. Under 24-hour surveillance, the little black sphere finally found Hajime Tanaka at Iho Academy. "Sakura-senpai, it looks like our cultivation will have to be postponed." Caleb unwrapped the towel and took out a set of clothes from the closet to change into. "The dangerous person who is targeting you has appeared. Blackie says that person is currently in your indoor gymnasium." Blackie was the nickname Caleb gave the little black sphere, prioritizing simplicity and clarity. The little black sphere had resisted, claiming it had a name. But Caleb was insistent on calling it Blackie, and it couldn't do anything about it, so it silently accepted the name. Actually, after getting used to it, it didn't sound so bad. Sakura Miyajima's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. She desperately wanted to continue, but she knew this was not the time for self-indulgence. She sat up, straightening her wrinkled uniform and adjusting her collar. "Caleb, are you going alone?" Caleb had quickly finished dressing and replied, "Yes." "Don't worry. The opponent only has a tricky ability. His combat strength is practically zero. I need to head out for a while. If all goes well, I might be back before dawn." Hearing this, Sakura Miyajima nodded quietly, which Caleb found quite interesting. This maidenly demeanor was something Sakura Miyajima had never displayed in his memory. It formed a stark contrast to the normally brave Kendo beauty, making Caleb even more curious to see how the real her would act. Blackie floated in the sky, and Caleb ran on the ground. Under the bright moonlight, the two dark shadows flickered like phantoms through the silent streets. Caleb's full-speed running was fast, but it was ultimately less convenient than flying. He hadn't noticed it before, but when rushing, not being able to move in a straight line was particularly frustrating. Furthermore, maintaining a full-speed run was also a drain on his stamina and condition. Caleb wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, thinking about acquiring a mode of transport. It would be useful for rushing and for saving time and energy during missions. Speaking of which, he remembered Issei Hayudu initially performed his missions by bicycle. A bicycle was out. He didn't like the look of Japanese bicycles, finding them ugly. Getting a specially customized one would be too conspicuous, and he felt he'd be targeted after only a few rides. Cars were the second option Caleb ruled out. His age meant he lacked a driver's license, and cars were also inconvenient for navigating through small streets and alleys. It looked like a motorcycle was the only choice. Sigh, if only he knew how to fly or use spatial magic, he wouldn't have to consider all this. Lost in thought, Caleb arrived at the main gate of Iho Academy. Looking at the 2-meter-high iron fence, the day had finally come to climb over it. He lightly jumped up, grabbed the top with his hand, and with a pull and a flip using his wrist and arm strength, Caleb executed a 180-degree turn in the air. Then, letting go, he landed steadily on the ground, completing the landing posture flawlessly. Thump! The faint sound of his landing echoed in the quiet campus at night, but unfortunately, there were no security guards patrolling the entrance. No one witnessed the almost gymnastic art of wall climbing. After landing, Caleb didn't pause. Thanks to his devil bloodline, the bright moonlight made little difference between night and day for him. Following his memory to the indoor gymnasium, he asked the little black sphere to go ahead and check if the person was still there. The little black sphere bypassed the locked front door and flew through a small window above the gymnasium. 3 minutes later, it sent a message to Caleb. The person was on the performance stage, fiddling with something. Caleb pondered for a moment, communicated with the little black sphere, and found a rear door that was left slightly ajar. He gently pushed the door open, and amidst a sharp creak, he quickly slipped inside. On the stage, Hajime Tanaka, who was adjusting the broadcasting equipment, frowned, looking toward the source of the sound. He had already hypnotized the campus security guards and teachers. No one should be here at this hour. After waiting for a moment, no one appeared, and there was no further sound. Hajime Tanaka relaxed his brows and muttered to himself, "Was it just the wind?" He had no intention of going to check. Even if someone had come, he could simply say a few words and perform another round of hypnosis. Through the little black sphere, Caleb knew Hajime Tanaka hadn't moved and stepped out of the dark corner. He had hoped to ambush Hajime Tanaka when he came to check, aiming to finish him off in one go. That would have minimized the risk of testing whose abilities were stronger, Hajime Tanaka's hypnosis or his own mental resistance. With that plan foiled, Caleb had no choice but to launch a direct assault. He didn't want to wait. Any delay could lead to complications. Since Hajime Tanaka was alone, He didn't have to worry about being overly aggressive. He channeled magic power throughout his body, activated beginner body control and Eye of Insight, and concentrated a fierce electric current in his hand to form a crackling, lightning-infused spear. This was the strongest attack magic Caleb currently mastered, Spear of Lightning. With his current magic power, he could use it a maximum of 3 times. Caleb slowly began to move, then faster and faster, reaching his maximum speed as he entered Hajime Tanaka's field of vision. Seeing a black shadow moving too fast to be clearly seen rushing toward him, Shinshirado, wielding the sharp spear of lightning, had struck Hajime Tanaka's throat. Seeing that he couldn't speak, Caleb felt a wave of relief. He had initially aimed for the head, but he was momentarily affected by Hajime Tanaka's single word, and his aim had slightly deviated. Thankfully, Caleb's mental resistance was strong enough that after a brief moment of disorientation, he immediately adjusted. At such high speed, he could only manage to aim for the throat. Fortunately, he didn't miss this time and successfully hit his target. Chapter 76. Sakura Miyajima's cultivation Hajime Tanaka stared in shock at Caleb, who had suddenly appeared before him, unable to comprehend why this composed student with cold eyes was attacking him without warning. He tried to speak, but a surge of lightning from the spear struck him down before he could react. As life faded, his Barato opened and closed in a final, desperate struggle. In despair and unwillingness, Hajime Tanaka's large frame collapsed backward with a heavy thud. Dust rose from the floor, and the wooden stage shook violently. Hajime Tanaka mumbled something incoherently, but Caleb couldn't make out a single word until he breathed his last. Looking at the motionless Hajime Tanaka, who had died with regret and reluctance, Caleb's tense body relaxed. After confirming that Hajime Tanaka was truly dead, he immediately began to clean up the aftermath. The wound caused by the spear of lightning was badly burned, and Caleb found a cloth to wrap Hajime Tanaka's Barato. After quickly cleaning the floor, he moved on. Ensuring it wouldn't be immediately noticeable, he single-handedly lifted the 200-plus-pound corpse and headed toward the back door of Aiho Academy. Due to Japan's unique geography, there were many remote, unpopulated forests, even near bustling areas like Tokyo. However, dealing with the situation in Tokyo Bay was a convenient and commonly used method. So many people didn't choose to handle things in remote suburbs. Caleb couldn't manage such a heavy burden alone. After leaving Aiho Academy, he quickly found a small grove nearby and decided to take care of it first. While digging the pit, Shinshirado restoring everything to its original state and eliminating all traces of his presence. He even mopped the floor to prevent any lingering smell of blood. During this time, Caleb noticed that the speaker and microphone had all been tampered with by Hajime Tanaka. Combined with other clues, he roughly figured out what Hajime Tanaka had been doing. Today was Friday. After the weekend, there would be a school-wide morning assembly on Monday. Hajime Tanaka intended to use that opportunity to hypnotize the entire academy at once. When he had first felt the mental attack, Caleb realized that Hajime Tanaka's hypnosis ability was not the worst-case scenario he had estimated. It was indeed inescapable for ordinary people, but anyone with supernatural power could resist it to some degree. Furthermore, performing hypnosis to make people do something that completely subverted their common sense was almost impossible to succeed. But this didn't mean the ability was useless. The mere fact that it gave an overweight man, weaker than an average person, the qualification to fight a B-class supernatural being was proof enough of the ability's power. After cleaning up the scene, Caleb returned to the grove, intending to thoroughly dispose of the corpse. Although the small grove was remote, it was too close to Aiho Academy. Moreover, he found the idea of leaving 200-plus pounds of fat to rot there utterly repulsive. Caleb couldn't yet master the Azure Flame, but fire magic with a sufficiently high temperature was no problem. He dug up the shallow layer of soil, igniting the corpse and the cloth simultaneously. After continuously pouring out magic power, ensuring the cremation would achieve the desired effect. Caleb held his nose and retreated to the side, waiting patiently. A quarter of an hour later, after all the flammable material in the pit had burned, the deep red flame gradually faded. Caleb walked over. Only a pile of ashes remained in the pit, and the intense heat of the fire had scorched the surrounding soil smooth. In the thick ashes, a pair of flat, frameless glasses was completely intact, with a dark red light shimmering across the lenses. Caleb didn't notice this. His devil bloodline gave him night vision, but not X-ray vision, and he wasn't interested in crushing the ashes into oblivion. After ensuring Hajime Tanaka was cremated, he filled the pit with the excavated soil and clapped his hands. Done. Time to go home. After Caleb left, the strange glasses buried in the thick ashes suddenly burst into a fierce red glow. When the red glow vanished, the glasses were no longer in the ashes. The original spot was compacted with ashes and soil, as if they had never been there. Having dealt with Hajime Tanaka, Caleb was in high spirits. He checked the time. Only an hour had passed. Senchuredo, do you want me to assist you? Caleb looked at Sakura Miyajima beside her. Sakura-senpai, could you give me a hand? Sakura Miyajima blinked. Me? Yes. If you don't want to, that's fine. No, I don't mind. Sakura Miyajima said reflexively. Having spoken, she timidly avoided the gaze of the Takamine sisters, feeling as if she had openly stolen her friend's man. The Takamine sisters were indeed a little jealous, but they didn't blame Sakura Miyajima. It was purely Sakura Miyajima overthinking the situation. Under the envious gazes of the Takamine sisters, Caleb led Sakura Miyajima into the bathroom. To prevent her clothes from getting wet, Sakura Miyajima had changed into a simple pale purple outfit. Against the backdrop of her similarly pale purple hair, her graceful figure took on a touch of elegance. At first, she was tense, but after realizing Caleb genuinely just wanted a shower, she gradually calmed down. Mutual back scrubbing was common in Japan, often happening between friends and family. She seriously scrubbed Caleb's back while softly asking, Caleb, is the matter resolved? Yes. It was a little simpler than I expected. That's good. Sakura Miyajima handed Caleb a towel. Do you want a bath, Caleb? No vas. I have a much more important matter tonight. Caleb turned and gave Sakura Miyajima a warm smile. Of course, if Sakura-senpai wants to discuss it here, I'm completely open to it. Sakura Miyajima rested her head on Caleb's barato. Her athletic build, honed by years of kendo practice, allowed her to lean comfortably against him. A warm feeling spread through her, and she smiled softly, feeling a deep sense of trust between them. Senchuredo. He shifted his position, moving behind Sakura Miyajima. She stood at the stove, focused on preparing the meal. Caleb watched her work, impressed by her dedication and skill in the kitchen. Senchuredo. Sakura Miyajima was experiencing something new and felt overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Her bright eyes sparkled with strong emotion, and her barato parted as she tried to steady her breathing. Suddenly, she tilted her head back, her eyes widening, and let out a sharp, startled cry. Senchuredo. Caleb held Sakura Miyajima's arms and gently pulled her forward to help her stay upright, supporting her as she caught her breath. Senchuredo, after recovering some strength, Sakura Miyajima laughed and cried simultaneously, desperately craving Caleb's affection. Her normally tranquil and elegant demeanor was now overcome with emotion. Senchuredo, Caleb gently held her face and spoke softly to Sakura Miyajima. They shared a warm barato. Caleb, she whispered. Sakura Miyajima gasped, completely lacking her usual composure. She looked at Caleb with eyes full of deep affection. Sakura-senpai, call me Sakura. Can I call you by your first name? Caleb gently barato her smooth forehead. Of course, but I'd rather hear you call me something more familiar. Sakura Miyajima gazed at Caleb adoringly, her beautiful eyes overflowing with deep affection. "Anata, darling, husband Sakura-chan." As Caleb spoke, he leaned down and gently embraced Sakura Miyajima. She immediately responded in kind, and they shared a warm, tender moment together. Senchuredo, and it added a layer of excitement in conquering a senior. After the affectionate moment, he reverted to his usual address. Sakura Miyajima cast him a meaningful glance, stood up, and her graceful figure was fully visible before Caleb. She gently pushed Caleb's barato. "You sit up." Senchuredo, 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 "You're so cute. You held me so tightly. I was moved for a moment." Caleb gently comforted her while hugging Sakura Miyajima warmly. Sakura Miyajima was only temporarily overwhelmed by the emotional moment. In truth, she quite enjoyed feeling so cared for. Senchuredo, 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 or do you want to learn magic and start anew in the supernatural world? Sakura Miyajima had discussed the matter of magic versus martial arts with both the Takamine sisters and her father and had already decided which path to take. "I want to continue practicing kendo. It's not just a family tradition. I truly love kendo myself." Sakura Miyajima looked at Caleb earnestly. "Besides, I might not have talent in magic." Caleb nodded. That was true. Just now, he had fully completed the previously incomplete skill, Sword Heart Beginner. With that kind of talent, Senchuredo Chapter 78. Cultivation results. Though her barato was still sore and weak from the intense training, Sakura Miyajima nodded and adopted her usual meditation posture for practice. To progress far in the path of martial arts, one must not only train physical fitness, but also cultivate the essence, spirit, and vitality. Senchuredo, as the treatment began to take effect and a warm, restorative energy flowed through her, Sakura Miyajima gradually entered a state of deep focus. She clearly felt her strength slowly returning, and her previous fatigue seemed to ease considerably. Caleb had administered only 2 doses of the remedy, and Sakura Miyajima wouldn't actively absorb it. What she felt was actually the improvement derived from the shared cultivation process. The residual energy mostly helped her restore her barato and vitality. The passive effect was much smaller, but better than nothing. After about 30 minutes, Sakura Miyajima concluded her meditation, just as she did on normal days. She opened her eyes, her bright gaze turning toward Caleb with surprise. After experiencing it firsthand, the last sliver of doubt in her heart completely vanished. In just this short time, she felt her physical fitness had dramatically improved. The inherent physiological differences between males and females determine disparities in strength and speed. Sakura Miyajima didn't want to become a She-Hulk, so after years of consistent training, her physical fitness was actually only comparable to that of an average adult male. But now, she felt she could easily overpower a strong, healthy adult male through sheer strength, without relying on technique. Such a dramatic improvement was something she had only experienced during puberty in middle school. As her appetite surged, all aspects of her body changed daily. Not only did her height soar, Senchuredo Sakura Miyajima told Caleb everything she felt. Caleb stroked his chin. "Because you don't possess supernatural power like magic power in your barato, the effect of the joint training is somewhat reduced. But being able to strengthen your barato still accelerates your kendo training." MHM, Sakura Miyajima nodded. She had already learned from Uni Miyajima that she would naturally manifest within the body upon reaching the master level. To achieve the master level, in addition to insight into kendo, physical fitness was an indispensable component. Chi is born from within the body, the product of the spirit and flesh uniting. If physical fitness is too poor, the essence, spirit, and vitality are insufficient, or the insight into kendo is lacking. If any of these 3 factors are missing, Chi cannot be born. That's why the path of martial arts is difficult. But if successful, the practitioner essentially has no weaknesses, only a lack of proficiency in certain combat styles. In fact, Caleb himself wanted to pursue the path of martial arts. His natural talent was already focused on close combat, and his mental power and physical fitness were exceptional. However, the genesis of Qi also required insight into a specific martial art: fist, foot, blade, sword, spear, staff, etc. Any would suffice, but the insight must be present. When it came to the mysterious and profound concept of insight into the Tao, Caleb was clueless. He relied entirely on his paired cultivation technique, and his close combat skills were purely practical combat and instinct. With no clue about grasping the Tao, there was no way for him to progress in martial arts, so he could only continue down the path of a sorcerer and physical reinforcement. However, Caleb never abandoned the idea of becoming a martial artist. He merely set it aside in his heart. As a Chinese person who hasn't dreamed of becoming a martial arts master, he didn't have the chance in his previous life, so there was no way he wouldn't try in this one. This time, gaining the sword heart talent from Sakura Miyajima, even if only at the beginner level, reignited the idea in Caleb's mind. Sakura-senpai, from now on, I'll help you with your cultivation, and you teach me Kendo. How about that? Caleb suddenly said to Sakura Miyajima. Of course, not the ceremonial kind used in competitions, but how to meditate, how to build a relationship with a weapon, and how to gain insight into the Tao of the sword. Sakura Miyajima tilted her exquisite small face. That's certainly fine, but didn't you say you weren't interested in Kendo before? Before was before, now is now. Caleb chuckled, giving a perfunctory answer. I just noticed how cool Sakura-senpai looks in her Kendo uniform, so I wanted to try it. Senshirado, the embarrassment of having her thoughts exposed made her blush all over, and she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. She didn't know what was wrong with her, constantly dwelling on that subject. No. Sakura Miyajima insisted stubbornly. It's for better Kendo cultivation next time. Senshirado, Caleb talents. Intermediate devil bloodline, body control beginner, sword heart beginner, eye of insight, mental resistance, mirror reflection, incomplete, lightning flash, incomplete, skills, magic power extraction beginner, close combat beginner. Looking at the talents and skills on the panel, he began to strategize his next steps for increasing his power. He didn't know the upper limit of the victim template or the maximum possible strength of the other advanced titles. Based on the worst-case scenario that those powerful titles had no limit, Caleb never dared to slack off. He feared that if his power didn't keep up, he would be forcibly returned to the predetermined fate of the victim. Hajime Tanaka was already dealt with. Over the weekend, in addition to helping Sakura Miyajima cultivate, he informed the Miyajima couple and Akino Himejima of the news. Although Sakura Miyajima was no longer in danger, Miyuni Miyajima remained extremely enthusiastic toward Caleb, occasionally trying to set him up with Sakura Miyajima. As for Tsubaki Miyajima, she could tell at a glance that Sakura Miyajima had become much closer to Caleb. As for who was responsible, Sakura Miyajima had stayed at Caleb's house for only one night. So who else could it be? However, Tsubaki Miyajima still kept a close, friendly connection with Caleb in private. As long as neither of them acknowledged it openly, she could carry on as usual and avoid any awkwardness surrounding the situation. Regarding Akino Himejima, Rias was still busy with whatever she was doing and hadn't returned. After hearing that the situation was resolved, she didn't take back the paper with the special magic array. She only informed him that starting next week, whether Rias returned or not, she would begin assigning him missions. Closing the panel, Senshirado, if only he wouldn't be cornered by Mayuna and Tsubaki Miyajima for staying too long, Caleb wouldn't mind practicing Kendo a little longer. Chapter 79. Tsubaki Shinra's master. It wasn't that Caleb was afraid of being cornered, but he simply didn't have the time to waste right now. Mayuna was manageable. Senshirado. The girl could only engage in a battle of wits with her own mother, being wary at every turn. She also didn't dare tell Tsubaki Miyajima that Caleb was a scumbag with a bad reputation everywhere. If Tsubaki Miyajima knew the truth, she would probably run straight to Caleb's house to confront him. Tsubaki Miyajima was reaching out to Caleb for advice. Out of consideration for Sakura Miyajima's feelings, Caleb chose to keep the conversation respectful and set appropriate boundaries. He appreciated the connection, but decided not to pursue it further to avoid causing any family misunderstandings. Tsubaki Miyajima wasn't the only close friend available, and Caleb remained supportive in a purely platonic way. Since these thoughts couldn't be known by Sakura Miyajima. Whether it would happen or not depended on which of the Miyajima mother and daughter was more successful. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Caleb continued to strategize on how to increase his strength. Completing the 2 incomplete talents would surely boost his power significantly. Mirror reflection was easier to deal with. With Tsubaki Shinra, the second time would be easier than the first. If Caleb swallowed his pride and asked a few times, it would likely happen. As for Akino Hamajima's lightning flash talent, that would be much harder. He had missed such a good opportunity last time, and breaking through Akino Hamajima's final defense would only be more difficult now. Caleb had initially planned to check on the other students at Kuo Academy after securing Sakura Miyajima's cooperation, but he could put that on hold for now. Kuo Academy was the safest place, with Rias and Sauna Shirtorai watching over it. The cuckolders and bull's heads couldn't employ overly malicious tactics there. After considering his options, Caleb decided to try with Tsubaki Shinra first. Since the failure of the reincarnated devil ritual, Sauna Shirtorai and Rias had been busy with unknown matters, leaving all their tasks to their respective first peerages. Caleb arrived at the student council office, but before he could even bring up an important personal matter, Tsubaki Shinra recruited him for some grunt work. By the time they finished, it was already late. Tsubaki Shinra had to rush off to deal with external school matters, and Caleb had no choice but to go home and cultivate with the others. This continued for 3 days. On Thursday night, Tsubaki Shinra finally had free time. Senshirado, do you live in this apartment alone? No, Tsubaki Shinra shook her head. The president and I live here together, but the president returned to the devil world last week, so I'm here alone for now. Caleb wanted to chat a little longer. Senshirado Caleb and the girl stood close together by the bed, sharing a long barato in the warmth of the moment. They held each other tightly, and after a while they stepped back, smiling at one another as they prepared to talk about the day ahead. Senshirado. As his power increased, his overall presence had grown considerably, expanding in both scale and influence. Tsubaki Shinra wouldn't give up easily. She was an intermediate devil and Caleb Sr., both in school and as Sauna Shitori's peerage. Senshirado, the same thing happened again, and this time, Tsubaki Shinra was truly frustrated. No more. You're bullying me. You mean Caleb? You're so naughty. Tsubaki Shinra leaned forward and furiously patted Caleb's barato. Ouch. You want me to do things for you, but you dare to curse me and hit me. Senshirado, it wasn't often he got to see the normally aloof and serious Tsubaki Shinra being so shy. What do you want to call you? He'll say it. Tsubaki Shinra stared at Caleb with a fierce, determined look. Caleb grinned. Call me by a special title. Huh. Tsubaki Shinra's leader was Sauna Shirtorai, so calling Caleb that felt truly strange. Senshirado. Mirror reflection with Tsubaki Shinra expressing herself so openly, it was Caleb's turn to respond. He turned toward her and shared a tender barato. His hands rested gently at her side as he pulled her close. Ah, she sighed softly, a sound of happiness rather than discomfort. Senshirado causing her smooth, black long hair to float in the air. Caleb moved quickly upward. The girl, as if remembering something, finally began to move her hands rhythmically. Come, let me play with your rabbits. Caleb reached out, pushing Tsubaki Shinra's hands away. Senshirado. He shifted her position to the left, repositioned her legs, and leaned closer. Tsubaki Shinra made a weak sound. Caleb held her right leg, and they continued training together. Senshirado. Just as he was about to continue, the girl's foot lightly tapped his barato. The cultivation session is complete. Let's wait until this is digested before continuing. Tsubaki Shinra, unlike Rina Hamazaki and the others, genuinely wanted to continuously increase her power through paired cultivation training. Senchuredo, Senchuredo, Senchuredo. So the immediate increase from the joint cultivation technique wasn't extremely noticeable. However, she could actively absorb the surrounding spiritual energy through her core, so the overall effect of the increase was still very considerable. While Tsubaki Shinra was refining the energy, Caleb wasn't idle. He opened his panel to check the newly completed talent. Mirror Reflection. Reflect 50 of the damage received back as an energy attack. After the talent was completed, its effect increased by more than double, meaning the incomplete talent didn't even possess half of the full talent's effectiveness. Moreover, the description of the complete talent was much clearer. In addition to the Mirror Reflection talent, joint training with Tsubaki Shinra, who was stronger than him, also improved Caleb's other abilities. Except for magic power, which couldn't be increased further as it was already saturated without a qualitative change, his physical strength, reaction speed, precise control over magic power, and other aspects were all enhanced. Caleb held Tsubaki Shinra close in a warm barato, and the two drifted off to sleep peacefully after the spiritual enhancement. The next morning, around 7, Tsubaki Shinra woke up first. The sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window hit her face, making it difficult to open her eyes. She looked at his hands resting near her shoulders and gently pulled away from Caleb's hug. Caleb rubbed his sleepy eyes. Tsubaki-senpai, good morning. The vice president walked barefoot across the floor, looking back at Caleb. Sorry, did I wake you? It's still early. You can sleep a little longer. School started late in Japan. Tsubaki Shinra was used to waking up this early for her student council duties. Ordinary students only needed to be at school before 8:30 a.m. Tsubaki-senpai, since it's still early, how about we train again? Caleb paused and took a deep breath, Senchuredo to take a moment to freshen up before going to school, as she had mostly finished her breakfast. But remembering that Caleb had a lot of energy, she decided against it. No. She pushed Caleb away and quickly walked toward the bathroom. Fearing Caleb would follow, she immediately closed the bathroom door tightly. Caleb shook his head helplessly, lying back down in bed to catch up on sleep. Tsubaki Shinra finished washing up, dressed neatly, and quickly prepared 2 simple breakfasts. After rapidly finishing her own portion, she knocked on the bedroom door. Caleb, breakfast is on the table. Remember to eat it when you get up later. Okay, thank you, Tsubaki-senpai. Then I'll leave first. Travel safely. Tsubaki Shinra took a few steps toward the entrance, thought for a moment, and then walked back. Caleb, Tsubaki-senpai, is something else wrong? Master, I look forward to our next cultivation. Bang! Before Caleb could respond, a loud noise came from the entrance door. The vice president, her face completely flushed, fled like she was escaping. Looking at the empty living room, Caleb was baffled. Women, you can never truly understand them. After a quick wash-up, Caleb ate the breakfast Tsubaki Shinra had prepared and leisurely walked toward Kuo Academy. Although it took 3 days, he had finally completed a powerful talent. Next up was Akino Himejima. Whether it would work or not, he had to try. Besides, they reached such a close bond last time. Perhaps if he were more assertive, Akino Himejima would agree to spend time with him. During the lunch break, Caleb quickly ate and headed straight to the Occult Research Club. Kaneko, Akino-senpai, good afternoon. Caleb glanced around and asked, it's been almost 2 weeks. Has the president still not returned? Akino Himejima put down the documents in her hand and rubbed her forehead. It should be soon. By the way, you came at the perfect time. Go and complete this mission. These past few days without Rias, all the work fell to her. Although there was nothing particularly important, it was still bothersome. Yudo Kiba was usually absent, Kaneko Tuju was busy with her own things, and Caleb was a complete novice. There was no one who could truly share the burden. Caleb's face twisted into a grimace. Why was he constantly being roped into work wherever he went? Was being a devil really this busy? He was perplexed, but could only lower his head and agree. Taking the mission request from Akino Hamajima's hand, he glanced at her briefly and nodded, focused on the task ahead. Centuredo. A bovine star person might pop up any day. Chapter 81. Waime Amano Akino Himejima looked at Caleb with a calm smile. Akira, have you seen enough? Would you like to take a closer look? Caleb shook his head, then quickly nodded, looking over at Akino Himejima with curiosity. Could he have guessed correctly? Was Akino Himejima waiting for him to make a move? Before Caleb could speak, Akino Himejima's smile faded, and her eyes turned dangerous. I still haven't settled the score with you for crossing the line and disrespecting me last time. The girl with a long, black ponytail had lightning flickering in her hand. Only a few days have passed. Are you trying to learn a few things from your senpai? Akino Himejima already knew Caleb's true nature and would no longer be fooled by his appearance. She couldn't underestimate Caleb, or she wouldn't know when she'd be completely overwhelmed. Caleb gave a dry laugh and slowly retreated a few steps, putting distance between himself and Akino Himejima. Akino-senpai, you must be joking. Didn't we agree to that last time, Centuredo? If Rias hadn't returned in time, she would have truly been put in a terrible situation without a clear explanation. So, you think you were justified? The electric arcs in her hand became more active, waiting for Caleb to invite the shock. Caleb instinctively shrunk his neck, since the atmosphere was wrong, and, without giving Akino Himejima a chance to erupt, turned and walked away decisively. Akino-senpai, I'm heading back to the classroom, first to prepare for the afternoon classes. Watching Caleb's long, hurried figure leave, Akino Himejima dispersed the magic power in her hand and slowly sighed. She didn't actually dislike Caleb. She even liked him a bit, but that bit of affection wasn't enough to make her devote herself regardless of the consequences. There were many reasons. Caleb's womanizing was only one of them. Alongside the revenge she carried and the constraints of the Gremory family. Rias wouldn't interfere with her decision, but not everyone in the Gremory family thought the same way. Akino Himejima couldn't let her personal feelings cause trouble for Rias. Back to work. Let's see what the president says when she returns. Akino Himejima picked up the documents on the table and murmured to herself, I hope Caleb's uniqueness doesn't draw too much attention. The setting sun's afterglow stained the street red. Caleb walked leisurely and unrestrainedly in an empty alley, hands in his pockets. Centuredo, 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 the good mood resulting from having a beautiful girl as a client instantly plummeted. He subconsciously maintained a distance from the girl, named Waime Amano. I am. Are you the client? Waime Amano looked at Caleb with curiosity. She believed her act was flawless, yet this little devil seemed so wary. Could her identity have been seen through? However, she hadn't intended to directly clash with the Gremory family this time, so it didn't matter much if she was exposed. Concealing her surprise and confusion, Waime Amano tilted her small head and said cutely, My name is Waime Amano. What should I call you? Devil-san? Caleb. Caleb watched the pure-looking girl warily. He had been slightly suspicious before, but now he was certain. Devil-san seems quite nervous, doesn't he? Why is that? Waime Amano tentatively took 2 steps forward. Or does Devil-san know me? She had used this disguise many times, but always erased the memories of the people around her afterward. Furthermore, this was her first time using it since arriving in Kuo town, so she shouldn't have been exposed. Waime Amano, whose real name was Rainier, was a low-class fallen angel, but her strength was comparable to an average mid-class fallen angel. In the original series, she was the first character to show benefits and was the guiding light who led Issei Hayudu to become a powerful dragon. She was the first to discover Issei Hayuda's possession of the boosted gear and attacked him to eliminate this dangerous sacred gear. But not only did she fail to deliver the finishing blow, she essentially clocked out without even confirming Issei Hayuda's death. This allowed Issei Hayudu to summon Rias in his dying moments, use the Devil Piece reincarnation effect to save his life, and instantly cling to the Gremory family's powerful protection. thus surviving the most dangerous novice period. As the first gear to turn the plot, Waimea Amano left a truly deep impression. Among the female characters other than the main heroines, Rias, Akino Himejima, and Kaneko Tuju, no one left a deeper impression on Caleb than Waimea Amano. Unsure of Waimea Amano's intentions, Caleb remained vigilant and shook his head. I don't know you. This is our first meeting. He paused, adding, but my instinct tells me you are a very dangerous woman. Caleb had acquired the intermediate devil bloodline, but his power hadn't yet reached the corresponding A-class. He wasn't necessarily able to defeat the B-class peak, Waimea Amano. Waimea Amano blinked innocently. Instinct sounded mystical, but it truly existed. It was precisely by following her instinct that she came to Kuo Town. Looking at the handsome, refined young man before her, she felt a pang of regret. Such a good-looking, charismatic young man, but unfortunately, he was a devil. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a bad idea to date him while in disguise. Influenced by the allure talent and the victim template, most women had a very good first impression of Caleb, and Waimea Amano was no exception. Oh, Caleb, where am I dangerous? Waimea Amano pouted playfully. I'm just a delicate girl, or else I wouldn't have been targeted by a creep. Caleb shrugged. Say what you like. He didn't want to show his cards with Waimea Amano right now. MHM, speaking of those guys, they're the stalkers you mentioned in your request. Centuredo, after all, she was a villain. Her actions were not as restrained as Rias and the others. If she were to target him, he could very likely be captured and dissected for research. Caleb's reaction was noted by Waimea Amano, who secretly pursed her lips and stopped her probing. Her only reason for making the request was to gauge the capabilities of the devil responsible for Kuo Town. By observing a single instance, she could generally estimate the power of the administrator here. Yes, those are them. Then I'll leave it to you, Caleb. Caleb nodded, passing by Waimea Amano, and walked straight toward a group of flashily dressed street thugs. Seeing Caleb approach, one of the hooligans with dyed blonde hair suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Influenced by an unknown emotion, he immediately began to threaten Caleb without waiting for his boss' command. Hey, little punk, you better stay away from that woman, or you want to know what hit you. Caleb glanced at him, completely ignoring him. To him, this level of fool was no different from an ant on the side of the road. He looked at the red-haired youth in the center of the crowd. His commanding position and unique aura clearly indicated that he was the leader of these delinquents. Since Waimea Amano wanted to test the waters, she certainly wouldn't pick a group of pushovers. They were at least individuals with supernatural abilities. The red-haired youth was a C-class supernatural being. He posed no threat to Waimea Amano and was perfect to use as a sacrificial probe. Chapter 82. Waimea Amano's curiosity. Let me see what your actual strength is, little devil. Waimea Amano smiled slightly, a strange, uncharacteristic smirk appearing on her pure face as she watched Caleb confronting the red-haired delinquent. I'm claiming the girl behind me. Caleb didn't waste time. The sooner this was over, the sooner he could leave this dangerous woman. He crooked a finger at the cool-faced, red-haired delinquent. Group fight or one-on-one, I don't care. Just be direct, like a man. The red-haired delinquent looked at Waimea Amano behind Caleb. It was this woman who had approached him, offering to be his girlfriend if he could defeat this smooth-faced boy, who clearly was popular with women. Now, why did he feel like he was the bad guy? Waimea Amano had made the agreement with him alone, and he doubted anyone would believe him if he told them. Furthermore, looking at the woman now, the delinquent didn't believe she would honestly honor her promise. Waimea Amano certainly had no intention of keeping her word. Regardless of who won or lost, she would find the red-haired delinquent and his group afterward to erase or alter their memories. Thus, she didn't care if the delinquent revealed the truth. The red-haired delinquent pushed his subordinate aside, saying coldly, "It seems we were both played by that woman, but your attitude really pisses me off." Caleb put his hands in his pockets, displaying a bored expression. I told you to be direct. I'm just getting paid to do a job. Everything else is none of my business. He wasn't sure what Akino Himejima's payment was. It probably wasn't money, but the meaning was clear. The red-haired delinquent narrowed his eyes, glaring at Caleb with killing intent. He absolutely hated being interrupted when speaking. First, he'd deal with this smooth-faced boy, and then settle the score with that woman. The delinquent, relying on his supernatural power, hadn't paid any mind to Caleb or Waime Amano, as he didn't sense the aura of a fellow supernatural from either of them. What he didn't know was that Caleb and Waime Amano were so far above him in power that he couldn't sense their auras unless they deliberately leaked them. The red-haired delinquent didn't consider this possibility. Surely, those strong enough to crush him wouldn't be bored enough to deliberately use him for amusement, would they? Unfortunately, that was exactly the case. Waime Amano was using him as a scouting stone, which was essentially the same as using him for amusement. Even more unfortunate for the delinquent, Caleb's strength was much higher than Waime Amano had estimated. And so, the red-haired delinquent met his Waterloo. The fight had just begun. Before he could even use his signature fire magic, Caleb, closing the distance, beat him savagely. The red-haired delinquent tried to fight back. His physical condition, strengthened by magic power, was far superior to an ordinary person's, but against Caleb, it was completely inadequate. Caleb didn't even need to use body control. Relying only on speed, strength, and a slight bit of skill, he easily knocked the red-haired delinquent unconscious. The delinquent's cold face had dissolved into utter confusion. Until he passed out, he couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong. "Boss!" The young thugs rushed forward, shouting and yelling upon seeing their leader defeated. A few of the more loyal ones screamed and charged at Caleb, attempting to avenge the red-haired delinquent. Caleb respected their loyalty. One punch each, sending them to join the red-haired delinquent in unconsciousness. The remaining thugs glared at Caleb, but dared not attack again. If they were knocked unconscious too, who would take their boss and brothers lying on the ground to the hospital? The thugs comforted themselves while spitting out tired, old threats. Their bodies, however, honestly supported their unconscious comrades and then scurried toward the street. Caleb had no intention of chasing them. He turned back to the pure and lovely high school girl. "Miss Amano, that should be enough, right?" "Thank you, Caleb. Those people have been giving me a headache for quite some time." Waime Amano maintained her innocent persona, concealing her surprise. "To show my gratitude, let me treat you to a meal." "No need for a meal. I was just completing a mission given by my senpai." Caleb smiled. "Bezitas, M.A. Devil. Aren't you afraid at all, Miss Amano?" "Be because Caleb is so handsome. I just wanted to spend a little more time with you." Waime Amano's cheeks flushed. She lowered her head to look at her round-toed shoes, displaying the shyness of an innocent girl perfectly. Caleb watched her, speechless. She was so good at acting. If she didn't win the next Oscar, he wasn't watching. "Is that so? Miss Amano is very cute too." Waime Amano lifted her head, her large, beautiful eyes looking at Caleb with hopeful anticipation. "Then, so I'm going home." Caleb turned without hesitation, saying earnestly, "It wouldn't do for me to be captivated by Miss Amano." Waime Amano watched Caleb's back with interest, following him with light steps. Caleb's wariness toward her was abnormal, and the previous fight was too quick. She hadn't gained any information other than determining that Caleb was around B class. After following for a bit and seeing that Caleb truly had no intention of engaging with her, Waime Amano stopped, abandoning her desire to investigate further. Caleb's strength as a peerage was B class, which meant his master was at least A class, with the possibility of being even higher. An A-class opponent was someone Waime Amano couldn't contend with unless she called upon her superiors for assistance. Kuo Town was governed by the Gremory family, but that didn't mean there were no other factions present. Waime Amano had other missions in Kuo Town. Offending the Gremory family out of curiosity would surely affect her subsequent operations, making it a bad trade-off. Sensing that Waime Amano's aura had disappeared, Caleb slowly exhaled. Waime Amano's appearance signaled that the gears of history had begun to turn. If he couldn't figure out a way soon, he would have to abandon the boosted gear. He couldn't use a secret technique to remove the boosted gear from Issei Hayudu after it had awakened. That would be equivalent to ending Issei Hayuda's life. And Sacred Gears had self-awareness. Setting aside whether it would work for him, committing large-scale harm was not in his character. Moreover, Caleb didn't dislike Issei Hayudu. He actually quite liked his honest personality. Simply put, he was simple-minded, easily deceived, didn't hold grudges, and valued relationships. Taking such a person's life was a hurdle Caleb couldn't mentally cross. Furthermore, if Rias and the others found out, he wouldn't be able to stay in Kuo Academy or even Kuo Town anymore, and all the relationships he had built would be instantly destroyed. For a weapon whose usability was uncertain, the risk was absolutely not worth it. Caleb always remembered that his fundamental ability was dual energy cultivation. The boosted gear was indeed powerful, but it was just one of 13 sacred gears. His self-awakened dual energy cultivation ability was the truly unique one. After completing the mission, Caleb welcomed the weekend again. He temporarily put aside the matter of completing the lightning flash talent. Akino Himajima's attitude was clear. This wasn't happening for now. On Saturday, Caleb and the 4 women Rina Hamazaki, Ruri Kuramazaka, had all took a hot spring trip. Of course, upon arrival, Senshiredo only then did the hot spring trip conclude. On Nichiyubi, Sunday, Caleb also couldn't rest, busy helping Sakura Miyajima and the Takamine sisters improve their strength. He also made sure to drop by the Miyajima dojo to clock in and continue his contemplation of the Tao of the Sword. Over the 2 days, Senshiredo, he subconsciously rubbed his lower back. Lack of sleep was real. His back didn't actually feel uncomfortable, but he had been working so hard over the past 2 days that he felt like he needed a massage. The morning assembly was the same old routine. Caleb lost interest after a few sentences. If the person speaking wasn't Sauna Shirtorai, he would genuinely have closed his eyes by now. Sauna Shirtorai had finally appeared this new week, but he wondered if Rias had returned yet. Caleb subconsciously looked toward the second-year team, but instead of the fiery red long hair, his sight was suddenly enveloped in a field of black. Kuro, what is this little thing doing here? He looked in surprise at the small black spherical object fluttering up and down before him, simultaneously transmitting information to him. Chapter 83. The replacement receiving the information transmitted by little Kuro, Caleb's expression gradually soured. How could this be? After he had incinerated Hajime Tanaka, another person possessing the ability to hypnotize had appeared. Disregarding the rest of the morning assembly, Caleb left the ranks amidst the curious and surprised gazes of the surrounding students. Teacher, I'm not feeling well. I'm taking the day off. He found the supervising teacher. Without waiting for a reply, he took off running. The supervising teacher opened his mouth, raising a hand to stop him, but in the blink of an eye, Caleb's figure had completely vanished. Caleb's departure was discreet, yet it was noted by Sauna Shirtrai, Akino Himajima, and others. Caleb couldn't worry about what others thought right now. He ran at full speed toward Iho Academy. If he hadn't forgotten to retrieve little Kuro last time. Cough, cough. If he hadn't been extra vigilant last time, wanting to observe for a bit longer, the situation this time would have been truly troublesome. 10 minutes ago, Iho Academy was also holding its routine Monday morning assembly. However, the one standing at the podium in the middle of the stage was neither a teacher nor a student representative, but a sleazy-looking fat man wearing flat, rimless glasses. Silence. The sleazy fat man looked at the noisy students below, a red light flashing in his eyes, transmitting the power of hypnosis through the microphone across the entire indoor gymnasium. Everyone immediately fell silent. Only Sakura Miyajima and the Takamine sisters felt a dizzy spell, instinctively wanting to say something, but an unknown force prevented them from opening their mouths. It was as if their bodies didn't belong to them, completely out of their control. It was at this moment that little Kuro, in its spirit state, trembled violently. Before the sleazy fat man could utter his next sentence, it decisively flew out of the indoor gymnasium. By the time Caleb rushed to Idaho Academy, the assembly had ended, and students were heading to the academic building in small groups, chatting and laughing. If one ignored their words, everything seemed so ordinary, so normal. Yet, the more ordinary and normal they seemed, the more chilling their words sounded. A wellness instructor? This is the Barato I've heard of it, right? But since they were sent by the government, it must be fine. Don't worry about it. You're right. I'm so jealous of the couples who were kept behind just now. They don't have to attend class today. They just get to receive special counseling. I know. It looks like we should hurry up and find a Barato, girlfriend, so we can enjoy the government benefits sooner. But I heard there might be a trial guidance course for those without partners in the future. MHM, I really hope that day comes soon. Similar conversations were taking place all over the campus. Neither the boys nor the girls found it strange. On the contrary, they looked eager to be selected for the pairing mentorship program. Caleb hid in a corner, his heart sinking to the Barato. However, upon hearing that only couples were kept behind, he felt a slight relief. The Takamine sisters and Sakura Miyajima should be safe. It seemed this replacement was just like Hajime Tanaka, fond of meddling in couples' affairs. And the method of hypnosis for personal guidance was identical. Was everything he had done a complete waste under the convergence of the world line? Impossible. Caleb immediately dismissed the thought. This world had already undergone many changes due to his influence. This time, he must have missed something. If he could find the root cause, he could definitely prevent the plot from happening again. There is no time now to slowly contemplate why a replacement for Hajime Tanaka had appeared, causing the plot to restart. The immediate priority was to find a way to lift the hypnosis and deal with that sleazy fat man. Caleb followed little Kuro toward the indoor gymnasium. He didn't know how to break the hypnosis, but he could certainly eliminate the one who cast it. Perhaps eliminating the sleazy fat man would naturally undo the hypnosis. Arriving at the gymnasium entrance, Caleb saw 3 familiar figures. Sakura-senpai, and Ayame-san and Sayuri-san. He lowered his voice in surprise. What are you doing here? Akida. Caleb, Ayame Takamine and Sakura Miyajima looked at Caleb with equal surprise. Except during their joint training sessions, Sakura Miyajima usually still called Caleb by his surname. Ayame Takamine wanted to call him by an older sibling title, but Caleb had vetoed the suggestion, not wanting others outside to misinterpret the closeness. He preferred her and Sayuri Takamine to treat him like a younger brother in public, rather than an older figure. Sayuri Takamine looked at little Kuro fluttering beside Caleb. Akira, Shinshirado would have to let that fat guy demonstrate first. It just doesn't make any sense. Ayame Takamine complained. But everyone else around us seemed to think it was normal, so the 3 of us decided to investigate ourselves. Caleb's eyes narrowed. Just weird? Was that all you thought? MHM, Shinshirado. Under the lingering influence, the 3 girls likely couldn't resist either. It was fortunate that little Kuro was here. Otherwise, Caleb might only have discovered the anomaly at Idaho Academy when he attempted to partner train and was refused due to their strange reactions. By then, who knows how many girls would have already been harmed. Little Kuro, as a lesser devil familiar, was highly sensitive to mental effects. Although not strong, it detected the anomaly instantly and fled the hypnosis scene immediately to report the situation to Caleb. Caleb noticed the 3 girls' slightly abnormal state, but couldn't fix it right now. The 3 of you, take the day off and go home now. They'll handle this. He stared at the girls' delicate faces, speaking seriously. You're not to come back to school without my permission. Caleb, what happened? We can help. Looking at the Kendo Bowtie's reliable expression, Caleb shook his head with regret. You can't help. Staying here will only make things more difficult. It's just hypnosis. We weren't affected, were we? Ayame Takamine complained. Just let us stay. I want to see how supernatural beings fight. Weren't affected? Are you sure? Caleb looked at the oblivious girl, feeling uncomfortable. If they truly hadn't been affected, the first to notify him should have been the 3 of them, not little Kuro. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry and go. Caleb knew that talking was pointless without breaking the hypnosis. Sensing the energy fluctuation inside the gymnasium, he stopped wasting time. I am Takamine wanted to whine. Caleb glared at her sternly, saying with a deep voice, I don't want to have to repeat myself a third time. Normally, Caleb was easygoing and generally indulged them. But once he made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. If a woman tried to sway his resolve, he would rather lose out than agree. I am Takamine understood Caleb's nature and, seeing his expression, dared not continue whining. She obediently listened and left. Centuredo. No police investigation had ever occurred. No ripples were stirred at Iho Academy, as if the person had never existed. Caleb pushed open the large door and walked in. The first sight was a few familiar figures. Excluding the sleazy fat man who was conducting secondary hypnosis, there were 10 people in total. 5 men and 5 women, apparently 5 couples. 4 of these couples were known to Caleb. Caleb slowly walked toward them, consciously suppressing his hostile intent to maintain a harmless demeanor. Covertly, he activated all his abilities, aiming for an instant defeat, just like last time. Chapter 84. Centuredo, he planned to spend time at Iho Academy until he grew restless, then look for new places to visit. The well-known private Kuo Academy, for instance, seemed like a worthwhile destination. It was said to have been a girls' school until last year, known for its many accomplished young students from distinguished families. Seeing Caleb's uniform, the sleazy fat man's eyes lit up. Wasn't that the uniform of his next target school? Stop. A crimson light flashed in the sleazy fat man's eyes, and a wave of mental power surged toward Caleb's mind. Subjected to the double reduction from mental resistance and allure, the remaining power couldn't affect him at all, merely causing Caleb's steps to pause momentarily. However, he still stopped, feigning a state of being hypnotized. The sleazy fat man smiled with satisfaction, the fat on his oily face folding together, making him look utterly repulsive. Who are you? What are you doing here? Having successfully controlled Caleb, he didn't intend to get closer. Why would he approach unless it was a beautiful girl? This distance was perfectly sufficient for questioning. Caleb moved his lips, saying in a barely audible but unclear voice, I came here. The crucial words were all inaudible. The sleazy fat man frowned, displeased. Haven't you eaten? Speak louder. Seeing the opponent still showing no intention of moving forward, Caleb sighed inwardly. Why were they all the same, unwilling to even take 1 or 2 steps? Hajime Tanaka was like this, and so was this replacement. With this ingrained laziness, it was no wonder head ballooned into such a heavy build. Fine, I'm tired of pretending. Caleb's expression relaxed, and he slowly started walking forward. Taking this heavy man down head-on would be a bit more troublesome, but only a bit. The sleazy fat man was startled and quickly hypnotized again. You're very tired, your legs can't move, and you want to lie down and sleep. Caleb immediately felt a wave of drowsiness, his body feeling like he had labored for 3 days and nights, especially his legs, which were completely unwilling to move. He stopped in his tracks, slightly closing his eyes. Just as the sleazy fat man let out a sigh of relief, Caleb suddenly opened his eyes, completely shaking off the hypnosis influence. The mental resistance talent, coupled with the mental resilience from the allure talent, and his inherently far above average soul strength, meant that a B-class mental attack could only affect Caleb for a few seconds. How is that possible? It was the Barado the seasoned hypnotist had failed at hypnosis, especially such a simple one, which was arguably his strongest form of hypnosis right now. The simpler the hypnosis, the stronger the effect, and the easier it was to take effect. After the shock, he retreated in panic, shouting to the 5 people beside him, "Stop him for me. Take him down." The 10 people hesitated. The fat man quickly added, "Do it without worry. This person is a criminal, in from the government. You must trust me." A red light flashed in the eyes of the 10 people. As they closed in on Caleb, they muttered, "The government health instructor said so. So it must be true." Caleb looked scornfully at the sleazy fat man hiding behind the crowd. Trying to stop him with a few ordinary people? That was wishful thinking. He tensed his leg muscles, changed direction, and was about to use a speed that surpassed normal human vision to bypass the 10 people and go straight for the sleazy fat man's head. "You are very sleepy. You are very tired. You are very sleepy. You are very tired." Just as he sped up, Caleb heard the frantic, hypnotic whispers of the sleazy fat man. In a mental lapse, his movement momentarily stalled. Under the sleazy fat man's continuous influence, Caleb remained in a dazed state, unable to take effective action. The 5 couples formed a circle, starting to punch and kick him. Their attacks couldn't breach Caleb's defense, but they made it much harder for him to approach his target. Usually, using mental attacks like hypnosis would also consume the user's mental energy, but the sleazy fat man showed no sign of mental fatigue. Apart from occasionally being out of breath from talking too fast, there was no strain. That was because the hypnosis wasn't actually his ability, but came from the rimless glasses on his face. A week ago, this pair of glasses suddenly appeared in his home. When he picked them up and put them on, the knowledge of the hypnotic ability naturally flooded his mind. After a week of practice, driven by an inexplicable urge, he began to execute his plan for hypnotic guidance. He hadn't expected that right at the start of the plan, someone beyond his hypnotic control would find him, and clearly with malicious intent. This situation continued for an unknown period. The cowardly man felt his resolve was about to collapse, yet Caleb was still slowly approaching him. Aside from his clothes being wrinkled, there wasn't even a mark on him. "Monster!" The sleazy fat man looked at Caleb with terror. "If 10 people aren't enough, then he'll use 100. His face darkened, and he said viciously. With that, he stopped trying to affect Caleb and quickly ran out of the gymnasium. Idaho Academy had more than 100 students. If he succeeded, not only would Caleb be in trouble, but the terrible consequences would probably frustrate Akino Himejima deeply. Caleb desperately wanted to stop the man, but 5 girls clung tightly to his limbs and bravado. 5 boys were continuously attacking him in front. He couldn't stop the sleazy fat man the instant he recovered. By the time he broke free from the entanglement and knocked the 10 people unconscious one by one, the sleazy fat man had already disappeared. Little Kuro, which had been hiding since the fight started, reappeared and transmitted information to Caleb. He went to the broadcasting room. Caleb's expression was grim. Unsurprisingly, he was about to be pursued by the entire school body. As if to confirm his suspicion, the broadcast system chose this moment to blare to life. "Everyone listen up. There's a monster in the gymnasium right now." Cinchuredo, he picked up the paper and contemplated for a moment. Akino Senpai said to use it when facing a crisis, but didn't specify the effect. This should count as a crisis now, right? Caleb decided to use it. If he delayed any further, there was no telling what other mischief this replacement would cause. More importantly, he likely knew the root cause of this incident now. After being hit by the hypnotic attacks so many times, whenever he suffered a mental impact, or rather, whenever the opponent used his hypnotic ability, a crimson light would flash in his eyes. No, to be precise, the transparent lenses of his glasses turned red, staining his eyes. Since he first saw this replacement, Caleb had felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't place it. After confirming this detail, he suddenly realized the truth. It was that flat, rimless pair of glasses, the most obvious yet easiest thing to overlook. Hajime Tanaka also wore an identical pair of glasses. No, his intuition told Caleb it was the same pair of glasses. And this pair of glasses was the source of their hypnotic ability, the true target he needed to deal with. Without dealing with these glasses, countless future Hajime Tanakas would appear, Cinchuredo. Even the weakest sacred gear carried the weight of the word God, and it was reasonable to approach it cautiously. Furthermore, these glasses were far from weak. In the hands of someone skilled in mental power, even if they were only D-class, they could potentially defeat Caleb head-on. Hearing the continuous sound of footsteps from outside the gymnasium, Caleb hesitated no longer. Pale, blue magic power began to flow onto the yellowed paper. Chapter 85, Club Activity Part 1. Under the catalysis of magic power, the deep, ornate magic circle gradually glowed and turned red. As the magic power continued to flow in, the paper disintegrated, and the black and red magic circle hovered in the air, emitting a dazzling light. Caleb narrowed his eyes, shielding his forehead with his hand, trying to observe the movement of the magic circle. The red glow twisted, and the gorgeous Centuredo scarlet hair moved without any breeze. Looking at the exquisite face, Caleb suddenly widened his eyes. Rias Bucho. Before he could finish his astonishment, two more familiar figures appeared from behind the door. Akino Senpai and Kaneko. After Kaneko, Tuju walked out. The magic circle in the air began to dissipate. The glaring red light dimmed until it vanished completely. Caleb stared blankly at the three people before him. So, the so-called use in a moment of crisis was just calling for backup. Akira, long time no see. Ria smiled and greeted Caleb. I just heard from Akino that you took an emergency support scroll. I didn't expect you to use it right away. When he saw Sauna Shirtorai return, Caleb guessed Rias might have returned too, but he hadn't expected to meet her under these circumstances. Bucho, long time no see. Caleb gave a wry smile. I'm already causing you trouble as soon as you get back. You're my peerage. Your business is my business. No need to be polite. Rias hugged Caleb warmly. Just as Caleb settled into the Barado, the ground suddenly trembled, and a dense, dark mass surged toward the gymnasium door. Bucho, this doesn't seem like the time for catching up. Akino Himejima, while using her magic to shock the people rushing at them, reminded Rias. It seems Akira is indeed in big trouble. Caleb struggled to escape from the two large white bunnies as they pressed close to him. Bucho, Akino Senpai, and Kaneko. His expression was serious. The specific situation is complicated, but simply put, these ordinary people have been hypnotized. The target to deal with is the person who cast the hypnosis. Akino Himejima, zapping the people who pounced on them, said, to hypnotize so many people at once, it seems Akira has truly encountered a thorny enemy this time. The white-haired girl expressionlessly threw a tall boy who lunged at her, incidentally knocking down a large group behind him. Akira, you owe me another ice cream afterward. Another? Rias spread her wings behind her and carried Caleb into the air, ignoring the crimson-eyed crowd below. Kaneko, when did you get an ice cream from Akira? The white-haired girl's already expressionless face seemed to stiffen even more. Oops, she let it slip. She refused to answer Rias' question, burying herself in the crowd, trying to distract with fighting. Caleb walked beside Rias, keeping a respectful distance as they moved through the area, Centuredo, and he naturally knew both of them well. Rias laughed delightfully. What's wrong? Is Akira jealous? A little. Caleb honestly nodded. More than jealousy, he felt it was possessiveness. Rias looked stunned, caught off guard by Caleb's candid answer. Centuredo, watching the two of them being affectionate, felt like her girlfriend was stealing her boyfriend. Caleb took the opportunity to steer the conversation back to the main topic. Bucho, the person who cast the hypnosis, should still be in the broadcasting room. He briefly explained the previous events and his suspicion that the glasses were sacred gear. To avoid misleading Rias and the others, he emphasized that the sacred gear part was just a conjecture. Caleb felt comfortable being the commentator. With the cooperation of the white-haired girl and Akino Himejima, all Caleb had to do was hold Rias. By the time he finished explaining, there were no conscious people left in the gymnasium, but more hypnotized teachers and students who had heard the broadcast were converging from all parts of the campus. The four left the gymnasium, avoiding the surging crowd, and headed toward the broadcasting room. On the way, Akino Himejima directed her lesser devil familiar to check other areas, which included Little Kuro. The small familiar hadn't paid any attention to Caleb since Akino Himejima appeared. Pushing open the broadcasting room door, the room was empty. Only the messy desk and the open microphone proved that the sleazy fat man had indeed been there. Akino, seal this place off first. Under Rias' instruction, Akino Himejima prepared a large-scale barrier. A minute later, a pale yellow, semicircular dome enveloped the entire Iho Academy. From a distance, it looked like an eggshell. Many people with supernatural abilities noticed the anomaly here. Just as they planned to investigate, Rias infused her aura and the Grimmery family crest into the barrier. TCH, it's the Grimmery family. Hee, making such a big fuss. It looks like this trouble is quite significant. There were expressions of disdain, disappointment, and schadenfreude, but no one approached the area. All right, now we can slowly deal with this incident. Akino Himejima wiped the sweat from her forehead. Such a large-scale barrier was quite taxing for her. Caleb supported Akino Himejima, worried. I only hope the guy hasn't run out yet. Whether the person who cast the hypnosis is still here or not, the barrier is necessary, Rias explained to Caleb. Undoing the hypnosis on so many people here is not a simple task. Caleb nodded. Indeed, if this hypnotized crowd went outside and talked nonsense, it could easily cause greater unrest. Even if they remained silent, they couldn't just be left alone. After a short rest, Akino Himejima had mostly recovered. She straightened up and nodded slightly to Caleb in thanks. Bucho, should I search for the target first, or break the hypnosis? Rias pondered for a moment. Let's search first. Although I know spirit-based magic, am not particularly proficient. I also think we should search for the person first. Maybe once we get the sacred gear, the hypnosis will be naturally lifted. But the other people on campus pounce on us as soon as they see us. It makes moving around very inconvenient. The white-haired girl looked at her outfit, which had been damaged during the close combat, and was not pleased. That's true. Just as everyone was undecided, a familiar small black, spherical object flew in through the doorway. It circled Akino Himejima for a bit. Akino Himejima smiled, clapping her hands. Era, everyone. No need to worry. The target has been found. Good job. Rias praised the small familiar and asked, Akino, where's the target hiding? Akino Himejima blinked and revealed the location in a calm tone. Inside the school gymnasium. Caleb subconsciously looked at little Kuro. So that's where he was hiding. No wonder the little guy found him so quickly. Little Kuro had been monitoring Iho Academy for so long. Because Caleb instructed it to follow Sakura Miyajima and the Takamine sisters, the most frequented places, aside from the classrooms and gymnasium, were the girls' locker room and the girls' restroom. Of course, before making this decision, Caleb had confirmed the gender of little Kuro. The lesser familiar currently had no gender, and its gender would only be decided when it was strong enough to take on a human form. Although he didn't know when the little familiar would reach that level of power, Caleb had already warned it which version to choose. If the little familiar was disobedient, he would have to personally set it straight. Chapter 86, Club Activity Part 2. Akino Himejima recalled her other familiars, and the group headed toward the girls' locker room. Surprisingly, few people blocked their way, as most had already gathered in the gymnasium. Under Kaneko Tuju's powerful strike, the iron door of the girls' locker room let out a mournful cry, officially signaling its end. Caleb was the last to step into the locker room. Inside, besides the intimidating man, there were several people who appeared distressed. They were the targets he had manipulated and brought here for his schemes. When the iron door groaned and flew off its hinges, Cinchuredo. Her eyes rolled back. She was an average-looking woman, moderately cute, but Caleb didn't recognize her. She appeared to be a random bystander. He observed her condition. There were no visible injuries, which was a relief. After the incident subsided, if her memory of this event was erased, she could continue her life as before. Lying beside the victim of the hypnotic assault was a blonde girl in a messy uniform, looking dazed and confused. If Caleb and the others had arrived any later, Cinchuredo and her long blonde hair and blue-green eyes gave her a distinct appeal. Her behavior was somewhat aggressive, fitting the popular image of a Jairu. She had a dominant, high-powered mother, which resulted in her personality not being particularly likable. Unlike Sakura Miyajima, she had already been in a relationship with her Barato in the original story, before the hypnosis took place. Caleb didn't care for her personality, but he was somewhat curious about her overall character. If she also possessed a talent, he might try to arrange a hypnosis session with her. Of course, he wouldn't use underhanded means. Cinchuredo. Caleb looked at the panic-stricken man with disgust. It was fortunate she wasn't the first one targeted. If Rina Kurashiki had been the one in danger at that moment, Caleb wouldn't have intervened again, no matter how talented she was. He simply couldn't bring himself to act. What a shame, still too late. Caleb regretfully looked at the sole victim. He had chosen not to retreat earlier precisely because he was worried about this situation. Yet, he couldn't believe that this despicable man, on the verge of death, was still thinking about causing others trouble. He had time to do that, but didn't think about escaping Iho Academy. Only 10 minutes had passed since Caleb used the magic circle. He had already acted with the utmost speed to resolve this matter. While Caleb surveyed the scene, the unpleasant heavy-set man was also observing Caleb's group. Looking at the composed and mature Akino Himejima, the confident and elegant Rias Cinchuredo. Rias and Akino Himejima had already cast a defensive spell on Caleb and Kaneko Tuju. They, of course, hadn't forgotten themselves. However, a mental attack of this strength wouldn't affect them even without the defensive magic. With the spell, the mental shock didn't even cause a ripple. Confirmed, it's the glasses causing the problem. Having witnessed the hypnosis being deployed firsthand, Rias made the final judgment. We still can't be sure if it's a sacred gear, but let's deal with this guy first. He makes me sick just looking at him. I concur. Kaneko Tuju raised a small hand, like a student answering a question in class. They'll do it. Akino Himejima cupped her hands, and 2 balls of cerulean flame appeared before everyone. The temperature did not rise due to the flame's presence, but the visual effect of light twisting whenever one looked at them indicated the terrifying energy contained within. Because of this characteristic, the heat being completely contained within the flame, the burning process created little commotion, leaving no residue, making it ideal for destroying evidence. The sleazy fat man had already fallen into a mental breakdown when he realized the hypnosis had no effect on any of the 4 people before him. Impossible, how could this be? I paid such a high price. He lowered his head, muttering, "Fake, it's all fake. My hypnosis is invincible." As he spoke, he attempted to use hypnosis once more, attempting to manipulate Rias and the others into striking down Caleb and then surrendering to him. The response he received was 2 spheres of cerulean flame radiating an aura of death. When the searing pain of the flames hit him, the sleazy fat man was finally pulled from his frenzy. He frantically patted at the flames in sheer terror. "You're monsters. You're all monsters." The flames continued to burn. Under Akino Himejima's control, there was no fear of collateral damage. "I was wrong. Spare me. They'll never dare to do it again," he begged desperately, rolling on the floor, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. Caleb watched him impassively. Fearing he might accidentally harm others, he moved the other girls lying paralyzed in the locker room to a safer distance. The cerulean flames burned rapidly, and soon the sleazy fat man lost the strength to struggle. Feeling death approaching, he let out a howl of despair, followed by harsh insults. In his dying moments, he looked at Caleb with resentment. Why did I not get to? Caleb looked at the sleazy fat man with a blank expression. He knew what the man wanted to ask, but he wouldn't and couldn't answer. "Akino-senpai, can you increase the flames?" Akino Himejima nodded, and her magic power surged. Boom! The cerulean flames completely enveloped the sleazy fat man's remaining head and chest. The black shadow within the flame continuously disintegrated, becoming part of the fire, and then completely vanishing from the world. Clang, the flat, rimless glasses dropped from the air, still completely intact. Surviving the scorching of the cerulean flames, they were definitely not ordinary glasses. The possibility of it being a sacred gear just increased again. Caleb walked forward, about to bend down to pick up the culprit, when a red flash streaked past, making him instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the floor was empty. Bucho. He turned to look at Rias and the others, asking if they had seen what just happened. Rias nodded slightly. "It's confirmed. It is indeed a sacred gear, and a rather malicious one at that. Sacred gears reside within human hosts, and their choice of host is their own. A weak host will be influenced by the sacred gear's will. Judging from this incident, this pair of glasses clearly didn't align with good intentions or order. Seeing the culprit escape yet again, Caleb felt a rare surge of frustration. Bucho, what should we do? Should we just let this sacred gear run wild? He frowned, saying irritably, the next time something like this happens, we might not be able to resolve it so quickly. Akira, don't panique. Rias smiled gently. Who said we're letting it go? But the glasses are gone now. That part is indeed unexpected. It's rare for a sacred gear to actively flee. Rias looked at Akino Himejima. Akino, it seems you'll need to maintain the barrier for a while longer. No problem, Bucho. Maintaining the barrier doesn't consume much. Rias nodded, continuing her instructions. Kaneko, go knock out everyone in the academy. They'll go back and bring someone proficient in spirit magic to resolve the hypnosis. Then, we can slowly search for that malicious sacred gear. Hearing this, Caleb understood. Although the glasses could transfer, they couldn't break the barrier, so they must still be within Iho Academy. Searching the entire academy for a pair of glasses wouldn't be easy, but it was better than searching the whole world. As for Akira, while Caleb was lost in thought, Rias instructed him, you are responsible for gathering everyone Kaneko knocks out. It will make resolving the hypnosis easier later. Chapter 87. Club Activity Part 3. After organizing everything, Rias tore open a spatial rift and returned directly to Kuo Academy. 40 minutes later, the teachers and students of Iho Academy gathered for the second time in the indoor gymnasium today. This time, however, they were all lying down. Under the hypnotic command, almost everyone had gathered in the indoor gymnasium, which facilitated the white-haired girl's task of knocking them out and Caleb's job of transporting and collecting them. Caleb looked down from the center of the stage. The gymnasium's left side held the boys and the right side the girls. Judging by the numbers, the gender ratio at Iho Academy seemed quite balanced. Just as Caleb was musing over random thoughts, a spatial rift opened before him, and Rias emerged halfway through. Are you all ready? MHM. Then I'll bring the others over. With that, she was the first to step out of the spatial teleportation channel, followed by a small, unfamiliar girl. The petite girl nodded shyly at Caleb, then bashfully hid behind Rias. Mikoto Senpai. No need to pretend here. Also, you're blocking my way. Sauna Shitori's cold voice came from the channel. The petite girl pouted, reluctantly moving aside. After the black-haired girl with glasses appeared before Caleb, the spatial channel gradually closed, the narrow rift instantly healing and disappearing. Caleb admired the spatial magic for a moment before turning his attention back to the present. Sauna Kaishu, long time no see. Sauna Shitori pushed up the glasses on her delicate nose bridge, chuckling lightly. Didn't we just see each other at the morning assembly? That's different. Caleb returned the light smile. I originally planned to visit formally after the assembly, but then this happened. All right, if you want to catch up, you'll have plenty of time later when we return. Rias, feeling a subtle jealousy, stood between the two. Let's deal with this first. The longer we drag it out, the more troublesome it gets. Caleb and Sauna Shitori exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Let me be clear. Lifting the hypnosis is no problem, but I cannot modify the memories of this many people all at once. The petite girl, whom Sauna Shitori called Mikoto Senpai, suddenly spoke up. Rias' return to Kuo Academy wasn't just to bring people over, but more importantly, to explain what had happened here. So, Sauna Shitori and Mikoto Anin knew the situation before they arrived and understood what they needed to do. Mikoto Senpai, you don't need to alter or delete their memories. Just make them believe that everything that happened was a dream. That's more like it. The petite girl muttered and began casting her magic. The spirit-based magic was formless and immaterial. Caleb only felt a ripple of magic power in the air. And then the lying students and teachers began to frown tightly, as if having a nightmare. While Mikoto Anin was lifting the hypnosis, Caleb quietly chatted with Rias and Sound Assured Ori. Bucho Kaicho, who is she? She seems very capable. Mikoto Annan, a third-year senpai who specializes in spirit magic. She was just promoted to a mid-class magician a few days ago. Sound Assured Ori explained the petite girl's identity, then added, you should have some memory of her. She was also one of the suspects during the rumor scandal. Ah, so was her. I thought the name sounded familiar. Caleb hadn't paid much attention to the suspect senpai at the time. With the other two suspects, especially the blonde Ikai, he hadn't suspected Mikoto Annan at all, immediately dismissing her when he saw her file. It took Sauna Shitori's reminder for Caleb to recall her. When I investigated and interacted with her, I found that she is very proficient in spirit magic, especially in control-type spirit magic, such as hypnosis and manipulation. Rias tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Even after ruling out her suspicion, I maintained communication with her. It was fortunate that I could ask for her help this time. Caleb asked again, what did Saunakaisha mean by no need to pretend earlier? A magician skilled at manipulating the human mind. Do you think she could be as innocent and shy as she appears? Sauna, Shirtorai countered. Stuttering for a moment, Caleb nodded. It's certainly unlikely. While they were chatting, Mikoto Annan had almost finished undoing the hypnosis for everyone, confusing their memories so they believed everything that had happened was a dream. Now there's only this girl left. She let out a weary breath. Rias, this really exhausted me. Don't forget the compensation you promised. Mikoto Senpai, don't worry. The Gremory family keeps its word. Mikoto Annan acknowledged this. The Gremory family's reputation had always been good. She gathered her focus and walked over to the sole victim, concentrating her efforts on lifting the hypnosis and modifying the memory. The victim had already been purified by Akino Himejima through a restorative magical healing spell. The victim, now changed back into her uniform, showed an expression of pain as two mental forces continuously clashed in her mind. She had been the most affected of everyone, and modifying her memory also required immense mental pressure. Memory modification was a delicate skill. If the technique was not refined enough, the subject would simply be turned into an idiot. 5 minutes later, Mikoto Annan returned to Rias, rubbing her head. I can only go this far. Cinchuredo, I would be too embarrassed to trouble Mikoto-senpai again. Sauna Shirtorai also revealed her devil form, standing side by side with Rias in the air. He'll cast the detection magic. The capture is up to you. Sauna Shirtorai hadn't come here just to watch. As Rias' friend, Rias had specifically brought her along to help deal with the culprit. Leave it to me. Even if I have to destroy this sacred gear, I won't allow it to continue wreaking havoc. Rias' magic power surged throughout her body. The escaping aura was filled with a terrifying destructive quality. Just feeling this aura was enough to startle the heart. Destroying a sacred gear was practically impossible unless one's strength reached the level of a Mao. But Rias was different. Her magic's characteristic was destruction. Dealing with a sacred gear that had lost its host, she had a strong chance of succeeding. Sauna Shitori's strength was on par with Rias. Under her full power detection magic, the glasses had absolutely nowhere to hide. Rias, it's in the crown of the third cherry blossom tree on the left side of the courtyard. Rias spread her wings and flew without hesitation. Deep red magic power condensing into a tangible form in her hand. The sacred gear, sensing danger, used its transfer ability again. It has moved to the science lab, the middle drawer of the third row of desks. Sauna Shirtorai instantly communicated with Rias. Understood. Rias changed direction, flying toward the science lab. After the same thing happened 3 times, the culprit finally stayed put. Its instantaneous transfer wasn't without limits, and the energy it had accumulated through its hosts had been completely depleted. Rias picked up the malicious sacred gear with a hand enveloped in magic. After a moment of thought, she ultimately decided not to put it on. The best way to learn a sacred gear's function, costs, or limitations was to use it. But the thought of the sleazy fat man having worn it made her instinctively reject the idea. Forget it. They'll just seal it and take it back. Rias decided not to investigate the sacred gear further and would simply seal it and place it in the family vault. Sacred gears were quite valuable, considered strategic resources. The Gremory family's vault held many sacred gears in this condition. Their effects, costs, and limitations varied. But they were excellent choices, whether for trading with other families or serving as temporary combat power amplifiers. Just as Rias was about to place it into the storage space she had created, the glasses suddenly flashed red again, escaping her grasp. Centuredo pitched black bat wings and slowly flew to the edge of the barrier. The glasses, which had truly lost their transferability this time, lay in the grass, reflecting a blinding white light under the sun. It can even camouflage itself. Rias felt a flash of irritation at being played by sacred gear. Since you're so stubborn, I won't insist. She was already quite repulsed by this sacred gear. Although sacred gears were rare, as the successor head of the Gremory family, she had seen plenty of god-tier sacred gears. Even Issei Hyuda's boosted gear hadn't stirred her greed. Destroying this unknown glasses-type sacred gear was no loss. A magic attack imbued with the power of destruction landed on the flat, narrow, rimless glasses. A crack appeared on the lens, which had remained intact in the cerulean flames. Rias quickly launched another deep red magic attack, and the cracks on the lens grew more intricate. A third, fourth, and fifth strike followed. It took 5 attacks for the lens to completely shatter, turning into scattered light that dissipated into the air. With the main lens destroyed, the frame, temples, and other parts also turned into light particles and vanished with the wind. Caleb and the others arrived at the scene when Rias launched her second attack. Witnessing the complete elimination of the culprit, Caleb felt a strange sense of relief, far greater than when he had incinerated Hajime Tanaka. In an instant, he seemed to understand something. If a similar situation arose in the future, he definitely wouldn't make the same mistake again, leading to an even more troublesome replacement. Bucho, thanks to you, otherwise I truly wouldn't have known what to do with those glasses, Caleb said with sincerity. It's not your fault. On the contrary, I should thank you. Rias patted Caleb on the barato, chuckling. If you hadn't discovered in advance, it would have been a real headache if we had found out and dealt with it later. You just joined the club. We should have taken you along for your first mission anyway. Rias smiled very happily, her exquisite face radiating beauty. It's a shame Yudo isn't here, but this could have been considered a welcoming club activity for your membership. Sauna Shirtorai pushed up her glasses. If you want to call it a club activity, don't forget to report it to the student council beforehand. Caleb's eyes were blocked by a field of pure white, so he could only awkwardly stumble forward, missing the rare sight of the usually serious Sauna Shirtorai making a joke to lighten the mood. Rias's cheeks flushed. She reached out and pressed down on Caleb's restless head. He was getting too close, and she needed to put a stop to it. Bucho, can we dismiss the barrier now? Akino Himejima showed a hint of fatigue. The magic power consumption was manageable, but it was primarily mental exhaustion. If a ready-made magic circle had been used for the barrier, she wouldn't have had to maintain her concentration constantly. This incident had been sudden, leaving no time for preparation. Thank you for your hard work, Akino. You can dismiss it. Rias turned back to Mikoto Anin and Sauna Shirtorai. Thank you for your hard work, Mikoto-senpai and Sauna. Sauna Shirtorai retracted her wings. With chaos breaking out in Kuo town, I couldn't possibly continue to be student council president with peace of mind. Hey, don't think you can wriggle out of the compensation just by saying thank you. Mikoto Anin shouted boisterously. Also, is this boy a member of the Occult Research Club too? I kept seeing him run toward the student council, so I thought he was Sauna Kaisha's subordinate. Caleb, buried in the surging waves, held his breath. Although he hadn't planned on keeping it a secret forever, being exposed on Rias's first day back, right after leaning on her for support, he hadn't even prepared an excuse. He hadn't even prepared a decent explanation. To Caleb's surprise, Rias and Sauna Shirtorai exchanged a look, then tacitly skipped over the topic. Mikoto-senpai's compensation will naturally be delivered in full. Rias maintained the Gremory family's grace, nodding slightly. However, in return, They'll have to trouble Makoto Senpai to keep an eye on the situation here for the next few days. If you find anything amiss, resolve the hidden danger promptly with spirit magic. No problem. Mikoto Annin was quite confident in her abilities, especially in mental control. Even if a few people were highly suspicious, she could simply work a little harder and completely rewrite their memories. At the Occult Research Club, Caleb's left hand was cradled in Rias' embrace, and a complex, strange pattern was gradually forming on the back of his hand. He didn't know why Rias and Sauna Shirtorai hadn't brought up the subject of the evil pieces, but he wasn't reckless enough to bring it up himself. After completely destroying the glass's sacred gear, Rias made a phone call, and then they used spatial magic to return to Kuo Academy. The Occult Research Club was only responsible for dealing with the perpetrators. The aftermath was handled by a different group of people. As for how that group would explain the missing hour for all the teachers and students at Iho Academy, and why everyone simultaneously had the same dream, that was no longer Caleb's problem. Makoto Annin had already helped lift the hypnosis and confuse their memories. If the remaining problems couldn't be resolved by the cleanup crew, they might as well resign on the spot. All right, from now on, showing this mark will save you a lot of trouble. Rias released Caleb's hand and said, "Of course, it might also bring you greater peril." Caleb was already prepared for this, knowing that for every person who respected the Gremory family, there would be those who resented them. Feeling Rias' aura continuously emanating from the back of his left hand, he asked curiously, "Bucho, does this mark only become visible automatically when I channel magic power?" "For now, yes. Once you are more proficient, you can control it actively." Caleb channeled his magic power, and a strange, incomplete circular shape radiated a faint red glow on the back of his hand. It's pretty cool. He had wanted to try a tattoo in his past life, but never had the chance. This felt like fulfilling that dream. Caleb thought happily, admiring the pattern on his hand. Rias returned to her mahogany desk and sat down, clasping her hands beneath her chin. "Originally, I had planned to give you the mark after my return, then take you on a straight devil subjugation mission to familiarize you with the process, and then send you on solo missions. I didn't expect that Akino had already given you a mission while I was away, and such a dangerous one at that." Akino Himejima complained, Era the mission I gave Akira was very simple, completely safe. This incident was entirely his own doing and has nothing to do with me." Fearing Rias wouldn't believe her, she turned to Caleb and asked, "Akira, wasn't the mission I gave you very simple?" Caleb curled his lips. Waime Amano's danger level was incomparably higher than the glass's sacred gear. At least against the glass's sacred gear, he wasn't in any life-threatening danger. "MHM, Akino-senpai only gave me one mission. It was solved the same afternoon, and the client was very satisfied." He secretly swallowed his complaints, agreeing with Akino Himejima. The Waime Amano incident was difficult to explain, and he didn't plan to tell Rias and the others for now. Additionally, he wanted to see if he could gather information from Waime Amano on methods for detecting sacred gears and how to remove them. Whether he used it or not was another matter, but mastering the knowledge couldn't hurt. Rias nodded thoughtfully. "I see. Then it seems there's no need to specially organize another club activity for you." Caleb was still interested in seeing how Rias and the others conducted their missions, but considering his own pile of concerns, he agreed with her. "Bucho, my current strength is sufficient for ordinary missions. I've also witnessed the power of both you and Akino-senpai in this incident. There's no need to organize another club activity. In general, the Occult Research Club wouldn't mobilize everyone. The members could usually handle missions individually." Caleb was a newcomer, but also not a newcomer. In terms of combat strength, he was already on par with Kaneko Tuju in her normal state. Missions that required the white-haired girl to use her Nakomata form had only occurred a few times so far. Seeing Caleb agree, Rias finally decided to treat the resolution of the glass's sacred gear incident as Caleb's induction activity. With the crest granted and Caleb's induction settled, Rias asked about the other male member of the club. "Akino, what has Yudo Kiba been busy with?" He didn't even respond to the emergency Barato scroll earlier. Caleb still had doubts about Yuto Kiba's actual appearance. Setting aside the official illustration of Yuko Kiba as an older woman, ever since he started interacting with Rias, in the few times he had seen Yuto Kiba, he felt no trace of a masculine aura from him. Chapter 89. Kaniko's thoughts. Akino Himejima extended a slender index finger and tapped her chin. He should be on a subjugation mission, probably continuing his training for that ability. Is it still because of that incident? MHM. Although Kiba-kun doesn't talk about it, that incident has always been firmly in his mind. Caleb nudged the white-haired girl, who had settled on the sofa and was currently munching on a sweet bean paste bun, with his elbow. Kaniko, what incident are Bucho and the others talking about? Kaniko Tuju shot Caleb a displeased glance. How dare he interrupt her while she was eating? Her cat-like possessiveness over food made her glare fiercely yet cutely at Caleb. Forget it. On account of the ice cream he promised, Shed forgive him this time. Dunobu. The white-haired girl's cheeks were stuffed, and she mumbled 3 indistinct words. Caleb vaguely remembered an arc involving Yuto Kiba, but he hadn't paid much attention while watching the anime, and after all this time, he couldn't recall the details at all. Moreover, this world wasn't exactly the same as the anime, and he highly doubted the actual gender of Yuto Kiba in this reality. Kaniko, stop eating. No one's going to steal it from you. Caleb leaned closer to the white-haired girl and whispered, I'm a Club Barato now. Shouldn't I get to know Kiba-kun better? Kaniko Tiju. Centuredo, even pausing her chewing on the remaining half of the sweet bean paste bun. Akida. Kaniko Tuju looked at Caleb seriously, then reluctantly at the bean paste bun in her hand, seemingly making a huge decision. I only have half left. If you really want to eat it, I can only give you a quarter. Caleb. After a deep breath, he said expressionlessly, In that case, I truly thank you. You're welcome. Just remember to share with me next time you buy something. Kaniko Tuju pursed her lips, carefully tearing off half of the remaining bun and slowly offering it to Caleb. The already small bean paste bun had been half-eaten by the white-haired girl. Dividing it again left a piece smaller than half of Caleb's palm. Looking at the tiny piece of bread, marked with the white-haired girl's small tooth prints, and seeing the white-haired girl's reluctant eyes, Caleb snatched it up with lightning speed and shoved it into his mouth. Gulp without even chewing. The tiny bun was in Caleb's stomach the moment it entered his mouth. Kaniko Tuju let out a tiny sound. By the time she reacted, her beloved bean paste bun had not only vanished, but its corpse was also in Caleb's stomach. Seeing Caleb still staring at her, the white-haired girl quickly hid the remaining bun behind her back. She pouted. No, we agreed the rest is mine. It's your fault for eating it so fast. A vein twitched on Caleb's forehead, looking at the pitiful, white-haired girl. His energy drained away. Why was he arguing with a food-possessive kitten? It's fine. I don't want the rest of your bread. Caleb sighed softly. Eat it yourself. If it's not enough, I'll buy you more later. Really? Kaniko Tuju looked at the bread in her hand, testing. How about I give you this one too? And you buy me too? If Bucho and the others agree. Caleb reverted to his expressionless state. He shouldn't have discussed food with this little glutton. Kaniko Tuju turned to look at Rias and Akino Himejima, meeting their eyes. They had stopped talking when the white-haired little girl tore off the bread and offered it to Caleb, watching the scene with interest. Not aloud, Rias shook her index finger, saying softly, Eating too many sweets can cause cavities for little children, okay? The white-haired girl disappointedly lowered her head to deal with the remaining small piece of bean paste bun. She looked at the bite marks on it, then glanced up at Caleb. Her cute little face suddenly flushed. Kaniko Tuju lowered her head again, looking a bit embarrassed, quickly gnawing on the bean paste bun in her hand. For some reason, the once sweet and fragrant bean paste bun tasted utterly flavorless now. Even though she was eating, her mind was completely preoccupied with the sight of Caleb eating that piece of bread. Kaniko Tuju's unusual behavior was noticed by Akino Himejima and Rias. The black-bellied Akino senpai smiled, covering her barato. I didn't realize Kaneko was acting so differently today indeed. Besides you and me, Akira is the third person Kaneko has ever shared food with, right? Rias looked at Caleb and the white-haired young girl with satisfaction. It was heartwarming to see her peerage members getting along, and it would lead to better synergy in the raiding games. Caleb was somewhat speechless with the white-haired young girl, but hadn't noticed her abnormality. However, hearing the strange words from Rias and Akino, he couldn't help but look closely at Kaneko Tuju. The white-haired girl felt a bit flustered under his attention, wishing she could crush the bean paste bun in her hand into powder and eat it piece by piece. That way, she wouldn't have to face the eyes of Caleb, Rias, and Akino Himejima. Unfortunately, the bun was too small. Even though she had slowed down her pace, she finished it quickly. Seeing Caleb still staring at her, the white-haired girl stood up in embarrassment and irritation, giving Caleb a firm head barato in the stomach with her small head. Caleb was trying to get a look at Kaneko Tuju's face and was completely unprepared for the headbutt attack. Puffed. Kaneko, I didn't say it. Doesn't matter. It's still your fault. Having successfully landed a hit, Kaneko Tuju quickly rushed behind Rias with her head lowered. No matter how much Caleb called out, she didn't respond. Caleb blinked. Although he received a headbutt, realizing Kaneko Tuju's attitude toward him was unusual, the trade-off was well worth it. Caleb was initially surprised that Kaneko Tuju would be the first to fall among the Occult Research Club members. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The young girl with white hair had spent the most time with him. During their practical combat training, they had numerous sparring sessions. In the heat of battle, they practiced their fighting skills together. The white-haired girl was also innocent in matters of the heart, unlike Akino Himejima and Rias, who had to consider other factors. Thus, she was more easily drawn to Caleb. Kaneko Tuju was thin-skinned and remained hidden behind Rias, refusing to come out. Caleb could only wait until their next moment of solitude to try and advance their relationship. Bucho, they'll be heading back now. Caleb planned to leave and check on Sakura Miyajima and the Takamine sisters at home. He had told Sakura Miyajima and the Takamine sisters to go home early, thus preventing them from getting caught up in the incident. He needed to update them so they wouldn't accidentally reveal anything. Akira, wait a moment. Rias crossed her long, beautiful legs and smiled. We owe you a debt of gratitude for discovering this in advance and gathering the intelligence, thus preventing a widespread malicious incident. We could have also gained a sacred gear. Even if you couldn't use it, it could have been traded for other resources. But I disliked those glasses, so I destroyed them. Caleb shook his head, giving a wry smile. But ultimately, we owe the success to Bucho and Akino Senpai. If it weren't for you, things would have gone much worse, and I wouldn't have been able to handle that situation. No, that's beside the point. Your contribution is undeniable. Rias blinked and smiled warmly. Centuredo first looking at the white-haired girl peeking out from behind Rias, then at Akino Himejima, whose eyes were crescent-shaped with amusement. Finally, Caleb's gaze settled on Rias' face. Bucho. He stabilized his mind, trying to keep his composure. Since it's a reward. Centuredo, although she had long been aware of Caleb's interest in her, or rather, that many men were drawn to her in such ways, this kind of direct approach, in this situation, was completely unexpected. Rias had initially intended to gently push Kaneko Tuju and Caleb together. Centuredo, but none of this was a problem for her. Monogamy did not exist in the demon world. She genuinely harbored good feelings for Caleb and wouldn't object to showing him affection. However, thinking about the events that had occurred since her return, Rias was unsure whether she should involve Caleb. Centuredo, but being rejected to her face still made her disappointed and angry. Oomph. The white-haired young girl glared at him sullenly, turning away to sulk. Caleb had never hidden his ways, and Kaneko Tuju naturally knew that Caleb was involved with many girls. But love was love. Fortunately, the Ikai clan also didn't adhere to monogamy, so she didn't have to overthink it. After Caleb offered the way out, Rias felt both relief and a sense of loss. Akira, she softly murmured, looking at Caleb's disappointed expression. Bucho, they'll be leaving now. Caleb composed himself. Rias's lack of immediate refusal was a partial success. He would strive to claim Rias's first kiss next time. Wait a moment. Seeing Caleb turn to leave, Rias suddenly spoke up to stop him. When Caleb paused, she again didn't know what to say. Looking at Rias's conflicted, delicate face, Cinchuredo Rias instinctively replied, looking up to meet Caleb's gaze. Staring into those beautiful emerald eyes, Caleb slowly leaned closer, pausing just inches away. Rias looked back at him quietly, her long eyelashes lowered for a moment as she gathered her thoughts. Cinchuredo began to diminish the first-timer Rias's ability to think. They shared a long barado. Rias's thoughts became scattered as the moment continued. Cinchuredo, she let out a small breath as she moved, and the fresh air filled the room. He gently held her chin, making sure she was steady and comfortable. Taking in the fresh air, Rias gradually recovered from her brief moment of dizziness. She pressed her barado together and steadied herself. Cinchuredo, give me some time, and I will resolve it. Having confirmed Rias's feelings, Caleb finally made up his mind. No matter how difficult, he wouldn't surrender Rias to anyone else. Akira, you truly are smart. Rias smiled radiantly, and her slender body, a little taller than Caleb's, stood up. You have 1 year. Is that enough time? 1 year. Is it the forced marriage from the Phoenix family? Caleb didn't know if Rias's return coincided with the beginning of that event, but he would take it as his goal for now. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this was an issue that had to be resolved. Is Mao level strength enough to alleviate Buka's concerns? That would be entirely sufficient. Rias wiped her lips. Are you saying you can reach Mao level strength within a year? I should be able to. Who knows without trying? Caleb shrugged, speaking casually. A person must have dreams, Cinchuredo, or come with me to the training ground. We'll see if you've been slacking while I was away. Caleb's face stiffened. Had rather skip sparring with Rias. He was confident he could reach Mao level within a year, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be flattened by Rias now. My apologies for the intrusion. I bid you farewell. Just as Caleb left the Occult Research Club, he received a message from Tsubaki Shinra, asking him to come to the student council room. Shinra-senpai, good morning. Caleb closed the door and sat down next to Tsubaki Shinra. Did Kaicho need something from me? Sauna Shirtorai studied Caleb for a moment, then asked Akira, where did Rias put the crest? The back of my left hand. Caleb answered truthfully. There was nothing to hide. He even channeled his magic power, making the crest visible to prove it. Then I will put the Citri family's crest on the back of your right hand. Sauna Shitori's tone was calm, but to Caleb, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, nearly making him jump up in shock. Sauna Shirtorai glanced at him. Don't worry, Rias knows, and she agreed. Caleb tentatively asked, does that mean I'm your peerage member too now? MHM, Rias used an evil piece on you, and I did too. Although both attempts failed, since she can take you as her peerage member. Naturally. So, can I? Caleb blinked. So they didn't know about it. It seemed Rias and Sauna Shirtorai had reached some kind of agreement without his knowledge. Sauna Shirtorai took Caleb's right hand. Her pale little hand covered the back of his hand, and a handsome pattern radiating a light blue color slowly formed. The method of imprinting the crest looked simple, but it was actually a secret technique that only the family head or successor head was qualified to master. Others could only use the evil pieces to bestow the crest on their peerage members. It would naturally appear on the peerage member's palm upon successful reincarnation to prove their identity. Chapter 91. Yui Obata, looking at the strange patterns on the backs of both hands. Caleb clicked his tongue. Kaicho, do I count as a shared peerage member of both you and Bucho now? Sauna Shirtorai nodded. Yes, you do. However, if there's a rating game, neither Rias nor I can summon you to the field. Why? Although you successfully reincarnated as a devil, unless you enter into a further contract. Sauna Shirtorai paused, then rephrased. Because you don't have a contract with us, we can acknowledge you as our peerage member, but you cannot participate in raiding games to help us. Caleb noticed Sauna Shitori's sudden change in words. He didn't know the reason, but since it was beneficial to him, he pretended not to notice. The proposal to become a shared peerage member to both of them had mysteriously been realized. Yet he didn't have to fulfill the obligations of a peerage member and had no restraints, essentially getting two major pure-blooded devil families as backing for free. This free pass was not just a simple benefit. Caleb genuinely appreciated Rias and Sauna Shitori's kindness. As long as it didn't involve fundamental principles, Caleb would certainly go all out if the two girls ever needed his help. Rias and Sauna Shitori weren't blindly favoring Caleb. They were investing in his potential. After interacting with him for so many days, they felt that although Caleb was a little fond of women, he never used despicable means to deceive them. His personality was honest, tenacious, and not rigid. Overall, his moral bravado line was flexible, making him a trustworthy partner and a very thorny opponent if he were an enemy. Furthermore, they had both considered using bravado means to bind Caleb to a servant contract, but after finding a more reliable master-servant agreement in the underworld, they decided to set that idea aside. After Rias and Sauna Shitori met in the underworld and exchanged notes, they quickly noticed the suspicious aspects of Caleb's actions. Sauna Shitori wasn't angry that Caleb had intentionally misled her into attempting a devil reincarnation again. The evil piece, though affected, was still usable. And it couldn't truly be called deception, Cinchuredo. The drawback was being easily seen through. The advantage was that everyone understood the situation tacitly and wouldn't cause embarrassment. Having acquired the light blue Citri family crest, Caleb excused himself. Reaching Mal-level strength within a year was a considerable challenge for him, and he needed to hurry. Leaving the student council room, Caleb skipped class. He first went home to inform Sakura Miyajima and the Takamine sisters about the Aiho Academy incident. At noon, after lunch at home, Caleb and the girls headed back to Aiho Academy. The arrival of Sakura Miyajima and the Takamine sisters didn't attract much attention. Missing half a day of class was hardly a big deal. Even the teachers simply waved a hand, acknowledging their return, and let the trio go back to their classes. Caleb observed all of this subtly. Clearly, the profound impact of the previous mass hypnosis still lingered at Aiho Academy. Everyone in the academy seemed somewhat absent-minded. Caleb observed for a while, confirmed that the impact would not erupt thanks to the handling by Makoto Annan and the cleanup crew, and returned to Kuo Academy to continue his plan for self-improvement. Devil Bloodline, High Tier, fragmented. The fragmented high-tier Devil Bloodline had overwritten the mid-tier Devil Bloodline, but the improvement wasn't substantial. What a shame. I didn't manage to randomize Rias' power of destruction. Caleb thought with some regret, looking at the newly acquired talent. Even a fragmented power of destruction would have provided a much greater boost to his combat strength than a complete high-tier Devil Bloodline. July 5th, KB, Tuesday. Caleb was tending to the girl who sat nearby. He paused to enjoy the peaceful morning. He looked at the beautiful girl working diligently below, his thoughts drifting as he daydreamed. Time truly flew. In the blink of an eye, he had been in this world for 3 months. Japanese schools generally followed a 3-semester system, and Aiho Academy and Kuo Academy were no exception. The first semester ran from April to July. The summer vacation was from the end of July to the end of August, roughly 30 to 40 days. The second semester ran from September to December, followed by the winter break. The winter break was very short, only 10-odd days, including the New Year holidays. The third semester ran from mid-January to early March. This semester was short, mainly for wrapping up and the graduation ceremony. Then came the spring break, lasting a month, and a new school year started in April. Caleb arrived in this world in early April, making it exactly 3 months. His dual path ability awakened in May. In less than 2 short months, he had already reached B-rank peak strength. As long as he mastered the mid-tier magic power extraction technique, or continued to develop the power of the Devil Bloodline, a rank would be easily achievable. Akino Himejima and Tsubaki Shinra were currently only at A-rank strength. Of course, this didn't mean Caleb could beat them once he broke through to A-rank. The higher the rank, the harder it was to improve. This was especially true for crossing major rank tiers. They were all A-rank, but Caleb had just reached this level, while the two of them were only one final catalyst away from S-rank. The gap between them would take Caleb at least 2 more months to close if he relied solely on increasing his magic power naturally. But he had his special resonance technique. If he was diligent, he still had hope of catching up quickly. Thinking this, he leaned forward and focused on his work with renewed determination. Yui Obata followed his instructions carefully, doing her best to complete the task with dedication. Suppressing her fatigue, she used her focus and discipline to finish the challenging assignment. Cinchuredo, spending time with the gentle girl, and couldn't help but reflect on how things had come to this. About 2 weeks after the hypnosis incident at Iho Academy, a large number of couples in the academy started breaking up. The girls felt disgusted when they remembered their boyfriend's actions in the dream and simply couldn't continue the relationship. On the other side, many boys with girlfriends experienced subtle psychological changes due to the dream. They had no interest in continuing dating until the situation was resolved. Both sides were happy to part ways, and with the final exams approaching, almost all couples broke up at the teacher's urging. Up to this point, there was no problem. But everything went awry when Caleb appeared at Iho Academy. Learning about the breakup spree from the Takamine sisters and Sakura Miyajima, Caleb no longer had to worry about the original victims. He considered trying to acquire a new talent from one of the female leads. To his surprise, the moment he showed up at Iho Academy, he was overwhelmed by the enthusiastic female leads, their eyes brimming with admiration. Cinchuredo. He officially began prioritizing the girls who approached him the previous day. Based on the pattern of talent acquisition, he immediately ruled out the ordinary candidates. Then, out of a certain stubborn determination, he decided to address Yui Obata and the others one by one, according to the order in his memory. Yui Obata did not disappoint Caleb. Not only was she exactly as he remembered, but she also provided Caleb with the perception talent. It was a purely passive talent, its effect being to increase Caleb's speed and effectiveness in mastering detection-type skills. The girl's soft crying brought Caleb's attention back. She was trembling, and Caleb didn't want to hurt her. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to steady himself, occasionally letting out a quiet sigh. Cinchuredo Caleb decided to take a long leave of absence from Rias. He wouldn't have time for classes at Kuo Academy until he had finished collecting the necessary assets at Iho Academy. Yui Obata possessed the perception talent, so Caleb had her seek out Sakura Miyajima and the Takamine sisters afterward to see if she could also master some supernatural power. This would strengthen her self-preservation skills and allow her to gain more benefits during their shared training sessions with Caleb. Due to the side effects of their ability, Cinchuredo, his attitude toward her was the same as his attitude toward Tuko and Mayuna Sakuradai. Arriving at Rina Kuroshiki's apartment as scheduled, Caleb walked in. "Kurashiki-san," Cinchuredo Caleb didn't hesitate. He carefully helped her sit down on the sofa. "Be careful. Don't ruin my clothes. They're very expensive." Even at this moment, Rina Kurashiki gave Caleb a playful look and teased him with a light-hearted smile. "It'll beat you in a moment, just you watch." Seeing Rina Kuroshiki's defiant attitude, Caleb let his most aggressive side show. He seized the zipper at the back of Rina Kuroshiki's jacket and pulled it down firmly. Rina Kurashiki cooperated without hesitation. Rina Kurashiki arched her back, moving with surprising grace. Lustrous shine in the sunlight. Although she had some experience, Rina Kurashiki wasn't highly experienced in matters of the heart. She was a looks enthusiast, and her own looks and figure were excellent. So few boys caught her eye. She was simply unconcerned with conventions of romance and would spend time with anyone she fancied. Otherwise, Cinchuredo isn't that a good thing? It means I'm really looking forward to seeing Yusuji. Maybe he'll even grow to like you because of it, Rina Kurashiki said with a hopeful smile, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke. It was as if just thinking about Caleb was enough to make her lose all control. Actually, I've always been drawn to you, Suji. From the moment I first saw you, I wished I could stand right there beside you, in front of all those people. Sigh, sigh. Cinchuredo, Caleb's powerful dragon clashed fiercely with Rina Kurashiki as she fought bravely in the shallow water, the splashing echoing around them. It nearly coalesced into a magnificent symphony composed of little Caleb and the Flower Valley. Caleb's massive dragon churned relentlessly in the valley. The cave continuously echoed with strange sounds. Caleb felt the energy between them growing more intense. Cinchuredo, Caleb faced Rina Kurashiki in a demanding moment, determined to push his limits further. He placed his hands around her barato, lifting her up with resolve. Rina Kurashiki responded in kind, meeting his effort with her own, wrapped her arms around Caleb's neck and held on tightly, clinging to him like an octopus. Caleb pressed forward with determination, making Rina Kurashiki catch her breath. Cinchuredo, but the lingering tension still had to be resolved. Chapter 93. Akino Sakagami's Case, Tokyo. Inside an unremarkable apartment building, in a slightly dim room, the ongoing conversation between a man and woman continued, along with the girl's sharp, intense remarks. Cinchuredo. Her delicate small nose bridge was just right, and her moist, pink barato occasionally let out a few soft breaths. In the past, those clear eyes always carried a hint of pity, like a delicate lotus, elegantly transcendental. That unique, pure fragrance was incomparable to any common vulgarity, lonely yet blooming with its own beauty and gentleness. However, this once pure girl no longer possessed her former grace and composure. Her words had grown coarse, and her expression hardened, showing no trace of her former dignified demeanor. Cinchuredo, Akino Sakagami, a goddess-level popular girl at Aiho Academy, #1 in popularity among the first years, unexpectedly possessed a rare and remarkable quality. Caleb, noticing her extraordinary presence, naturally had no intention of letting her slip away. Cinchuredo, and the liquid immediately streamed out. The sweet taste was unfamiliar but pleasant. There was no foul odor, only a faint fragrance. It seemed to have a healing effect, revitalizing Caleb's spirit and giving him renewed energy. Yusuji Cinchuredo. Although Akino Sakagami tried to stay quiet, the lively atmosphere kept catching her off guard, and she could not help but let out a soft sigh. Through her slightly parted barato, a small smile was visible as she watched the scene unfold. Cinchuredo, perfectly positioned to see the gigantic dragon on the TV screen in a fierce, dominating scene. The dramatic sounds reached her ears, and the image on the screen seemed to be reflected in Akino Sakagami's eyes. Staring at that massive dragon, tiny hearts appeared in the girl's eyes. Cinchuredo, her breathing became ragged, and tears flowed down her face. On her delicate face, no trace of her former calm composure could be seen. Her barato trembled violently, and she struggled to regain control. Cinchuredo, which had been pressed against the table, lifted high. She fiercely kicked her legs forward, knocking off one sandal that had been hanging from her foot. She braced herself, gripping the surface tightly. I can't hold on much longer. Cinchuredo, the surge of energy that had built up inside her was completely contained. Akino Sakagami remained unconscious, her barato still recovering. Seeing that the girl might not recover immediately, Caleb picked up his phone and opened a list he had specially compiled over the past few days. Yui Obata, Rina Kurashiki, Misaki Shinohara, Misao Takane, Shoko Kimura, Rina Tsushima, Akane Hasewa. The beautiful girls who appeared in the Hypnosis Guidance series at Iho Academy were almost all on the list, including those who appeared in the manga, not just the anime. Over the course of nearly 2 weeks, Caleb had met with every girl on the list, either actively or passively. Akino Sakagami was the last on the list, and the third among the many beautiful girls to provide him with a talent. Yui Obata provided the perception talent. Her friend and fellow girls basketball club barato, Misaki Shinohara, provided the spirit affinity talent. Akino Sakagami provided a talent named tenacity. It was because of this talent that Caleb dared to confront her right away. Due to the specifics of the Hypnosis Guidance series, the female leads, whether or not they had boyfriends, after Caleb eliminated the source of the hypnosis, the situation remained mostly unchanged. Except for Rina Kurashiki and her friend Rina Tsushima, almost all the girls on the list had no romantic involvement with others. The beautiful girls on the list were the candidates with the highest probability of having a talent, yet the drop rate was still less than 20. Including Sakura Miyajima, only 4 talents appeared among nearly 30 people. For the few who joined him and possessed a talent, Caleb had them seek out Sakura Miyajima. Having a talent meant they could definitely embark on the path of the supernatural, and since Caleb knew their talents, they could train specifically. Once they became stronger, it would bring greater benefits to both parties during joint training. At the time, it would also enhance their ability for self-preservation. As for the girls who were devoted but had no talent, Caleb temporarily had no good solution. Giving them up was out of the question. Since they pledged their loyalty to him, they were under his care for life. Although it was a bit overbearing and shameless, since Shiredo, he would naturally acquire more resources. Supporting a few girls was no problem at all. If possible, Caleb wanted them to try practicing supernatural power too. Having a talent guaranteed success. Lacking one didn't guarantee failure. With power, Caleb could be more at ease and wouldn't have to worry about some random blonde popping out a corner one day and becoming a threat to his woman. Fortunately, while this world was chaotic, incidents of violent criminals were relatively rare, and those who committed such crimes were usually caught. However, just in case, Caleb still planned to figure out a way to provide insurance for the girls. As for the last group, like Rina Kurashiki and Rina Tsushima, they were casual acquaintances. In his pursuit of powerful talents, Caleb couldn't simply refrain from acting just because the girl had a complicated background. Besides, sometimes those unkind impulses he wouldn't act on with people he respected could be directed elsewhere. Even if he managed to redirect their attention after a few conversations, Caleb wouldn't invite them over. Some might call him two-faced for it, but that was the reality. Caleb was a hypocrite. He could do it, but others couldn't. Chapter 95, Subdragon God Tier, July 23rd, marked the beginning of Kuo Academy's first semester final exams. Caleb had taken a small long break previously, but his foundations were solid. He passed all subjects safely, except for history. As for history, he truly couldn't help it. The history of this chaotic world was completely different from what he remembered. It wasn't just Japan's history. World history also had significant discrepancies. However, Caleb's history knowledge was only average to begin with, so he couldn't pinpoint the exact differences. After the summer vacation began, Caleb digested all the talents he had acquired and the results of his training. Except for his practical combat experience, which remained at its former level, he had made significant progress in all other aspects. Attribute details name Caleb Talents Devil Bloodline, High Tier, Fragmented, Physical Mastery Beginner, Sword Heart Beginner, Lightning Flash Fragmented, Insight Eye, Mental Resistance, Mirror Reflect Perception, Spirit Affinity, Tenacity, Charm Skills Magic Power Extraction, Beginner, Melee Combat, Beginner, Sword Zen Beginner, Lightning Spear, Fireball Spell, Wind Blade Spell, Earth Spike Spell. Overall rating B rank, Peak. The personal panel didn't include the final overall rating. But Caleb found that no matter how much partnered cultivation practice he performed, there was no longer any increase in his stats. Puzzled, he specifically asked Rias. After a detailed inquiry and observation from Rias, he received this evaluation and learned about a more detailed hierarchy of power levels. Mid-tier devils generally possessed A-rank strength, corresponding to mid-tier magicians, mid-tier fallen angels, four-winged angels, and martial sage level powerhouses. High-tier devils were S-rank, corresponding to high-tier magicians, high-tier fallen angels, six-winged angels, and martial god level powerhouses. After that was the ultimate tier devil, SS rank, corresponding to the highest tier fallen angels and eight-winged angels. It was more difficult for magicians and martial arts experts to reach this level. Magicians needed to find the source, and martial arts experts needed to cross into the immortal path. Rias did not elaborate on the source and the immortal path because she was not entirely clear on them either. It was said that crossing this threshold would lead to a smooth journey afterward, but this threshold was thousands of times more difficult to cross than other advancement methods. In the past 10,000 years, there had been no rumors of anyone finding the source or the immortal path. After SS rank was SSS rank, also known as the Dragon King tier. 10-winged angels, fallen angel cadres, and similar beings were at this level. The Mao tier was above that, essentially the strongest combat power in the three factions, designated as EX rank. The corresponding combat power was the 12-winged angels and the king of fallen angels. Existences surpassing the Mao tier generally did not easily show up in the three factions and had no clear rating division, but under Caleb's persistent coaxing, Rias still revealed some information. Above the Mao tier were the Super Mao tier, Chief God tier, and Subdragon God tier. During this, Rias informed Caleb that the breakthrough of every major realm was extremely difficult. Among them, the breakthrough to A rank and EX rank were the most difficult, naturally excluding the source and the immortal path from the discussion. These two methods of cultivation, which had almost become legends, were likely even harder to break through than surpassing the Mao tier. Conversely, once successful, one could advance smoothly all the way to the Chief God tier, and their combat power would definitely be at the top of their rank. The reason Caleb was stuck was that he was facing the bottleneck from B rank to A rank. In Rias' words, A rank was the true start of the supernatural, where the essence of life begins to metamorphose. After reaching A rank strength, magic power, and other supernatural energies truly become the basis of everything. As long as one had magic power, they could go without food, drink, or sleep. No A-rank powerhouse was known to have starved to death or died from overwork. At A rank, the increase in combat power with each tier was no longer additive, but exponential. A rank might not be enough to crush B rank, but S rank could easily crush B rank. The attack of a high-tier devil could incinerate a small mountain. The power difference between a low-tier devil and a high-tier devil was like that between an ant and an elephant. Because of the distinctiveness of A rank, many people were stuck there for their entire lives. Therefore, upper-tier magicians and martial sages were practically the peak fighting force in the human world. Caleb was currently facing this situation. His dual cultivation ability could only increase the quantity, but could not help him achieve a qualitative change. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried with dual cultivation until he broke through the bottleneck, it would have no effect. A superior bloodline made breaking the bottleneck easier, but it didn't eliminate the bottleneck. Rias herself took several months to break through to A rank, let alone Caleb, who only had a fragmented high-tier devil bloodline. Upon learning this information, Caleb was somewhat distraught. Rias and the others told him that with his magical talent, he would naturally break through after mastering mid-tier magic power extraction. But he knew his own situation. Caleb had no magical talent whatsoever. Since he hadn't managed to extract the mid-tier magic power extraction skill from Tsubaki Shinra, He had to try to learn it himself. But after almost a month of studying, he saw no progress. He originally thought it was just a matter of spending more time, but it now seemed that time was not the issue. With his mediocre magical aptitude, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to learn mid-tier magic power extraction. Caleb didn't have that much time to waste. Until he broke through to A rank, he couldn't enjoy the partner training ability's super accelerated training speed. He planned to rush for Mao tier within a year, but now, not only was Mao tier questionable, but reaching A rank within a year was also a big question mark. On July 30th, Caleb successfully passed his history makeup exam and officially began his summer vacation. Since he couldn't break through to A rank magically, he started focusing on martial arts and practical combat improvement. Compared to his non-existent magical talent, Caleb's talent in martial arts and practical combat was genuine and high. After acquiring Sakura Miyajima's Sword Heart beginner talent, he quickly grasped a sliver of the true meaning of the sword, which resulted in the Sword Zen skill in his skill bar. Of course, this was also because Caleb's base strength was already high, saving him a lot of time honing his body and technique, leading to extremely fast entry. According to Sakura Miyajima, Caleb's current Sword Zen was just the start. By continuing to improve, his martial arts strength would continue to grow. For martial arts master to reach the Martial Sage Realm, or A rank, they needed the unification of essence, chi, and spirit. In the way of the sword, when Sword Zen reached its highest realm, it meant that the unification of essence, chi, and spirit had been achieved, and the chi within the Barato would naturally begin to be born, leading to the Sword Saint realm. The cultivation methods for the Master Realm and Sword Zen were passed to Sakura Miyajima by Asuka Miyajima, and Sakura Miyajima passed them to Caleb. Since beginning joint training with Caleb, Sakura Miyajima's strength had soared and now surpassed Asuka Miyajima. The Miyajima family had a Sword Saint ancestor, and so Asuka Miyajima passed on all the ancestral insights and notes to Sakura Miyajima to avoid delaying her training. The highest realm of Sword Zen had many names, the most widely circulated being the union of man and God and the Nirvana realm. August 3rd, Caleb arrived at the Miyajima dojo as usual. Ignoring Mayuna's resentful gaze, he greeted Sakura Miyajima and headed to the private training room in the back. After an intense joint cultivation session, beneficial to both parties, Caleb, without armor, picked up the Miyajima family's ancestral weapon, the famous sword Harasame, to perform Sword Zen. On the other side, Sakura Miyajima didn't waste any time. Although her weapon was being used by Caleb, her Sword Zen had reached the 3rd realm, allowing her to practice without the aid of a weapon. The only downside was that the efficiency would be slightly lower. However, the abdomen full of essence was more than enough to compensate for this. The beautiful swordswoman with an excellent physique sat next to Caleb, her purple hair spread out. Senchuredo. Half an hour later, Caleb opened his eyes. He looked at the girl with the harmonious aura next to him, then at the Sword Zen mid-tier in a skill bar, and decided to have another good joint cultivation session. Because he couldn't rapidly increase his magic power through cooperative cultivation for the moment, Senchuredo, anything that could increase soul strength, even slightly, would attract competition from countless powerhouses. Caleb's already powerful soul, after his sessions of intensive meditation and spiritual refinement, reached a new height. His powerful soul accelerated his enlightenment in the way of the sword, and the Sword Zen level naturally advanced 1 rank. However, he was still a considerable distance from the union of man and God realm. The rating on the personal panel was simple and clear, increasing incrementally from beginner upwards. Caleb wasn't sure if Advanced Sword Zen was the union of man and God realm, as he had yet to acquire any mid-tier skills, let alone advanced skills. As for whether there was a rating above advanced, he believed there was. After all, there were high-tier, ultimate tier, and Mao tier devil bloodlines. Although the latter seemed to refer more to strength, stronger strength naturally implied a stronger bloodline. Another reason Caleb felt skills didn't just stop at advanced was that Sakura Miyajima once told him that the ancestral notes recorded 5 major realms of martial arts enlightenment. Using the sword as an example, they were sword glow, sword chi, sword momentum, sword intent, and union of man and sword. Union of man and sword was the sword saint realm. As for the sword god, the Miyajima ancestors had never produced one, so there was naturally no record. With the temporary stagnation of his magic power breakthrough to A rank, Caleb put all his energy into martial arts, thinking that even if he couldn't successfully break through the A rank threshold during the summer, he could at least touch it. Moreover, martial arts greatly increased combat power, which was perfect for Caleb, who was currently stuck at a bottleneck. Knowing that Caleb was facing a bottleneck, Rias did not assign him any missions during the summer, allowing him to focus on cultivation. August 26th, less than a week before the start of the new semester. For nearly a month, Caleb was either training with his familiar or diligently studying martial arts. During this time, whenever Tsubaki Shinra returned from the underworld, he would persistently train alongside her for 1 or more sparring sessions. Unfortunately, he still failed to draw the mid-tier magic power extraction skill. Instead, he managed to extract Tsubaki Shinra's sword skill, and combined with nearly a month of his own sword practice, he successfully upgraded Sword Zen to Advanced. As Caleb had anticipated, Advanced Sword Zen had not yet reached the union of man and God realm. It only allowed him to reach the master level in martial arts. To break through to A rank, he needed to continue comprehending the true meaning of martial arts. Sakura Miyajima's Sword Zen was also at this level, and due to factors like physical fitness, she had not formally crossed into the master level yet. Without a master to guide him, Caleb's martial arts training also stagnated. Even until the start of the second semester, he failed to break through to A rank, but his combat power had indeed been greatly enhanced. September 1st, Kuo Academy held the opening ceremony. At 2 p.m., Caleb packed his bag and hurried to the Occult Research Club. Bucho, Akino-senpai, Kaneko, and Kiba, Senshirado. Caleb subtly moved closer to Rias, starting to observe Yudo Kiba out of the corner of his eye. He noticed the other student stood about 170 centimeters tall, similar to himself, with a calm and composed expression as he looked around the room. Was that a throat or an Adam's apple? His build was slender and androgynous, much more so than the white-haired girls. All in all, he had a delicate appearance and might suit elegant clothing. Caleb was startled by his own sudden observation and quickly dismissed the thought. Shaking the terrifying idea out of his head, he continued his observation. The black uniform trousers fit him closely, showing only the general outline of his legs. He appeared slender but athletic, with a strong, well-built frame. After all, Senshirado. One example of a disguised gender was enough with Yuki Shinomura. Surely, Yudo Kiba, who had always been male in the anime, wasn't also hiding his gender, was he? The character that never appeared, only on the cover art, couldn't possibly be the real body, could it? Caleb was the weakest person present, and his supposed stealth was seen by Rias and the others. They were initially puzzled by his occasional glances at Yudo Kiba. Following his line of sight and the incredibly expressive changes in his facial expressions, Rias and the others' looks gradually became strange. Akira, are you misunderstand? Bucho, Yudo Kiba forced a stiff smile. When I resolve that matter, I want to tell you myself. Rias sighed. All right, actually, you don't have to carry this burden alone. Yudo Kiba lowered his head. I understand the reasoning, but I can't do it. Rias was taken aback, then fell silent. Yes, everyone understands the reasoning, but how many can actually do it? Wasn't she herself the same way? Akino Himijima's expression also darkened upon hearing this, becoming emotionless. Even Kaneko Tuju, who was eating snacks, paused mid-bite, clearly in low spirits. Caleb noticed the change in atmosphere. Based on his memory, the group was clearly thinking about the emotional block that constantly weighed on their hearts. This uncomfortable ambience immediately made him lose the desire to ask what Rias had intended to say earlier. Bucho Akino-senpai. Caleb forced himself to break the silence. Although the break was great, isn't it a bit grim to be so down on the first day of school? Honestly, to think that Akira, the last one to join, has to adjust the mood. Rias was the first to cheer up, pursing her lips. I'm really an unqualified bucho. Era, so even the bucho-sama makes mistakes. Sometimes Akino Himejima also used teasing Rias to sweep away her previous gloom. Rias shot her a meaningful glare, warning the devious Akino Himejima with her eyes. They had been living and eating together since they were 7 or 8 years old. If they really started digging up dirt on each other, Rias wasn't afraid. Akino Himejima knew when to stop and didn't continue provoking Rias, covering her mouth with her small hand and giggling to the side like a fox spirit that had stolen a chicken. Ahem. Rias turned back, composing her expression as she spoke to Caleb. Akira, there's a placement test tomorrow. While your strength is certainly fine, we still have to go through the process. Placement test? For the Underworld Academy? Caleb asked in confusion. I heard others talking about a test last semester, but I never went once. Rias slightly lifted her chin, settling in to explain. Akino, you explain it to Akira. Akino Himejima rolled her beautiful eyes, reluctantly taking on the role of explainer. Who told her she was Rias Peerage? Even though she knew Rias was getting back at her for teasing her earlier, she could only comply obediently. Because you joined midway and were just a normal person before, the rest of last semester was considered your adjustment period. Akino Himejima seriously explained to Caleb. The Underworld Academy operates on a last-place punishment system. We couldn't exactly have you, someone who knew nothing or had just cultivated magic power, participate in the test with the others. Last-place punishment system. Caleb felt like he finally understood why Rina Hamazaki and the others had been so desperate, determined to pressure him into joining them in their training. Since he had been using the Insight Eye for so long, and given his strength, his mastery of it was probably no worse than the naturally born Rina Hamazaki, perhaps even better. What is the punishment for last place? The most severe punishment is expulsion. Usually it's special training. Akino Himejima thought for a moment and added, the special training is very difficult. If you can't endure it or refuse the training, you will also be expelled. Chapter 97. Test commencement the following day, after school. Caleb, surrounded by the 4 girls, including Rina Hamazaki, walked toward the testing grounds of the Underworld Academy. After learning about the test yesterday, he had initially planned to participate with Kaneko and then head back to the clubroom together afterward. However, that suggestion was immediately shot down for a reason that genuinely hurt Caleb's feelings. After breaking through to A rank, one no longer needed to participate in the test. Powerhouses of that level were sought-after recruitment targets everywhere, and the Academy's resources were negligible for A-rank supernaturals. The white-haired young girl, who was usually inconspicuous while gnawing on something, was actually an A-rank powerhouse. Eating was just her hobby. Yudo Kiba was the same. His strength seemed to be even slightly higher than Kaneko Toju's. The Holy Sword experiment had given him a tragic experience, but also granted him a power that ordinary people could never attain. Unceremoniously abandoned by his clubmates, Caleb could only participate in the test with Yakaina Sasaki and the other 3 girls. Arriving at the club building, Caleb felt a pang of nostalgia, seeing the 2 familiar student council members at the stairway entrance. The last time he was here, these 2 had been guarding the door. He had quietly followed Rina Hamazaki and the others, only to be stopped. One of them had even used hypnosis magic on him. To avoid any trouble, he had put on a very convincing act back then. Less than half a year later, meeting these 2 senpai again, their roles had completely reversed. Yusuji Kohai, good afternoon. They called him Kohai, Jr., yet their attitude was one of deference, like they were facing a superior, with gentle smiles and a kind tone. They were only short of bowing to Caleb. Well, if Caleb wasn't surrounded by Yakaina Sasaki and the other girls, they probably would have genuinely lost their composure. As student council members, they had gossiped plenty about Caleb and the club's vice president, Akino, and president, Rias, especially when Saunashiro Torai was absent. Caleb was dragged around by Tsubaki Shinra for work, and they had even worked under Caleb. "Good afternoon, senpai. I'm sorry you have to work hard again today." Caleb also had a good impression of these two. They were smart and capable, and their looks and figures were decent. It's no hardship at all. Senshirado, and finally thought of their own vice president, Tsubaki Shinra. The bespectacled girl blinked, stammering, but if Kohai fails the test, then we won't be in the same world." Although there was a last-place punishment, if one's strength was too far below standard and couldn't even pass the minimum test, the academy would try to persuade them to withdraw with reasoning. If reasoning didn't work, then the next step would be physical persuasion. "Then it seems I need to work hard this time to stay in the same world as senpai." After saying that, Caleb wrapped his arm around Ruri Kuramizuka's barato and confidently walked towards the testing ground on the barato floor. Player. Watching Caleb's receding back, the bespectacled girl muttered under her breath with a skeptical look. Her companion next to her covered her barato and chuckled. "Why did you have to provoke him? Isn't Yusuji's troublesome reputation known to everyone?" After one semester, Caleb had single-handedly surpassed the notorious trio, becoming a legend at Kuo Academy. If that trio had a bad reputation among the girls, Caleb was infamous among the boys. Kuo Academy had more girls than boys, but even so many girls couldn't withstand Caleb's charm. How many boys, like the notorious trio, came here hoping to get a girlfriend, only to fail and watch Caleb constantly chatting with girls who were above average in looks? Not only was he talkative, but the Barato-ranked students of the academy were also inexplicably involved with Caleb. Any man would feel unbalanced. While Yudo Kiba was popular among girls, he was a lofty prince. No one had ever seen Yudo Kiba chatting closely with any girl, let alone showing clear romantic interest. But Caleb was different. When girls approached him, he genuinely followed through. The girls he was often with seemed unaware, completely ignoring their man, spending time with other women. They still talked and constantly showed affection with Caleb. The boys were so jealous that their eyes were red. Every time they saw Caleb, they wished they could take his place. When Caleb entered the testing ground with two girls on each arm, various strange looks immediately fell upon him. TSK, who's that kid bringing girls to the test? A few isolated cultivation fanatics who were out of the loop looked at Caleb disdainfully. Does he think the test is a game? We'll definitely teach him a lesson later. You're just jealous he has girls, and for them at that, someone mocked. But I actually support you going to teach him a lesson. Spiritual support only, though. Hey, why are you such a coward? That pretty boy clearly isn't very strong. No one could say anything if you teach him a lesson during the combat test. Stop. Don't drag me into your death wish. That pretty boy might not be strong, but his women are. You mean those 4 babes? The person observed for a moment, shaking his head. Their strength is decent. I remember the red-haired one. She placed in the top 20 of the class last test, but she's still weaker than me. Huh. The person next to him also shook his head. I'm not talking about those women. I'm talking about the Gremory one. The Gremory one? Yes, that pretty boy joined the Occult Research Club. The face of the person contemplating teaching Caleb a lesson stiffened. Injuries are inevitable in the combat test. She shouldn't. You could try it. They'll be rooting for you. After saying that, he left, not wanting to continue talking to the person who was all talk and no substance. Similar conversations occurred in several places. Every grade had a few people who buried themselves in hard training, ignoring the outside world. However, in the end, with the spiritual bravado of those around them, they all abandoned the idea of targeting Caleb. They thought they were letting Caleb off easy out of respect for Rias, but little did they know they were letting themselves off easy. With Caleb's current strength, there wasn't an A-rank supernatural he couldn't beat. Even if all the students in the field charged at once, Caleb was confident he could fight his way out and then back in. If anyone dared to target him, Caleb would dare to beat them severely, as long as he didn't kill them. He hadn't truly fought anyone since reaching B-rank peak in martial arts. If someone voluntarily offered themselves up today, Caleb might even thank them heartily in his mind. The people around him were either A rank or lower in strength, so he couldn't find anyone of comparable strength to spar with. He couldn't exactly ask his Barado to be his sparring partners. What? Have Rias and the others suppress their power and fight him? Caleb had tried that already. After just a little fighting, those opponents would start using their full power, especially the hateful white-haired girl. Silent but fiercely determined, she would suddenly unleash everything she had, paying Caleb back double for the hits she took earlier. After a few times, Caleb learned his lesson and never brought up suppressing power again. He just secretly vowed that once he broke through to A rank, he would make those unscrupulous women realize what fists hitting flesh truly felt like. Amidst the envious, jealous glances of the boys and the curious or greedy eyes of the girls, Caleb led Rina Hamazaki and the other four into the first-year line. About 10 minutes later, the student council secretary entered the testing ground with a group of student council members. Quiet. Under the powerful aura of the student council, the noisy venue gradually quieted down. The test will now begin. Anyone who has not arrived will be marked as a failure. 3 failures result in immediate expulsion. The student council secretary, in charge of recording this test, scanned the entire field with sharp eyes, then met Caleb's gaze. Glancing at the babes clinging to Caleb, she discreetly looked away. Their own vice president, Tsubaki Shinra, didn't bother to interfere, so she certainly wouldn't meddle. First years, follow me this way. Second years, this way. Third years, follow me. The minimum standards for each grade were different. Except for the final overall strength assessment, the preceding basic tests needed to be done separately. The first item was naturally the magic power test. Although some cultivated other systems, the assessment was generally similar. Chapter 98. Perfect score following the team to the magic power testing area. The testing personnel explained the precautions as usual and announced the new passing standards. Caleb didn't listen carefully to the specifics. If he couldn't pass, no one present could. The testing speed was fast, and it was Rina Hamazaki's turn shortly. Rina, your magic power has increased so quickly. As soon as Rina Hamazaki's test result was announced, nearby girls gathered around in surprise. Rina Hamazaki showed no pride, instead shaking her head with some regret. It looks like I still can't beat Yakaina this time. She gazed at Caleb with a hint of resentment. Every time they trained together using the special cultivation technique, Yakaina Sasaki could tolerate 1 or 2 more sessions than the rest of them. Over time, Yakaina Sasaki, who was initially a fighter, now had the highest magic power among them. Caleb shrugged. It wasn't favoritism on his part. Yakaina Sasaki simply had good talent and a good physique. She could endure a few more rounds of cultivation than the others, and she recovered the fastest. When everyone else was exhausted, who else could Caleb cultivate with but her? Next, Ruri Kuramizaka. As the test proceeded, the girls surrounding Rina Hamazaki gradually dispersed, their attention drawn to the other 3. Ruri Kuramizaka and Yuki Shinamura's magic power were in no way inferior to Rina Hamazaki's, and Yakaina Sasaki even surpassed the former top-ranked student, taking first place in the first-year class. Looking at the 4 of them, the girls' eyes were full of envy. The fact that Caleb could help girls cultivate was no secret, but they never expected the effect to be so good. Although it was a bit late, they wondered if Caleb would still accept more female disciples. Some girls with strong talent and confidence, and a relatively open lifestyle, focused their attention on Caleb, watching him closely and plotting. This included Tuko Sakuradai, who had once shared a moment with him. Since that time, she felt like she had fallen under a strange spell. She wanted no one but Caleb. However, her current low strength required her to gather more energy. Cinchuredo, even though other girls had had several sessions, and it still wasn't their turn. Some of them were even taken to Caleb's home and had formed a small organization led by Sakura Miyajima. They wanted to join, but were refused. Tuko Sakuradai and the others weren't stupid. After realizing they were being treated differently, a quick comparison revealed the reason. They were angry about it for a long time, secretly cursing Caleb for his unfair behavior. But despite the cursing, if Caleb beckoned now, they would still willingly follow him. After several experiments with control variables, Caleb thoroughly understood this side effect of the Orobon ability. This ability only made them find other people less appealing, not completely undesirable. As long as they overcame the psychological feeling of aversion, they could still form relationships and have children. Centuredo, ignoring the many curious glances, Caleb bypassed the crowd and arrived at the testing point. Yusuji, good afternoon. Senpai, good afternoon. The student council representative responsible for the test recognized Caleb. After a friendly greeting, the test began. Many people were watching Caleb's test results. Centuredo, does he even have time to extract magic power? Yeah, kinda. Judging by the look of him, he probably can't keep up. How about you try me instead? Ruri, Yuki. It wasn't just Rina Hamazaki and the other three. Several confident boys also appeared in front of other girls. While cooperating with the test, Caleb mentally took note of every guy who spoke rudely and tried to chat up Rina Hamazaki and the others. The four initially wanted to directly retort these guys, couldn't even beat them. So where did they get their confidence? But thinking of Caleb's strength, the only words they ended up saying were four. You are dead meat. Faced with the calmly smiling Yakina Sasaki and the other three, some guys immediately realized something was wrong and quickly shut their mouths. Unfortunately, it was too late. Caleb Yusuji, Magic Power Perfect Score. After announcing Caleb's test result, the student council member in charge of the test exclaimed, Yusuji, you cultivate so fast. Vice President Tsubaki's eye for talent is really good. Tsubaki Shinra didn't just have a good eye. Her influence was a major reason why he could successfully complete beginner magic power cultivation so quickly. A-rank Tsubaki Shinra provided Caleb with enormous benefits from every joint training session. Even though he was currently at a bottleneck, the various skills Tsubaki Shinra possessed still made Caleb look forward to every training session with her. Caleb could only keep these thoughts to himself. He humbly said, it's all thanks to Senpai Tsubaki's excellent teaching. By the way, Senpai, what are we testing next? Next up are the physical and combat tests. All right, thank you, Senpai. Caleb returned to Rina Hamazaki and the others, and the looks around them changed once more. For the first time, fear emerged in the boys' envious and jealous eyes. The few who had been the most vocal now wished they could disappear. The girls' eyes grew even brighter. Some girls who were previously more reserved also began to wonder if they could get closer to Caleb, a man who was handsome and could help with cultivation. And was strong, challenging him directly might not be a bad idea. In the subsequent physical test, Caleb again scored a perfect score without any suspense. Rina Hamazaki and the other four were also on the list. Constantly training with Caleb until exhaustion and passing out, combined with the dual training enhancement, it was hard for their physiques not to be strong. After the physical test, Caleb did not participate in the combat power test. The student council Barato, in charge of the test, immediately passed him. The combat power test was different from actual combat. It was just attacking a target created by magic. With such strong physique and magic power, there was no need to test his target practice. I heard that pretty boy is involved with the student council vice president. Could he have cheated? Probably. Why don't you go try it in the actual combat test later? Why don't you go? I'm not as strong as you. Listening to the surrounding whispers of doubt, a smile appeared on Caleb's lips. This was exactly the effect he wanted, and his deliberate use of privilege in the final test was worth it. The people who doubted him largely overlapped with the group from before. Sure enough, a leopard cannot change its spots. Caleb was looking forward to fighting them in the practical combat test. The commotion from the first year's test reached the upper grades, and many older male students eagerly looked at Caleb. After the practical combat test, there was also a voluntary ranking battle. This battle was open to all grades. The top 10 received generous rewards, which increased with the rank. The reward for first place was the highest, the ability to make a reasonable request to the academy. Whether it was a weapon, Centuredo, the student council member responsible for recording, marked a score in her notebook then notified the logistics team to send the person to the infirmary. Not bad. Good control of power. Withdrawing his gaze, Caleb clenched his fist and said indifferently, "Next." As soon as the practical combat test began, he was targeted. He guessed that if the rules didn't limit it to one-on-one, a group of people would have simultaneously swarmed him. This was the fifth opponent he had dispatched. Initially, he was cautious and observed his opponent, but he later realized they were all weaklings. Those who were reasonably strong could clearly tell Caleb hadn't cheated and naturally wouldn't seek trouble. Is there no one else? Caleb raised an eyebrow and looked around. Weren't a lot of people saying they were going to teach me a lesson earlier? Are you all scared? The boys Caleb's gaze swept over lower their heads, some even hiding behind the girls. Since you won't come forward, I'll have to choose myself. Setting aside everyone else, he certainly wasn't going to let off the few who had just provoked Yakina Sasaki and the others. If others could challenge him in the practical combat test, he could naturally challenge others. You. Caleb pointed at a green-haired guy with a center part and shouted, "Stop looking around. I'm talking about you, you green-haired turtle." The face of the boy who was called out cycled through red and white. He hated being called a green-haired turtle the most. Normally, he would have charged forward to teach the person a lesson. The green-haired guy walked forward stiffly. "Ooh, easy, I'm very weak. I hope you'll go easy on me. Don't worry, you won't die." Caleb didn't care if he was truly weak or trying to set him up for a sneak attack. He immediately initiated his attack. A punch, a kick, a left hook, a knee strike. The green-haired guy couldn't withstand a few minutes, even with Caleb using only 50% of his strength, and was helplessly beaten down onto the ground. Under Caleb's deliberate attacks, his face was badly bruised and swollen. He also took many punches and kicks to other parts of his barato. Without healing magic, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least a month or two. All right, the green-haired turtle is taken care of. Caleb clapped his hands and looked at a burly boy. "Yes, that's right, you big guy. Come on, let me test if you're good enough for Yakina first." The burly boy's face turned pale, and his legs began to tremble. That. I surrender. Surrender is invalid. Do you think this is a competition? Surrender? Caleb said impatiently. Hurry up, there are others waiting. Despite his fear, the burly boy could only grit his teeth and engage Caleb in the practical test. As for his fate, it was tragic, even worse than the green-haired guy. When the combat ended, the burly boy couldn't move any part of his body except his eyes. "I can tell you're not good enough." Kicking the unconscious burly boy away, Caleb looked at his next target. Yusuji, the student council barato responsible for recording, hesitated and warned him, "Be careful. Too many severely injured people will be difficult for the academy to handle." Eliminating opponents was prohibited in the practical training and ranking battle, and there was a quota for severe injuries. After all, this was an academy, and some matters differed from the cruel reality of the outside world. "Got it, senpai." Caleb nodded. "Just one more left." MHM. The last one was a blonde. Needless to say, his fate was the most tragic. Caleb practically disabled his lower body. "Yusuji, are you participating in the ranking battle later?" Looking at the disfigured blonde, Rina Hamazaki asked in a strange tone. "It seems there are a few blondes in the upper grades, too." "He'll participate. I'm already here." Caleb shrugged. "Besides, I want to see how strong the senpai are." The commotion here was significant, and many upper-grade students noticed Caleb's heavy-handedness. Some upper-grade students who were already envious and jealous of him immediately grinned maniacally when they heard his words. A mere first-year student, solving a few weaklings. Does he really think that's impressive? Heh, kid. Don't think I won't lay a finger on you just because you have the Grimmery family backing you. You're just a naive kid. Don't be too arrogant. They'll put you in your place later. Caleb glanced at the few who made sarcastic remarks. Unfortunately, the ranking battle was conducted by drawing lots, so he might not encounter them. The ranking battle would have many groups fighting simultaneously, with the winners advancing to the next round until the strongest one was decided. Centuredo, then kissing Rina Hamazaki and Ruri Kuramizaka, being affectionate in front of everyone. This behavior was far more effective than trash talk. The upper-grade students who had been disdainful of Caleb now had bloodshot eyes, but could only mutter and curse, saying things like, "Don't let me meet you later." In short, they were powerless in their rage. Yusuji-kun, Hitomi Morita from first-year Class C. A cute girl with a ponytail approached Caleb. She blushed as she looked at the group of four. "I wonder if Yusuji-kun has time tonight. I can also join Rina and the others." Caleb looked her over. She was decent-looking, a youthful and charming type. At this moment, Rina Hamazaki whispered in his ear, "Yusuji, this woman has a barato, but he seems to be just an ordinary person. Is that so?" Caleb pondered. "Leave your contact information. After you break up with your barato," Cinchuredo, and the whispers of cruel insults. They actively left their contact information with Caleb. Caleb accepted them all. The opportunity to gain talents being delivered to his doorstep was too good to pass up. Rina Hamazaki and the others' gazes grew more resentful. Although they already knew Caleb's nature as a steamroller, being outmaneuvered and overshadowed right in front of them still made them unhappy. Those participating in the ranking battle gather here. Hearing the call for assembly, Caleb let go of the girls and said to the newcomers, "All right, I'm going to participate in the ranking battle. If anyone else needs to, you can give your contact information to Rina and the others." He didn't care at all whether Rina Hamazaki and the others would pass the contact information to him afterward, as he didn't have high hopes of gaining a talent anyway. Caleb was the only first-year student participating in the ranking battle. Compared to the upper-grade students, the freshmen were at a significant disadvantage. New students who reached C rank were considered excellent, but the average level of upper-grade students was C rank after 1 or 2 years of training. There were many B rank and even A rank students in the third year. If he hadn't been certain that A rank students wouldn't appear here, Caleb wouldn't have been so reckless earlier. The ranking battle officially began. Caleb's first opponent was an upperclassman, also B rank strength. After a few rounds of fighting, Caleb easily defeated her. Then came the second round, the third round, until the final. He did encounter 1 or 2 of the guys who had mocked him earlier. They were indeed somewhat skilled. Consequently, under Caleb's special attention, their injuries were more severe than those before them. B-rank Peak was the strongest here. Even his opponent in the final was slightly weaker. It was only natural. Students at that level were busy breaking through and had no time to participate in such tests. If Caleb hadn't missed the test before, Rias wouldn't have bothered to make him attend. Rules were rigid, but people were flexible. After breaking through to A rank, even if he missed 10 tests, he would still be a star student at Kuo Academy. The final began. Caleb faced off against a composed, blue-haired veteran instructor. The blue-haired opponent stood confidently across the field, straight, beautiful legs, and a graceful figure. Chapter 100. The catalyst for breakthrough. Contrary to her delicate appearance, the blue-haired mature woman was unhesitatingly fierce in her attacks. Her sharp offense earned Caleb's praise. She chanted a spell, and with a wave of her pale hand, a chill immediately spread, quickly covering the testing ground. Caleb knew he couldn't give a long-range mage too much time to prepare. He unhesitatingly closed the distance, his sharp, focused fist aimed directly at her. The woman's face showed a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She stopped the attack magic she was casting, retreated to evade, and at the same time, ice and snow flew out from her slender fingers, weaving a resilient ice shield in front of her. To make it all the way to the final, her strength is indeed considerable, Caleb mentally praised. Launching an even more violent offensive, the blue-haired sorceress magic was repeatedly interrupted. She had no chance to use powerful spells and could only use instantly cast ice blades and ice cones to attack Caleb from the side. The ice, shimmering with blue magic light, howled towards Caleb. His eyes narrowed, and a lightning spear gathered in his hand. Just because he liked being a fighter didn't mean he couldn't use magic. The ice blades were intercepted by the lightning spear in midair. The blue-haired older woman was not discouraged. She continued to use ice walls and ice shield for defense, while looking for opportunities to land a surprise attack on Caleb. Caleb held the upper hand, but couldn't quickly take down his opponent. In the continuous back-and-forth battle, he slowly entered a mysterious state. Magic power, spirit, and body gradually unified. He relinquished control of the fight to instinct, focusing his attention on enlightenment. For the first time, Caleb clearly sensed that membrane. As long as he broke through that membrane, he could reach a new realm. However, even when the blue-haired woman's magic power was depleted and she voluntarily surrendered, he still hadn't taken that step. His mind was consumed with the thought of the breakthrough. Caleb didn't even go to claim his reward and quickly rushed to the Occult Research Club, amidst the stares of everyone who looked at him like a monster. After Caleb left, the discussions about him lingered. Cultivating to B-rank peak in 4 months was a prodigious level of talent, no matter where it was placed. If Caleb could break through to A rank, an A rank in 4 months, that would make him one of the most exceptional talents in the entire history of the human race. Bucho. Pushing open the clubroom door, Caleb frantically looked for Rias, wanting to ask what that state he had just experienced was. Kaneko, where are Bucho and the others? The white-haired girl, eating tiramisu, slowly said. Bucho and Akino-senpai went out on a subjugation mission. Looking at the emotionless Kaneko Tuju, Caleb took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. It seems being stuck at the bottleneck for too long has made me a bit impatient. This is not good. Not good. Adjusting his mindset, Caleb sat down next to the white-haired girl. Ignoring her murderous glare, he picked up a piece of tiramisu and threw it into his barato. Kaneko, I just ran into a situation in the ranking battle. He recounted the events while eating the sweet and soft tiramisu, focusing on describing the unique sensation of sensing the bottleneck. MHM, I see. I didn't realize you were a martial arts faction type. Kaneko Tuju swallowed the food in her mouth and said without emotion, you don't need to feel bad. An opponent of that caliber wouldn't be able to make you break through during a fight. Caleb froze for a moment. A flash of realization struck him, and he seemed to understand something. Kaneko, is breaking through during combat common? The white-haired girl glanced at him and said mercilessly, it's not common. How could such a dangerous and uncertain method be common? Then why did you just say? Because some people can only break through during combat, which is what I call the martial arts faction. Kaneko Tuju took a sip of black tea, once again acting as Caleb's teacher after many days. The martial arts faction doesn't require dangerous combat to break through. Whether it's sparring with someone of similar strength or guided practical training, as long as the opponent provides pressure, these people can break through. The greater the pressure, the higher the chance of a breakthrough. She paused before continuing. Moreover, once these people encounter a life or death crisis, the probability of breaking through during combat exceeds 90. Then why didn't I ever feel this way when I trained with you guys before? The white-haired girl stared at Caleb for a while and said faintly, because you didn't see that as a fight. Caleb instinctively wanted to refute, but didn't know how. Thinking about it carefully, Kaneko Tuju is right. I didn't see that as a fight. There was no concept of victory or defeat in my mind at the time, let alone pressure. Come to think of it, breaking through during a fight is just powering up, isn't it? Isn't that an exclusive perk for protagonists? Right? The loser is also a protagonist, so it's not entirely wrong for me to have this trait. Without Rias, Kaneko Tuju had helped Caleb resolve the confusion in his heart and find a way to break through the bottleneck. Now, all he had to do was constantly fight, or what is commonly known as seeking a fight, and he should be able to break through quickly. Thanks, Kaneko. Caleb picked up a piece of tiramisu and held it toward the white-haired girl. Here, open wide. This is my thanks to you. What are you talking about? President bought this for me. I haven't even called you out for eating a piece of mine earlier. Despite the complaint, Kaneko Tuju's small cheeks turned pink. She opened her barato and accepted Caleb's feeding. Her small face appeared flushed as she ate the tiramisu from Caleb's hand. Caleb didn't mind the bit of dessert left on his finger. Having trained extensively with talented martial partners every day, he was long used to such ambiguous gestures. Right now, he was more concerned with where to find opponents with enough strength to make him feel like he was truly fighting. Caleb had a premonition that once he broke through to A rank and his life essence evolved, a massive change would definitely occur within him. Just sensing the bottleneck made it feel as though something was about to burst forth from inside his body. Kaneko Tuju chewed the tiramisu in her small mouth. Her face flushed as she looked at Caleb. If you want to fight, just apply to Bucho for a subjugation mission when she returns. The white-haired girl seemed to guess what Caleb was thinking. She said, I don't know why, but recently the number of stray devils has increased. Your subjugation efforts can help relieve our burden. Caleb's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea, but it wouldn't be very useful if the opponents were too weak. How strong are the stray devils? Generally between C and B rank. There are A ranks too, but very few. The white-haired young woman thought for a moment and continued, if you want to break through, it's best to undertake subjugation missions alone. With your strength, even if you can't beat an A rank, running away shouldn't be a problem. As the two were talking, a bright red magic circle rapidly formed in the center of the clubroom, and two tall figures appeared before Caleb. Era, Akira is here too. Is your test over? Akino Hamajima's face was still flushed from battle, showing she had given a strong effort this round. Bucho, Akino senpai. Caleb greeted them and said, the test is over, and I won first place in the ranking battle. Rias looked at Caleb approvingly. Not bad. Is there a reward you want? No. Caleb shook his head. But I would like to go on a subjugation mission alone. Oh, with your strength? You certainly can execute a subjugation mission alone. Rias said curiously. But you suddenly saying this must be for a reason. There's a reason. Caleb recounted his experience of sensing the bottleneck again. Rias and Akino Himejima reacted similarly to Kaneko Tuju. Compared to ordinary cultivators, the number of pure martial arts faction members was extremely small, but not to the extent of being once in a generation. Breaking through in combat wasn't exclusive to the martial arts faction. In contrast, pure martial arts faction members were actually at a disadvantage compared to others. These people could only break through combat, but it wasn't as dangerous as for others. Others often faced life or death crises to break through in battle. The martial arts faction did not. However, this didn't mean it wasn't dangerous. Opponents who could provide pressure without threatening one's life were not easy to find. Caleb's situation was not uncommon. The people around him were strong and willing to help, but his own mind subconsciously didn't perceive it as a fight, which prevented him from meeting the requirement for a breakthrough. So, even if I learn mid-tier magic power extraction, I still might not be able to reach A rank. No, it should be said that if you learn mid-tier magic power extraction and still can't break through to A rank, then we can confirm you can only break through combat. Rias explained, this is like martial arts enlightenment. It's quite subjective. No one can say you are a pure martial arts faction member until the result is clear. Chapter 101. Subjugation mission. After Rias' detailed explanation, Caleb felt like he might have been set up. If it weren't for the martial arts faction's specific breakthrough requirement, he might have already advanced to A rank through a partner cultivation method. But there was no telling. Rather than waiting for the mid-tier magic power extraction that he didn't know when he could extract, it was better to try the martial arts faction's breakthrough method first. If he extracted the skill and still couldn't break through, he would still have to use this method anyway. Caleb's idea was unanimously approved, and Rias and the others happily handed the subjugation mission over to him. Akida, the subjugation mission is up to you. Akino Himejima smilingly produced a stack of documents. We can finally go clear up the backlog of contracts we've accumulated. I feel like my strength hasn't improved much because I haven't completed contracts in too long. Aside from cultivating on their own, devils could accumulate power by fulfilling contracts with humans. Otherwise, Rias and the others wouldn't bother responding to the summons of ordinary people. Due to his unique ability, Caleb looked down on this method and rarely bothered to complete similar requests. No time to lose, we'll set off now. Caleb stood up and walked to the center of the room. The previous fight was utterly unsatisfying. Rias commented, although it's not fully confirmed, Akira really does seem like the martial arts faction type. Akino Himejima laughed cheerily as she unfolded the magic circle. He likes close-quarters combat. His enthusiasm for fighting is high, and he feels absolutely no guilt about attacking enemies psychologically. Caleb, say no more. The more they talk, the more I feel like I've been set up. Waiting for the teleportation magic circle to complete with an expressionless face, Caleb immediately stepped inside. In the deep, silent forest, a figure materialized out of thin air. Caleb held onto a tree trunk, shaking his slightly dizzy head. It seemed he still needed to adapt to spatial transfer using a magic circle for the first time. After resting for a few seconds, the dizziness vanished thanks to his formidable physique and spirit. He looked up to observe his surroundings. He could see the spire of a church. The location is correct. This is where that imp, a type of mountain demon goblin ape-like monster, was last seen. The term stray devil didn't just refer to devils. The emphasis was on the word stray. All beings who broke the rules, evaded jurisdiction, harmed humans, or betrayed their masters were classified here. It could be a devil, a spirit yokai, a fallen angel, an angel, a half-breed, or even a human. Caleb's target today was an imp. According to the intelligence, this creature was known for terrorizing the nearby villages and disappearing into the deep mountains. The last incident was 3 days ago, and it had been hiding in this forest ever since. After confirming that Akino Himejima hadn't teleported him to the wrong place, Caleb activated his inside eye, and magic power slowly flowed within his body. In the deep, silent forest, thick branches and dense leaves rustled slightly in the breeze. Moonlight filtered through the treetops, scattering sparse patches of light. Caleb stood in a small clearing. In his perception, the entire scene began to sharpen. A strand of magic power emerged like a thread, connecting his senses to the world. He could feel the vitality of the earth, the life bravado of the trees, and the resonance of everything around him, and the hidden threat within. During the summer, Caleb hadn't just focused on martial arts and spiritual training. Having acquired 3 new talents, he naturally needed to utilize them to increase his overall strength. His goal was to become the perfect, 6-dimensional warrior. Under the effect of the perception talent, Caleb quickly mastered scrying magic and perception magic. Paired with his insight eye, his intelligence gathering capabilities instantly caught up with his fighting strength. Spirit affinity was a talent related to contracts. After learning a few contract spells, Caleb found no immediate use for them and set them aside. As for the tenacity talent, its effect could be summarized as growing stronger the longer the fight lasts, increasing physical and mental durability. Its effect was relatively minor for the current Caleb, but since it was a passive, constantly active effect, it was still a decent talent. The range of his perception gradually deepened. Suddenly, Caleb's vision became strange and wondrous. The outlines of the trees began to blur. The entire scene seemed to melt together, with only one shadow becoming increasingly clear. Deactivating the scrying magic, Caleb slightly smiled. Found it. Confirming the direction, he deftly moved through the gaps between the branches, rapidly approaching the target. It wasn't until Caleb was less than 10 meters away that the ferocious, monkey-like yokai finally reacted. Good luck. My first encounter is with a B-rank opponent. With that, Caleb decisively struck. A murderous lightning spear instantly condensed, then violently shot towards the imp's head. The imp's eyes flashed red, and it rapidly dodged. After narrowly avoiding the attack, it glared at Caleb sinisterly. Magician, why are you attacking me? Caleb had no intention of explaining. He simply channeled magic power, activating the red crest on the back of his left hand. Seeing the strange, fragmented circular crest, the imp's eyes narrowed. Its form violently inflated, changing from a small monkey-like creature to the size of a gorilla. So, it's a little devil from the Gremory family. The imp asked darkly, "Where is your master? Where are they hiding? You don't need Bucho to deal with you." Edigan Brat. The imp condensed a mass of pitch-black, demonic energy. The malevolent and powerful energy wave attacked Caleb. Caleb dodged sideways. The black energy wave smashed into the ground. Black smoke permeated the air, and dust flew up. After the dust settled, a bottomless crater appeared where the ground was hit, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. Is that all? Caleb chuckled, condensing another lightning spear. At the same time, he relentlessly launched various low-level, instant cast spells at the imp. The imp's speed was extremely fast, and all the magic attacks missed. However, Caleb had also managed to close the distance. Caleb used the lightning spear as a sword. His sharp attacks occasionally ripped away chunks of flesh from the imp. The imp was only slightly faster than Caleb. In terms of strength and skill, it was absolutely no match for Caleb. After holding on for a moment, seeing that escape was impossible, it gathered its demonic power and took a hit from Caleb's spear, forcefully boosting its strength again. The familiar sensation reappeared. Caleb sensed that membrane even more clearly than in the ranking battle. This is it, he thought, becoming even more excited. Berserk mode, huh? It's just what I needed. Seeing Caleb push forward instead of retreating, the imp inwardly cursed him as a lunatic. However, having used Berserk mode, it had no way out. If it failed to kill or repel Caleb before the Berserk mode ended, it would be the one to die today. Boom! The fierce battle startled a flock of birds and also attracted an uninvited guest. A pitch-black feather mixed in with the flying birds slowly drifted down. A fallen angel stood atop a tree branch. The bright moonlight illuminated her silhouette. That imp used Berserk mode. It's normal for it to have that kind of strength. Looking at the two fighting fiercely below, Barato, who had returned to her true fallen angel form, was filled with surprise and uncertainty. But what is going on with that new devil? It's only been 2 months, and he already feels like he's almost A-rank strength. The difference between A-rank and B-rank was in the essence of life. In terms of raw combat power, it was not entirely insurmountable. It wasn't until S-rank that there was a qualitative change in fighting capability. 3 B ranks could surround an A rank and put them in danger, but 3 B ranks could, at most, take 3 hits from an S rank. 1 hit each, no more. Under the observation of his insight eye, Caleb discovered Wayame Amano. Seeing that the opponent had no intention of intervening, he was slightly disappointed. The imp in Berserk mode did put some pressure on him, but it was still insufficient. Caleb looked disheveled, but was actually not badly injured. Seeing the imp's movements grow slower and its strength diminish, he stopped wasting time, disappointed. Physical mastery, Mirror Reflect, Sword Heart, and Lightning Flash were simultaneously deployed. A golden-yellow lightning spear condensed. Using the spear as a sword, he fiercely thrust at the imp's fist. The stalemate lasted for an instant. With the 50 boost from Mirror Reflect, the imp's fist was the first to crumble. Then, the lightning spear drove hard through its arm. Accompanied by the imp's painful wail, the lightning spear pierced through its barato and into its skull. Crash! The horrifying shriek ceased. The imp's massive barato slowly fell to the ground. As its life barato gradually faded, it slowly reverted to the size of a monkey. After shrinking, the fatal wound on its head was clearly visible. Chapter 102. Caleb's devil form. Caleb glanced at the imp's corpse and let out a helpless sigh. Trying to achieve a breakthrough in a single battle was indeed unlikely, but it was also related to how weak this imp was. Even using Berserk mode couldn't make Caleb feel a sense of crisis. It just increased the pressure slightly. Caleb straightened his tattered uniform and looked up at the air. Miss Amano, do you still not intend to show yourself? Wayame Amano stared at Caleb, slowly descending while flapping her black wings. Yusuji-kun is indeed strange. You don't seem surprised at all to see me? Caleb observed the fallen angel in front of him, hovering steadily in the air. Setting aside her wicked personality, she was indeed a very attractive girlfriend candidate. There's nothing surprising about it. The moment I first saw you, I knew you were a fallen angel. Oh, is my disguise that bad? Rainier tilted her head, adopting a cute expression. By the way, my name is Rainier. Since you've seen my true form, please don't call me by that name. Caleb immediately refused. No. Why? Because I think Waime Amano sound better than Rainier. Huh. Looking at Caleb's completely justified expression, the fallen angel girl was momentarily stunned. She explained seriously, my real name is Rainier. Waime Amano is just a fake name I randomly chose. I know, but I just want to call you Miss Amano. Oh, since it's a fake name, calling you Waime-chan is fine too, right? Looking at the blood-stained Caleb, the fallen angel girl's gaze gradually turned dangerous. It seems you are doing this on purpose. Her long black hair billowed in the moonlight as she stood in her leather outfit. Barato revealed a captivating smile. A long spear, radiating a faint red light, appeared in her hand. It was very similar to Caleb's lightning spear, purely condensed magic power. Waime-chan, are we going to fight now? Caleb continued to tease. This isn't like the personality you displayed that day. Barato scoffed. Do people really prefer that useless personality? Caleb stretched his limbs. He still had most of his magic power left. It should be fine. Not necessarily. I also like the way you are now. Is that so? Then, would you mind standing still and letting me take a strike at you once? Barato smirked, challenging him. If you let me land a hit on you now, I can let you land a hit on me later. I can't allow that. Caleb grinned. He wasn't afraid of anyone when it came to a terrible personality. How about I just stab you directly until you turn back into Waime-chan? 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 You're annoying. Rainier finally lost her patience. She fiercely kicked the ground with her black boot, raising a gust of wind, and ferociously rushed towards Caleb. Caleb's eyes lit up. Sure enough, Waime Amano's strength is very high, completely on par with mine. She was solidly B-rank peak. Now that's more like it. Caleb unleashed his full power again, clashing with Waime Amano. Lightning spear and light spear collided, generating streaks of dazzling light in the dark forest. After only a few rounds of fighting, Caleb immediately felt the bottleneck starting to loosen. He grew more and more excited as he fought. Now, even if Waime Amano wanted to leave, he wouldn't let her. In contrast, Rainier grew increasingly alarmed. She realized she might actually not be a match for Caleb. Caleb had just been through one major fight, and his strength was slightly depleted, but his skill completely compensated for that loss. Relying on Mirror Reflect and Inside Eye, he even gradually gained the upper hand. Magic power was being consumed, and stamina was dwindling, but Caleb's eyes grew increasingly excited. Almost there, almost there. Just one more push, and I can break through that membrane. The lightning spear struck down hard. Waime Amano raised her light spear horizontally to resist. Clang! The two weapons, condensed from magic power, produced the sound of metal clashing. Waime Amano's fair face was flushed red. Her straight, long legs were firmly braced against the ground, her black leather shoes leaving two deep trenches in the earth. The lightning spear dissipated. Caleb gave Waime Amano a perfectly sincere smile. Thank you, Waime-chan. Waime Amano breathed heavily, sweat dripping down her face. You broke through? Yes. Thanks to Waime-chan. This breakthrough was unusually smooth. Boom, as he spoke, a pair of black, broad bat wings unfolded behind Caleb's back, and a thick, powerful black tail appeared behind him. After the breakthrough, he had felt an intense itch and swelling in his shoulder blades and tailbone. Only now did it feel comfortable. Looking at Caleb's true devil form, Waime Amano was filled with surprise and uncertainty. Caleb's devil wings were wide and heavy, unlike the long and slender ones she recalled. They were full of power. His tail was also thicker, and the spike at the end gleamed with cold light. After staring for a long time, scattered memories slowly surfaced in Waime Amano's mind. Ancient devil descendant. It bore some resemblance, but aside from the wings and tail, the rest didn't match. Are you truly a Gremory Peerage member? Caleb was currently flapping his wings curiously, wondering if he should practice a bit before attempting to fly. He was suddenly asked this question and instinctively showed the crest on the back of his left hand. Do you think I am? The fallen angel girl's silence count increased by 1. She didn't even know how many times she had been rendered speechless tonight. Were you holding back earlier? No. Evasion. Caleb continued to curiously observe his wings and tail, retracting them and letting them out, having fun with the novelty. After breaking through to a rank, it felt as though the shackles within his body had been broken. His devil bloodline was fully activated. With the appearance of his wings and tail, a closer look would also reveal that his black pupils were now tinged with hints of scarlet. Waime Amano didn't know why Caleb was retracting and extending his wings repeatedly, and she couldn't be bothered with the question. If you weren't holding back, why didn't you use your devil form earlier? Why show it now? Waime Amano delivered a soul attack. Not revealing the true form always meant a slight reduction in strength. Moreover, the wings and tail provided power and assisted in offense and defense. The strength of wings capable of lifting a person into the air was considerable, and under normal circumstances, they could carry 1 or 2 additional people without issue. Caleb's face stiffened, and he said awkwardly, I couldn't transform before. Couldn't? Waime Amano was astonished. Are you saying you can't fly? Caleb honestly nodded, saying with a genuine expression, Actually, I still can't. I was just agonizing over how to fly just now. Waime Amano. If I had known Caleb couldn't fly, I would have flown up and bombed him earlier. That way, even if she couldn't completely incapacitate Caleb, she would have at least been in an untouchable position. Chapter 103. The pure fallen angel spreading her pitch-black wings. Waime Amano slowly ascended. She was skeptical of Caleb's words, but whether true or false, flying up was always the safest bet. Waime-chan, are you leaving already? Looking at the fallen angel girl under the moonlight, Caleb said with reluctance, I don't know when we'll meet again. Leave me your contact info. Humph. You didn't want it last time, but you want it this time. Are you trying to corner me? Waime Amano sneered. While annoyed, she was also driven mad by envy and jealousy over the speed of Caleb's strength increase. She stared down at Caleb from above. This condescending posture made her feel much calmer inside and allowed her to spot more suspicious details. Did you intentionally provoke me just to break through during the fight? Not entirely. Caleb felt the brand new power and tried to flap his wide, shiny black bat wings. I really do like Waime-chan, and I genuinely want to be with you in every possible way. Waime Amano stared deeply at Caleb, then suddenly reverted to her previous soft, innocent appearance. If it's you, Suji-kun, I can be your girlfriend. Her elegant outfit and fallen angel wings framed the girl's delicate, angelic presence. She felt deeply curious about him. Not only did it not feel awkward, but it also sparked a strong admiration in her heart. A light blush appeared on her face as she spoke. As long as you, Suji-kun, tells me the secret to cultivating so fast, I will be very grateful to you. After admiring the fallen angel Bowtie's performance for a while, and having seen enough of her graceful bravado, Caleb smiled faintly. You want to know why I cultivate so fast? MHM, telling you is no problem, but I want to change the condition. Waime Amano said softly, I already agreed to be your girlfriend. What else do you want? Caleb curled his bravado. A woman's bravado is a lying ghost, let alone Waime Amano, a fallen angel with a wicked personality who liked to manipulate others' emotions through pretense. I'm not interested in dating you. I want to keep you close to me. Caleb laid his cards on the table. And you're not qualified to be my girlfriend. Someone like you can only be someone I keep at a distance. Waime Amano's confident expression froze on her face. Caleb's utterly insulting words reminded her of her painful past experiences. One day, she would trample this hateful devil servant and all those who looked down on her underfoot. To find out why Caleb's strength had increased so rapidly, Waime Amano firmly suppressed her violent emotions, striving to maintain her composed and pleasant expression. Yusuji-kun, call me master. Centuredo. Caleb nodded with satisfaction. To Waime Amano's astonishment, he quickly stepped forward and pulled her into a warm hug. The fallen angel girl subconsciously resisted, but before she could act, Caleb had completely enveloped her. After the breakthrough, Caleb's strength had risen another level. Cinchuredo, wouldn't trying it be the only way to know? Waime Amano stepped back, putting distance between herself and Caleb. Trying it, that's easy for you to say. Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage if it turns out to be false? At a disadvantage? Caleb pointed to his own face. How is this anything but mutual benefit at best? Huh. Waime Amano frowned and shook her head dismissively. Caleb blinked, looking puzzled. Are you completely inexperienced by any chance? Waime Amano's expression tightened with embarrassment. She turned her head away, annoyed. Of course not. How could you possibly still be so naive? Caleb was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. However, the fallen angel girl was too skilled at deception. Until he could personally verify it, he remained skeptical. Then there you go. You won't be at a loss anyway. Waime Amano lowered her head, her eyes flickering. If Caleb was telling the truth, giving up her most prized possession would be worth it. As long as she could rapidly increase her strength, she was willing to make any sacrifice. But if it wasn't true, she couldn't do anything to Caleb and would just have to endure the loss without any recourse. Should I take the gamble? After a long period of contemplation, the fallen angel girl still couldn't make up her mind. Looking at the conflicted Waime Amano, and out of respect for the fact that she might still be an innocent girl, Caleb abandoned the idea of continuing to tease her. I won't tease you anymore. What I said is true. He released her from his embrace and said seriously, my ability isn't a secret. Go ask around at Kuo Academy, and you'll know. It just might not necessarily help you break through A rank. Caleb still wasn't sure if he was harmed by the martial arts faction trait, or if his special ability truly couldn't break through bottlenecks. He'll think about it. Waime Amano dropped her pretense, reverting to her cold queen expression as she looked at the fallen angel girl standing before her. Caleb decided to let her go. Although she wasn't a good person, pressuring a girl was too tacky. Here is my contact information. Contact me when you've made up your mind. Caleb added, by the way, my patience isn't great. I hope you can decide quickly. Whether Waime Amano agreed to his offer or not, Caleb intended to seek her out again after a while. Once he was thoroughly familiar with his new power, his next target would be the sacred gear. Name, Caleb Usugi Talents, Devil Bloodline, High Grade, Fragment Physical Mastery, Beginner, Sword Heart, Beginner, Lightning, Flash Fragment. Combat Instinct Body Empathy Skills, Magic Power Extraction, Beginner, Close Quarters Combat, Intermediate, Sword Zen, Advanced. After letting Waime Amano go, Caleb opened his personal panel. Looking at the two extra talents, he finally confirmed one thing. Like the Devil Bloodline's tail and wings, the Combat Instinct and Body Empathy talents also appeared automatically after breaking through to A rank. Clearly, these were talents he inherently possessed, but like his true devil form, they had been suppressed. Although they could still exert some effect, like the Devil Bloodline, a larger part of them was dormant, preventing them from even being classified as full talents. What had been suppressing Caleb was none other than the Curse Template that had been active since his transmigration. The Curse Template had restricted not only some of his external features, but also his innate talents. This suppression was finally broken only when Caleb's strength reached A rank and his life essence completed its evolution. The subsequent secondary development, referring to the emergence of Wing's Tail, also verified this idea. However, Caleb vaguely felt that the influence of the Shadow Template had not been completely eliminated. To fully suppress or break it, he would need to undergo another, or even more, evolution. Simply put, he needed greater strength. If he became strong enough to transcend this world, no template would be able to influence him in the slightest. With his innate talents starting to take effect, Caleb's close quarters combat immediately increased by one level. Combat Instinct requires no further explanation. It's a divine talent in practical combat, very useful, but not rare. Many powerful warriors possess similar talents. such as a certain Saber King in Fuyuki City and a certain Spider-Man in New York. Chapter 104. Shared sensation with Rias was the talent that excited Caleb the most. The name sounded profound, and the description that followed was equally extravagant, but could be summarized in 4 words: martial arts prodigy. It was the kind of freakish talent where he could execute any physical technique just by watching it once. However, this was limited to physical techniques. If a move required the manipulation of a specific energy flow, Senshirado, all he needed was to enhance his understanding of martial arts, and becoming a martial god would be within easy reach. He might even be able to glimpse the path of a mortal Dao beyond. Martial arts and magic power could be cultivated simultaneously. Caleb had asked Rias before deciding to try the martial arts path. Chi governs the body, and magic power governs the spirit. The two not only don't interfere with each other, but even have a complementary effect. However, not everyone has talent in both areas, and even if they do, they don't have the time to cultivate both simultaneously. Even demon lords have lifespan limitations. Focusing one's energy on a single area is the only way to potentially go further. As expected, choosing to try the martial arts path was the right decision. Caleb couldn't help but exclaim, feeling the milky white chi in his dantian. After the chi appeared, the magic power spread throughout his body, instinctively cleared half the space, all gathering at the Baihui acupoint on the crown of his head. Caleb didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, because the location of the magic power almost completely overlapped with the illusory sea of consciousness where his mental power resided, it became even more obediently controllable. The light blue magic power condensed into a ball. In Caleb's perception, its color was slowly deepening. The requirement for a mid-tier magician is for all of one's magic power to turn deep blue. Since his magic power was all gathered together, he wondered if it would count as a breakthrough once it turned deep blue. Regarding this, he would have to wait until tomorrow to ask the lovely Bucho for guidance. At the first light of dawn, Caleb had been active in the forest all night and had finally gained a preliminary familiarity with his new body and power. Before the office workers started their day, he quickly flew towards Kuo Academy, spreading his bat wings. Caleb streaked across the sky like a black lightning bolt. The wind rushed across his face, and a feeling of freedom and exhilaration filled his entire body. Traveling in a straight line in the air was fast. After just 10 minutes of flying, the gates of Kuo Academy were already in sight. After flashing over the campus, Caleb slowly descended in front of the club building, regretfully retracting his devil form. Bucho, Akino Senpai, and Kaneko, good morning. Pushing open the clubroom door, the 3 girls hadn't woken up yet. Caleb greeted them politely. With A-rank strength, there was no longer a need to maintain sleep. Caleb had been up all night after his breakthrough and felt completely fine. The 3 girls, being stronger than him, were naturally the same. Sleep was merely a habit, like eating and drinking, and due to the nature of devils, their active hours were often at night. Seeing Caleb arrive, they no longer intended to continue sleeping. The white-haired young girl was the first to get up. She shook her fluffy white cat ears, sniffed with her small nose, and said with a look of disgust, "Akira, you stink." Caleb froze while pouring tea. After a busy night in the deep mountains, Senshirado, Rias smoothed her scattered red hair and offered a faint smile. "Akira, would you like me to help you carry those supplies?" "Oh, really?" Caleb's eyes lit up. "I humbly request Buyuki's assistance." Rias' movement froze. She secretly cursed herself for being misled by this little troublemaker's harmless appearance again. Ever since Caleb had gotten closer to Rias, he had become someone who never refused the Buyukis' occasional requests. If Rias dared to say it, he dared to do it. Before Rias could come up with an excuse, Caleb took the girl's soft, warm hand. "President, let's go." Rias opened her barato, wanting to say something, but Caleb didn't give her a chance. Working together on daily tasks helps strengthen the bond between a familiar and their master. They'll also assist President with her duties later. Saying this, Caleb quickened his pace. Rias felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed. She tried to pull her hand away, but couldn't seem to manage it. After a moment of surprise, she increased her effort slightly, but still didn't succeed. C'est impossible. With Caleb's strength, the effort I used should have been more than enough to break free. Increasing the barato would risk hurting Caleb. Rias was led into the spacious bathroom by Caleb, looking confused. The bathroom was luxurious and had plenty of room for 2 people. Rias often spent time with the white-haired girl and Akino Himejima. Caleb closed the door and quickly set his things aside. Looking at his uniform, which was full of holes, especially the back where 2 large tears almost covered a third of the fabric, he casually tossed it aside. Although not completely shredded, Senchuredo momentarily forgetting what he was about to say. No matter how many allies he had stood beside, this scene always stirred a sense of awe within young Caleb, especially since the red-haired figure standing before him was a powerful, respected devil and his nominal master. Senchuredo, he gradually felt the atmosphere change. It wasn't until Rias said, "I'll defeat you," with a smile, that Caleb fully understood. Rias wasn't just talking to little Caleb. She was clearly warning him. "Bucho, if you handle it carefully, it will definitely behave later. Senchuredo. Caleb smiled knowingly. Everything else could wait. The most important thing now was to get cleaned up. Having reached an unspoken understanding, Rias and Caleb quickly finished washing up and moved on to the next task. Caleb often helped his friends clean up around the house, and the bathroom at his home had been the site of many lively arguments. He was very skilled at keeping the conversation interesting during chores. "Bucho will start cleaning first." "MHM." Rias hesitated. Senchuredo, and slowly lowered his head to barato her. This second barato was just as clumsy for Rias, who was completely surprised by Ethan. In this moment, their usual roles were reversed. The red-haired young woman gently closed her eyes, letting Ethan take the lead. During the barato, a notification sound chimed, but unfortunately, it wasn't a new talent, only the bloodline talent from last time. It seemed unlikely he would acquire other, more precious talents from Rias until he had finished copying this current one. Ethan quickly dismissed the slight disappointment. While working through the pressure points, he said, "President, please sit down for me." Rias nodded briefly, her expression calm and focused. With a quick motion, Ethan guided her as she settled into a comfortable position, her feet resting on the smooth floor. Senchuredo. She wanted to stop Ethan's actions, but couldn't quite find the courage. "Ethan, please stop. I'm so nervous." The girl's voice was barely a whisper, and she turned her face away. Ethan didn't insist, instead stepping back and giving her some space. Senchuredo. While gently savoring a delicate dessert. Watching the treat rest on the table, Ethan's curiosity was piqued, and he reached out to sample it. The rich flavor was immediately captivating, but before he could fully appreciate it, Rias pushed his playful hand away with a light slap. After what felt like a long struggle, Rias felt her jaw ache and her barato grow tired. Frowning, she let out a sigh. "Ugh, are you done yet?" She rubbed her tired face. "If not, I'm quitting." Senchuredo. Rias caught her breath and countered, "Did you break through to A rank?" Chapter 106. 6 and 9. Ethan explained the events of the previous night, including the mountain goblin and the fallen angel Barato, as well as his devil form, while confronting Rias in a tense standoff. Ethan planned to recruit Amano Yuma. Although the woman had a somewhat terrible personality, her abilities were certainly useful. Stopping her from committing any atrocities and then properly training her would make her a reliable helper. Rias wasn't at all concerned about the mountain goblin and the fallen angel. The mountain goblin was an established target, and she naturally had the relevant information. It was within her expectations that Ethan could easily defeat such an opponent. As for the fallen angel, Rias was the administrator of Kuo town. How could she not know about the presence of other factions on her turf? She was not only aware of the fallen angel presence, but also knew they seemed to be plotting something. However, since it didn't affect ordinary people and had no bearing on her or her immediate circle, she had ignored it. Centuredo. The so-called ancient devils were, as the name suggests, the oldest batch of devils, their origins tracing back to the dawn of the world. At that time, there was no concept of factions like Devil Clan, God Clan, Human Race, Dragon Race, etc. The world was simply divided into three major factions: the devils of hell, the gods of heaven, and the alliance of the mortal world. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the three powers, especially between the devils and the gods, who were constantly at war. Endless conflict, however, would drain even the most powerful races. Various methods to replenish soldiers began to appear. The Maozu Demon Clan current devils, and angels were born out of this necessity. Time is the most potent force. After an unknown period and following a war that is no longer clearly remembered, the original gods and devils perished, and the mortal world alliance also fell apart. While the Maozu and the God Clan rose to power, they also inherited the grudges of the previous generation. But with the strengthening of other races in the mortal world, especially the Dragon Race, both sides finally tacitly ceased hostilities after the Great War 10,000 years ago. Though it is said that the 72 pure-blooded devil families are few, the reality is that truly pure-blooded Maozu, current devils, are scarce. The true ancient devils have long since vanished. One reason the God realm and the devil realm ceased fighting was the cautionary tale of the ancient gods and devils. Rias is the next head of the Gremory family, meaning her bloodline is undoubtedly as pure as it gets, but besides a pair of devil wings, she has no other devil characteristics. In other words, Rias is only 33.3 of the ancient devil's appearance, yet she is a pure-blooded devil. Ethan has one more jet black tail than Rias, and his wings look closer to a devil's. However, he lacks horns, and his wings are only similar, not the same as the ferocious wings of the ancient devils. Rias speculated that Ethan might originally contain extremely rare ancient devil blood. No, not bloodline, but perhaps just a gene. If not for the influence of the evil pieces, it might never have awakened in his lifetime. Ethan neither confirmed nor denied this. He knew it had nothing to do with the evil pieces. Even if it was due to an external bravado, it was the power of his dual-element cultivation ability. However, there is no need to be so explicit about this. All that mattered was that it wasn't a bad thing. Ancient devils or their descendants might be monitored for fear they could reignite a massive war, but merely possessing some of their genes could actually make many Maozu look upon him favorably. After all, this was considered a noble lineage. Although mixed, the bloodline might not necessarily be inferior to that of the current pure-blooded devils. Putting aside the genes Ethan might have inherited from his parents overseas, the main focus was the relationship between his chi, magical energy, and magic power. After breaking through to A rank, if one practices both martial arts and magic, as long as one reaches A rank, the other will slowly break through as well, driven by the evolution of the life essence. However, this change would be somewhat prolonged compared to an active breakthrough. Simply put, even if he couldn't actively use intermediate magic extraction, Ethan would slowly become an intermediate magician, just at a slower pace. As Rias finished speaking, Centuredo, after spending some time together, Ethan embraced Rias for a while longer in the bathroom, then cleaned up before stepping out. When they left the bathroom, Centuredo, Rias glared at the muttering Akino Himejima. "Hurry up." Yes, my President Ethan. This is a uniform tailored to your size. Before, you couldn't spread your wings, so I didn't give it to you. Now is the perfect time. After putting on his new uniform, Rias took out 2 brand-new male uniforms from the closet. Centuredo Rias noticed this too, and curiously stepped forward to measure him. "Oh, Ethan, you've grown taller recently. This was tailored to your size before the summer break. Looks like I'll need to order a few new sets. Ethan was momentarily stunned. He was very conscious of his height and had measured himself just 2 days ago. There was no change. Looking at the tall, slender Rias, he was surprised to find that they were almost the same height. Rias was 172 centimeters, and Ethan was 170 centimeters, only a 2-centimeter difference. However, Cinchuredo, he could finally continue to grow, bringing him one step closer to escaping his troubled fate. Chapter 107. Middle and Calawarner. The effects of the A-rank breakthrough were ongoing. The 2 centimeters were just the start, not the limit. It remained unclear how much the A-rank could elevate his ultimate potential. 4 months after awakening his abilities, Ethan had shed many of the restrictions imposed by the novice template. His Eye of Insight allowed him to discard his black-rimmed glasses, and now, at A-rank, his height and physique were also beginning to shake off the submissive look. Ethan, originally of average build, had, through repeated partnered training and breakthrough in strength, grown into a towering figure of imposing stature. Now that his height was increasing, his little Ethan might continue to grow, making a straight to the stomach strike a possibility. Similarly, since breaking through to A-rank, Ethan's strength was rapidly increasing, driven by the manifestation of his innate talent and the activation of his devil bloodline. Following the mountain goblin, he continued to carry out subjugation missions every night. He preferred to fight daily than to fulfill those strange contracts. This was also a way to fulfill his duties as a member of the Occult Research Club, as he hadn't contributed much since joining. On the other hand, Ethan was also using combat to consolidate and adapt to his sharply increasing power. School during the day, joint training sessions with his teammates after school, and subjugation missions at night, this fulfilling routine lasted for over 2 weeks. September 23rd, Sunday. In a dark, silent alley, a ball of azure flame ignited in Ethan's hand, incinerating a hideous corpse. Is this barely even C-rank anymore? He looked at the files in his hand. Among the few remaining targets, this one was considered strong. However, enemies of this caliber didn't give him any experience points at all. Forget it. He'll leave the remaining ones to Kaneko and Yudo. Ethan rubbed his chin, pondering, by my estimate, Yuma-chan should be looking for me soon. 2 weeks were enough time for the fallen angel lady to investigate his detailed background, having confirmed that training together could enhance her strength. And given Amano Yuma's desperate craving for power, she would surely not abandon this opportunity to potentially break through to a rank. September 25th, 10 a.m. Ethan saw the unfamiliar caller ID on his phone and curve his lips into a smile. Moshi Moshi, is that Yuma-chan? There was silence on the other end. After a moment, the clear voice of the fallen angel lady rang out. Yu Suji-kun, do you have time to meet? Of course. If Yuma-chan invites me, they'll make time even if I don't have it. With that, Ethan immediately sent a line message to Rias. He was skipping his next class, and it was necessary to inform her in advance about contacting a fallen angel, given that devils and fallen angels were essentially hostile factions. Time and place. After informing Rias, he got straight to the point. Do you want to come to me, or should I come to you? Amano Yuma took a deep breath and looked at her 2 subordinates beside her. You come to me. The location is the church. It's my current base. No problem. See you in 10 minutes. Ethan decisively hung up, found a deserted area, spread his wings, and flew toward the suburban church, leaving a dark streak across the sky. He had been coveting the fallen angel bloodline for a long time. He actually preferred feathered wings to bat wings. Jet black feathered wings were truly cool. If he could be like an angel and gain more wings as his rank increased, that would be even cooler. Hearing the dial tone, Cinchuredo, the blonde fallen angel, dressed in a maid outfit, chirped playfully, Lady Barato, can we let Calawarner go first? Middle is a newcomer and feels a bit uncertain. The expression of the blue-haired woman in a formal uniform stiffened. She instinctively retorted, I'm not experienced with this either. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Calawarner, you're a fallen angel of noble rank, and you've never seen battle before? Middle revealed her fangs, looking incredulous. The blue-haired elder, whose face was partially hidden by her long blue hair, blushed. Centuriato Middlet and Calawarner dropped their smiles and stood by Amano Yuma. "Yuma-chan, good morning." Ethan pushed open the church door, noticing two unfamiliar people. He was somewhat surprised by their presence. "Yuma-chan, who are these two?" Middlet and Calawarner. Amano Yuma gave a simple introduction. "They are my subordinates. I want you to use that ability with them first. I want to verify the effect with my own eyes." Ethan stared at the two fairly cute fallen angels for a moment, and long-lost memories slowly resurfaced. Right, Amano Yuma did have a few subordinates, but their screen time was too short, and they were quickly eliminated, which is why he had almost no impression of them. Ethan wasn't particularly interested in the two, but since Amano Yuma asked, he didn't mind using them to warm up first. "Fine." Ethan readily nodded, looking around the empty church. "Right here?" Amano Yuma rolled her eyes. "Of course not. Follow me." Ethan shrugged and followed the three deeper into the church. "All right, this is the place." Upon entering the basement, Amano Yuma reverted to her fallen angel form. "Before that, there's one more thing I need to confirm." Ethan watched the instant costume change with envy. He really wanted that skill and wished he could teach it to the other girls. It would not only make role-playing easier in the future, but also eliminate the need for cleanup afterward. "What is it?" Keeping that thought in mind, Ethan asked, "I want to see what your current strength is." Amano Yuma condensed a red light spear. Middlet and Calawarner also spread their wings, condensing light spears of different colors and styles in their hands. "Oh, a group attack?" Ethan smiled with interest. "Do you think the three of you could defeat me? Just a sparring match." Amano Yuma said this, but what she was really thinking was that if the group attack succeeded, she would capture Ethan and Barato him to help her train, making him her personal training partner. If they failed, the result would, in any case, be him conquering her. Ethan was too lazy to guess her thoughts. They were slightly lacking if they intended to overpower him with just the three of them. Currently, his combat power was second only to Rias in the Occult Research Club. The advantage of the martial way in combat was huge. Even with the bonuses from the evil peace characteristics, in a one-on-one fight, Akino Himejima and Kaneko Tuju were no longer a match for Ethan. As for Yudo Kiba, Ethan hadn't sparred with him, but judging by Rias' reaction, Yudo Kiba would likely be unable to defeat him. "Come on." Ethan spread his bat wings, and his jet-black tail extended from his tailbone, its sharp tip glinting with a cold light. Amano Yuma and the two others exchanged looks and attacked simultaneously. Ethan could easily crush any of them one-on-one, but facing three fallen angels at once required him to take it seriously. Three light spears of different colors struck from different directions simultaneously. Ethan's sidestep one used a lightning spear he condensed in his hand to block a second, and swept away the last one with his black, tough devil tail. The hardness of Ethan's wings and tail was comparable to steel. Centuriato, but as time went on, and he slowly adapted to the rhythm of the battle, Ethan's powerful combat intuition and technique began to take effect. Amano Yuma's trio was indeed coordinated, occasionally merging their three light spears into one powerful energy blast that forced Ethan to evade. However, they were fundamentally fighting solely on the basis of powerful physical attributes and magic power, completely devoid of technique. This was true not only for them, but also for Rias, Akino Himejima, and others, or rather, most supernatural beings relied on raw power to overwhelm their opponents. Even the most exquisite combat technique couldn't bridge a gap of a major rank, especially after S rank, where the difference between each realm was like a chasm. An S-rank powerhouse could easily destroy a small hillside, and a Devil King-level being could destroy a city just by having an argument. Chapter 108. Calawarner, you go first, I'm scared. Exquisite combat techniques cannot defeat an enemy across a major rank. But in a situation where strength is comparable, they can utterly crush an opponent. Facing the siege of the three fallen angels, Ethan gradually shifted from defense to mutual offense, and finally took the dominant position. The lightning spear danced, employing techniques of thrusting, stabbing, sweeping, and chopping. Every shift and move made the fallen angel girls flustered. In midair, four dark figures continually clashed. The light spears and lightning spear intersected, creating dazzling beams of light, while the resounding clang-clang-clang of collisions was incessant. The fierce battle lasted for about 10 minutes. Under the A rank's superior endurance and physical fitness, the fallen angels were defeated and retreated. Stop! Amano Yuma rapidly flew backward on her black wings. That's enough. I acknowledge your strength. Upon hearing this, Middlet and Calawarner simultaneously sighed in relief. If the fight continued, they wouldn't even be able to defend themselves. They were slightly weaker than Amano Yuma, who was on the verge of a breakthrough. Ethan let out a long breath. Surprisingly, finding that his strength had increased further during the fight, and the coordination of his magic power and chi had become smoother. It was the first time he had fought so fully since breaking through to A rank. Hearing Amano Yuma say she was stopping, he felt a slight regret. I guess I'm a fighting type. He enjoyed both the battles in his mind and the battles outside of it, and he was skilled at both. Well, aside from being restricted to battles outside the training room when breaking through a bottleneck, there was nothing wrong with it. Dispelling the lightning spear, Ethan retracted his tail and wings. These two newly acquired weapons had been very effective in the previous fight, but they had been scorched in many places by the light power during clashes with the light spears. They needed to be nourished with the magical energy in his body. Apart from these two devil organs, Ethan himself felt nothing from the light power. According to Rias, as a devil, he shouldn't be able to pray to the gods and Buddhas. If he unconsciously thought of such things, his head would feel a stabbing pain, as if pierced by needles. But Ethan did not. He didn't know why, but he speculated it was most likely because his devil bloodline came from his bloodline fusion ability. Like other half-breeds, by combining the strengths of the bloodlines, racial weaknesses could be completely eliminated. For example, a god-devil hybrid wouldn't have the devil's weakness to light and naturally wouldn't feel a headache from praying to the gods or Buddhas. Bloodline talents were actually easy to acquire. Dragon bloodline, god bloodline, fallen angel bloodline, etc. were all Ethan's goals. Under the effect of the joint cultivation ability, there was no need to worry about bloodline conflicts. Instead, like chosen hybrids, the most powerful and unique abilities would merge. Ethan had always remembered the system prompt: extract the essence, discard the dross. Yuma-chan, I fulfilled your request. Shouldn't it be time for you to hold up your end of the deal? Ethan straightened his wrinkled uniform, realizing it was quite torn from the fierce fighting. He simply ripped it off, standing before the fallen angel girls with his muscular torso bare. Aside from Amano Yuma's black leather outfit, which was intact, the blonde Fang girls made uniform and Calawarner's skirt suit were similarly in tatters. Fair, Cinchuredo, she looked more decent than the other two. Calming her breathing after the fight, Amano Yuma was enveloped in a flash of white light, transforming back into the pure, beautiful girl in a light pink dress. Middlet and Calawarner, you two go freshen up first, then come straight to the meeting room. After giving the order, Amano Yuma turned around and looked at Ethan with a shy expression. Yusuji-kun, please follow me. Although Ethan knew Amano Yuma was faking it, it didn't dampen his enthusiasm. It was amusing to tame the vicious Tsundere fallen angel lady, Cinchuredo, and a slight flush crossed their faces. They were both a bit nervous about the plan ahead. Yuma-chan, let's head to the bathhouse to clean up. Ethan glanced around the playing room, gesturing to Amano Yuma. All right. After a brief pause, Amano Yuma nodded. She had worked up a sweat during the fight. Cinchuredo, purplish-red behemoth. Middlet gasped, how is it so big? A hint of fear flashed in Calawarner's striking eyes. She considered herself capable, but judging by its overwhelming size, that massive creature would be incredibly difficult to face. Amano Yuma tried to maintain her composure, as if she hadn't been the one scared pale in the bathroom moments ago. For an inexperienced person, An unfamiliar situation can feel overwhelming, and if handled poorly, it could leave a lasting impression. Of course, confident heroines in animated shows don't have this issue. For them, 2 weeks had passed. Along with his height and physique, Ethan had grown stronger and more athletic. His progress was remarkable, surpassing his previous achievements. Now, he had completely exceeded that. During this time, the Takamine sisters, Hamasaki Reina, Senshirado Ethan usually poured his full energy into the shared meditation session with his partner. When the connection ended, the spiritual channel would close on its own, preserving the energy and making the most of the practice. Seeing the 3 fallen angel girls hesitate, Ethan sighed helplessly. Senshirado Calawarner's aloof expression nearly broke. If you're scared, do you think I'm not? But looking at Middle's petite figure, and then at her own tall, striking build, it seemed the more prudent choice for her to try first. Chapter 109. Calawarner's turn. Gazing at the expressions of Middle and Calawarner, Ethan knew they had reached a consensus. He smiled faintly, took the blue-haired Wani-san's hand gently, and led her toward the room. Calawarner. Warne, I can call you that, right? Calawarner had never been spoken to in such a warm, friendly way by a man before. Senshirado At this moment, she was focused intently on her task while moving energetically. As Ethan suddenly adjusted his grip and carefully worked on the delicate mechanism, she reacted with surprise. Ethan increased his pace, trying to achieve the best possible result. Senshirado, threads of blood seeped from the edge of her wound. The blue-haired warrior sharply arched her back, letting out a scream of agony, followed by relief as the battle finally ended. Under Ethan's practice strike, a single decisive blow ended the clash. Senshirado, the blue-haired Wani-san, let out a startled cry. Since she was shifting her weight, she stumbled against the warm edge of the bench. After a moment of hesitation, Ethan slowly stepped back from Calawarner. Don't. Senshirado, my stomach feels like it's being pierced through. Ethan groaned. Under his fierce assault, Calawarner was completely overwhelmed. The defender could not withstand the powerful strike, and the blow landed with full impact. Senshirado, and her bravado continued to part in slow, shallow breaths. Meanwhile, the shared cultivation technique began to take effect. The intense essence transformed into streams of energy that flowed into Calawarner's bravado. Her magical power, depleted from the previous fight, was replenished and continued to slowly increase. Likewise, the stamina lost from the fight and the intense energy training was restored, accompanied by an increase in physical constitution. After A rank, Ethan's energy training ability had significantly stronger effects on lower-rank targets. In just this one session, Calawarner, who was already strong in B rank, took another step forward. Don't underestimate this step. With it, she could easily crush her previous self. Acquired talent. Lower fallen angel bloodline. Ethan glanced at the newly acquired talent. For him now, the effect was quite ordinary. The improvement wasn't major. It just added a few more means of engaging the enemy. Chapter 110. Middle's turn. Fallen angels lost God's divine protection, but that didn't stop them from retaining mastery over sacred powers, such as light, which is toxic to devils. The power of the lower fallen angel bloodline was ordinary. Senshirado, after such an intense first encounter, Calawarner was utterly exhausted, her mind seemingly having ceased to function. She was oblivious to Ethan's departure and didn't even notice when the next round of activity began beside her. Senshirado, which left them both uneasy. When Ethan stood up, the cute, lively blonde-fanged fallen angel girl was adjusting her clothing. It wasn't until she was pressed down next to the still-recovering Calawarner that she snapped back to reality. Her slender arms wrapped around Ethan's neck, and she leaned in close to him. Feeling overwhelmed by her emotions, she had forgotten all fear and wanted to comfort the loneliness she felt inside her. Sensing the girl's strong feelings, Centuriato, 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 Centuriato. His fingertip pressed gently against the girl's hand as they walked together through the garden. Ethan smiled warmly, and clear water from a nearby fountain glistened in the sunlight around them. Centuriato, Centuriato, her delicate frame was visible, overwhelmed with emotion. Her cheeks were flushed with a soft pink glow. Middle trembled as Ethan held her close. Warm tears spilled over as her Barato, breathing softly, drew near, seeking comfort. Ethan held her gently around the Barato, staying by her side through the difficult moment. Centuriato, Centuriato, and her expression instantly went rigid. A familiar sharp sensation came from his little Ethan. Ethan knew he had challenged the fallen angel lattice resolve. No matter how many times, this feeling of triumph remained intense. It hurts. Centuriato, 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 Centuriato. His heart was filled with fury and the urge to conquer. Just then, the fallen angel girl reached her limit of endurance and cried out in exhaustion. Ethan let out a low roar and seized her firmly, lifting her up to face their enemy. Centuriato, Centuriato. Despite her enduring the pain and cooperating several times, the swelling on her abdomen appeared and disappeared. Her condition continued to worsen, but the treatment still could not successfully proceed. Chapter 111. Amano Yuma's Turn. Part 1. To avoid injuring Middlet. Centuriato, 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 conveying the warm closeness following their heartfelt moment. Ethan shifted, gently moving aside and letting the large creature pass between the narrow opening in the brush, which had been parted from the intensity. He gently stroked the girl's soft, golden hair. Middlet, rest well and recover your strength. Middlet turned her head shyly, responding with an almost imperceptible whisper. Placing Middlet beside Calawarner, Ethan felt the slight increase in magic power within him, which filled him with eager anticipation. Amano Yuma's bed was large enough that the two resting figures only occupied half of it. Centuriato. But before surrendering herself, there was one more thing she had to confirm. She walked up to the now-awake Calawarner and Middlet, placed her hand on their lower abdomens, and sensed their energy. That's right. The magic power has definitely increased. It's comparable to a week of cultivation. Amano Yuma murmured, worried about being wrong or if there was a hidden trap. She deliberately asked, Middlet, Calawarner, how do you feel? Feel? Calawarner paused, thinking for a moment. I feel fine. Amano Yuma's head twitched with a few black lines. She said exasperatedly, I'm not asking how you feel about sparring with a man. I mean in terms of strength. Calawarner's face fell, embarrassed that she had lost track of the main point in her excitement. Seeing Amano Yuma's displeased expression, she quickly closed her eyes to carefully sense the changes in her energy. A moment later, she opened her eyes and said in surprise, Lady Barato, it's real. My strength has increased significantly, and it's still slowly rising. As the essence energy in her core was digested, Calawarner's overall capabilities were steadily improving. This residual effect would likely last for a day or two. Do you feel anything strange? Amano Yuma asked her final question. Like a side effect, or anything? Calawarner shook her head. I don't feel anything at the moment. Middlet, what about you? The blonde fallen angel girl, her eyes still hazy, said, I feel the same as Calawarner. If I had to mention a side effect, does the fact that my muscles are very sore right now count? Amano Yuma glared at her. With such a small frame, you pushed even harder than Calawarner. Who else would be sore? Ignoring Middlet, Amano Yuma fixed her gaze on Ethan, then slowly laid down on the bed. Centuriato. It was unlikely that the three fallen angels would strongly object to this development. having recently formed a powerful bond with him during their shared training session. Attempting to train with others would only lead to disappointment. Ethan shrugged, completely unfazed by Amano Yuma's earlier actions. They weren't close, and strictly speaking, they were still adversaries. It was normal for her to be suspicious. In fact, given Amano Yuma's unpleasant personality, he might have found it strange if she hadn't pulled this stunt. Ethan walked toward Amano Yuma, who had resigned herself to her fate. A final reminder, I don't guarantee that I can help you break the bottleneck, as I broke through to A rank using other methods myself. Amano Yuma, keeping her composed expression, looked up at Ethan as they discussed her training progress. Her focused expression showed her determination. Even if I can't break through, trusting this guy doesn't seem so bad after all. The girl's mind was churning. One moment, she was afraid of being tricked. Now, having confirmed the result, she was looking forward to the upcoming meeting. Masking her inner thoughts, Amano Yuma urged him with a calm expression, I know. Just hurry up and start. TSK, TSK. Is Yuma-chan getting impatient? Ethan teased with a laugh, earning a roll of the beautiful girl's eyes. Are you ready or not? Ready right away. He had pusher buttons enough, so he figured he might as well keep things light. Senchuredo, she was certainly a match for Rias. Her figure was tall and graceful, and she carried herself with elegant poise. After admiring the young woman for a moment, Ethan gently settled beside her. The two exchanged a warm glance as the evening continued. Senchuredo, Ethan steadied the shy girl as she stumbled. Yuma-chan, get ready. We're almost at the finish line. Amano Yuma took a deep breath, and her eyes filled with tears as she pushed forward with determination, her pure heart focused on completing the challenge ahead. Senchuredo, 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 Senchuredo. Senchuredo, 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 Senchuredo. Senchuredo, 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 Senchuredo. Amano Yuma continued to struggle beneath Ethan, her exhaustion from the 2 consecutive battles completely forgotten. After defeating both opponents, Ethan felt no fatigue at all. Instead, having absorbed the powerful dark energy from the 2 fallen angels, Senchuredo, trickles of energy slowly flowed out from her. Her tight concentration relaxed. Amano Yuma was digesting the gains from their shared training when she suddenly realized that in the moments of daze, overwhelmed by the intense energy, the turbulent fluctuations in her magical power had successfully breached the barrier. The essence in her abdomen was slowly digested, its life-affirming energy aiding her transformation and stabilizing her newly achieved rank. Ding! Acquired talent. Intermediate fallen angel bloodline. Ethan looked at the dizzy-eyed, continuously breathing heavily with surprise. She had actually broken through. He wondered if this was solely due to the unique training method or if she was simply highly talented. If it was the former, the ability might hold strategic significance. No matter the race, A-rank strength was not weak. If it could be manufactured in batches, it could quickly disrupt the current balance of power. Sensing the power of the fallen angel bloodline, which was rapidly catching up to his devil bloodline, Ethan felt that the combination of factors was the most likely reason. Amano Yuma was already on the verge of A rank and still possessed her pristine energy reserves. This intensive training session proved to be the most effective one yet, and these favorable conditions together enabled the breakthrough. Through continuous intensive practice and focused training during this period, Ethan had found that the effect of the first synchronization was always the best. If the partner was still inexperienced, the effect would double again. It made sense. For paired cultivation, the original yin and original yang energies were naturally the best supplements for cultivation. Unfortunately, Ethan only had one original yang, and it had been claimed early by Sasaki Yakaina. That's probably one reason why her strength has consistently been a step ahead of Hamasaki Reina's trio. Congratulations, Yuma-chan. Ethan leaned in with a warm smile and gave her a friendly hug. To celebrate your successful breakthrough, Centurato. Ethan was encouraged and tried even harder. Yuma-chan, isn't this amazing? Isn't it wonderful to feel motivated and grow stronger? Tell me, huh? Amano Yuma shouted, her legs trembling a few times. Recovering her breath, she shot Ethan an annoyed glance. Yes, well, I don't want to let you leave now, big brother. Centurato. Amano Yuma was overwhelmed in a fierce and chaotic struggle. Calawarner and Middle watched anxiously from the sidelines, deeply concerned for their Lady Barado's well-being. Ethan sensed Amano Yuma's distress as the battle reached its peak. Centurato. Ethan helped her adjust her position on the bed so she could rest more comfortably. He stepped back and admired the quiet moment between them. The atmosphere in the room was calm and peaceful. Amano Yuma let out a soft, Centurato. Middle and Calawarner watched, their feelings swirling with astonishment. They were amazed at how Amano Yuma appeared, completely unlike her usual harsh, dark-hearted demeanor. They were also astonished by Ethan's remarkable endurance and unwavering determination, as well as his boundless energy. Centurato. She couldn't suppress her excitement. She stretched her arms and took a deep breath. After pausing for a moment, she turned back to the blue-haired Wani-san. Warne, let's go for another training session later. Lady Barado didn't say we could only do it once. Middle's words deeply stirred strong emotions in the cool-headed Wani-san's heart. She, too, began to prepare herself, ready to take over from Amano Yuma later. Watching Ethan and Amano Yuma practice their combined techniques, Middle and Calawarner's breathing gradually became heavy with exertion. Their eyes grew increasingly fixated. Lady Barado, let me help you. Finally, the cute, pretty blonde Fang girl couldn't hold back and rushed toward Ethan with a whispered excuse. Centurato. While appreciating the girl's gentle care, he softly brushed her smooth blonde hair. Middle meticulously cleaned the large structure, restoring its strength while tending to it with care. Ethan naturally didn't disappoint her. In just a few minutes, the structure, which had endured 3 challenging trials, was fully restored. Centurato. Overwhelmed by the immense strain, Middle was already dizzy from the behemoth's overwhelming bravado. She lay exhausted against Ethan, her pale blue eyes, vast as the sky, rolled back. She barely shifted in response to the behemoth's movement, drawing on her deepest reserves of endurance. She murmured faintly, "So heavy, so." While waiting for the girl to get comfortable, Ethan spoke softly to her, trying to keep the mood calm and light. Middle responded eagerly, sharing a warm, friendly conversation. They talked back and forth playfully like old friends. Ethan kept his tone gentle and reassuring. Centurato. Chapter 114. Second Bloom. Ethan breathed lightly, taking a quiet moment to himself after a long and careful effort. After a while, Centurato. She trembled and struggled, her cute little head moving back and forth. Her face showed her exhaustion and determination as she faced Ethan. Despite the fierce challenge, Ethan pushed forward and finally overcame the obstacle. Centurato. Releasing Middle, Ethan looked at the blue-haired Wani-san whose eyes were shining with excitement. Warne, do you want another training session? Calawarner's face brightened, and she slightly nodded. Sensing the boost from the training, Ethan stretched his arms and generously offered Centurato, and she glanced at Ethan with a shy smile before walking over. The blue-haired woman first followed Middle's example, carefully cleaning the area around the massive creature. Then, she sat down carefully beside Ethan, maintaining a respectful distance. The enormous creature loomed over them both. Centurato. Centurado, 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 Centurado. This position was very physically demanding. But for Ethan's current strength, he could maintain it for a day and a night. After carrying Calawarner over his Barado for over 10 minutes until she grew dizzy and disoriented, Ethan set her down. Her graceful legs almost gave out the moment they touched the floor. The blue-haired Wani-san was tall and striking, a head taller than the 175 centimeters Ethan. In this standing position, with her legs slightly bent and her posture confident, she commanded attention as she steadied herself against him. Although Calawarner had trained alongside Ethan in this coordinated stance before, their current positioning was remarkably well suited to one another. Fueled by the intensity of the moment, he let out a fierce battle cry and surged forward with all his might. Centurado, she succumbed to an overwhelming wave of exhaustion, her legs giving way beneath her. One trembling shudder followed another as her strength faded completely. Overcome with relief, her eyes fluttered shut. The last of her energy disappeared, and she slowly slid down the wall. Ethan caught her. Centurado talent. Instant illusion. Seeing that both her subordinates were incapacitated, Amano Yuma gritted her teeth. Ignoring her injuries, she lunged at Ethan again. Ethan was slightly surprised, but he saw an opening and moved forward to engage. He walked up to the girl, Centurado, Centurado. After a long and intense confrontation, both fighters were left exhausted and worn down by the struggle. In the end, neither was able to completely dominate the other. Sustained by his inner energy reserves, Ethan could have continued fighting, but his massive strength, which was nearly unrestrained, indicated that the fatigue had set in, and he was mentally exhausted. The energy recovery from his training wasn't complete. After a full day of high-intensity fighting, if Ethan continued with his current strength, he might genuinely lose his stamina and become too worn out to continue. He was unwilling to give up, but he had to temporarily abandon the thought of getting through to Amano Yuma. Yuma-chan, I have to go back for dinner. Let's arrange another session next time. After cleaning up in the bathroom, Ethan decisively left. Since he hadn't fully won Amano Yuma over, he dared not spend the night at the enemy's headquarters. Moreover, after this half-day of high-intensity cultivation, his magic power had increased significantly, and he had gained 2 new talents, both of which he needed to properly digest and integrate into his strength. Because Amano Yuma successfully broke through the lower fallen angel bloodline, Ethan had just acquired transformed into the intermediate fallen angel bloodline. Then, during their subsequent training session together, he gained a talent called Quick Change from Amano Yuma. The instant clothing change he had been coveting wasn't a technique, but Amano Yuma's talent. No one else seemed to do it. Ethan glanced at the description. Before he could even test it once, the talent merged with Shinonome Yuki's disguise talent, creating a new, more powerful talent. Acquired talent. Instant illusion talent description. Allows instantaneous switching between 3 designated forms. The instant illusion talent didn't add a single bit to Ethan's combat strength, but its effect delighted him immensely, leaving him grinning for days. The fusion of this talent with Shinonome Yuki's disguise talent created an ability perfectly suited for creating alternate identities. Amano Yuma could only select 2, perhaps more sets Ethan hadn't asked and couldn't confirm right now. She could only seamlessly switch the clothes she was wearing. Shinonome Yuki needed to use magic power and her talent to change her body shape. While the change could be maintained long-term, the transformation itself took a significant amount of time. The instant illusion talent combined their abilities, introducing some restrictions but fully realizing their potential. After extensive testing, Ethan quickly figured out the limits and proper usage of this talent. Including his current appearance, he could instantly switch between a total of 3 templates. This meant he could essentially create 2 alternate personas. However, this face sculpting had limitations, primarily concerning physique. The difference could not exceed 15% of his original body. Ethan's current height is 175 centimeters. The lowest the instant illusion talent could make him was 148.75 centimeters, and the maximum was 201.25 centimeters. The same applied to weight. At 80 kilograms, the lightest he could be was 68 kilograms, and the heaviest was 92 kilograms. Moreover, this 15 was shared. If he used all of it to change height, he couldn't change his weight. For example, if Ethan wanted the height of a young boy, creating a 150 centimeters body, his weight would essentially remain unchanged, making him a 150 centimeters, nearly 80 kilograms chubby child. The reverse was also true, but even a 5% change in both height and weight was enough to create a completely different person. Besides, Ethan didn't intend to create an appearance vastly different from his own. A significant difference in body size and shape would be uncomfortable for a warrior who relies on physical combat. Without a long period of adaptation, he wouldn't be able to utilize his full strength. Therefore, he wasn't overly concerned about the physical limitations. The crucial points were the other two aspects. Cinchuredo, but she still couldn't sneak in. Ahem. The range of adjustment for appearance was even smaller, only about 10%. It was likely enough to fool facial recognition, but to acquaintances, he would still look very familiar. With Ethan's base attractiveness, a 10% reduction would still leave him above average. His plan to lower his attractiveness to adopt a tragic victim persona was also ruined. Despite the many restrictions, it was still a powerful talent. Creating two alternate identities to take the blame was perfectly feasible. As for what appearance to choose, Ethan hadn't decided yet, as he currently had no urgent need for an alternate identity. But he didn't want to waste a talent. He simply anchored 3 templates, his original form wearing 3 different outfits. This still achieved Amano Yuma's instant costume change effect. While Ethan was testing his new talent, Amano Yuma was not idle. After their 3-on-1 failure, the original plan was to drain Ethan, and while he was weak, imprison him to serve as their exclusive cultivation accelerator. Especially after her own successful breakthrough to A rank, the chances of this plan succeeding increased significantly. But Amano Yuma never expected Ethan's ability to be so potent. Far from being drained, if she hadn't broken through to A rank, that behemoth might truly have overwhelmed her completely. Even now, Erwal held firm, but she had firmly committed to the training regimen. If Ethan requested a partner practice session, she would agree readily. However, he wouldn't be able to command them as subordinates to do other things. The practice session started in the morning. By the time Ethan left, the bright moonlight illuminated the isolated cathedral on the hillside. Amano Yuma woke up the sleeping Middlet and Calawarner. Her 2 useless subordinates had passed out after the second round, leaving only her to endure Ethan's onslaught from the afternoon onward. Feeling exhausted from the long battle, she was nearly pushed to her limits in the rigorous training. In fact, she had struggled through the ordeal, but she had not fully yielded to the demands of the intense practice. Instead, the continuous effort had thoroughly solidified her rank, and once the essence energy was fully digested, her strength would advance even further. The 3 refreshed themselves in the bathroom, feeling the tremendous increase in their power and feeling utterly delighted. Middlet, Calawarner, how close are you to reaching A rank? The greater the benefits of their shared training, the more Amano Yuma wanted to keep Ethan close to herself. How could such a powerful ability be shared with others? This was the core of her character, a dark-hearted fallen angel, completely different from Rias and the others, and the very reason Ethan chose to approach her with a binding magical contract rather than as an equal ally. If the boost is this significant every time, about 5 more sessions should be enough to attempt the breakthrough. Middlet focused on the lingering warmth in her core, steadily absorbing the life energy to enhance her magic power and physical fitness. Brushing aside her long, flowing blue hair, Calawarner nodded. I'm about the same, but it's clear the effect won't be this good every time. That's normal. It was our initial encounter, and the difference in strength with that guy was quite large, so he gained more benefits. Amano Yuma explained. During her investigation into Ethan's abilities, she had researched many similar powers. Cinchuredo, if we did it cultivated for 2 hours every day, we could probably replenish our magic power and attempt the A-rank breakthrough in about a month. Chapter 116. A-rank peak. Amano Yuma placed her hand over her midsection, sensing the steady flow of energy circulating within, and nodded. Then we'll try again in a month. Cinchuredo, their chances of winning a real battle would be much higher. Receiving orders from her superior to carry out a mission in Kuo Town, Amano Yuma originally planned to seize the opportunity to acquire the sacred gear, aiming to enhance her own strength. Since she couldn't break through her spiritual boundary, she naturally had to find other ways to increase her combat power, and utilizing artifacts was the quickest and most convenient method. Now that she had discovered Ethan, this treasure of a boy, she wouldn't easily let go. Even the most powerful sacred gear couldn't compare to the potential for continuous self-improvement he offered. Ethan spent a week mastering the instant illusion talent and integrating his vastly increased magic power, having obtained a remarkable new power from the 3 fallen angel girls. His magic power smoothly reached the level of an intermediate sorcerer. However, the magic power extraction skill in his ability panel remained at initial level. Moving forward, reaching A-rank peak in magic power would have to rely solely on the paired cultivation ability. When he was stuck at the A-rank bottleneck, Ethan had already considered how to perfectly achieve a combined cultivation of magic and martial arts. After much thought, the current method was the best approach. He left the magic power aspect entirely to his natural talent to develop autonomously. If destiny favored him, he would become a super magical genius. If not, the martial path he specialized in was still sufficient to make him invincible among his peers. His complementary cultivation method also boosted his primal ki, chi, and even more so than his magic power. After thoroughly digesting the insights gained from his intensive training alongside the 3 fallen angel girls, Ethan reached the pinnacle of the martial saint rank. His next step was to charge toward the martial god rank. This was only 2 weeks after Ethan broke through the A-rank bottleneck. When Rias and the others learned the news, their eyes widened in disbelief. It was generally understood that the stronger one was, the harder advancement became. Yet, it seemed that for Ethan, the opposite was true. His progress was accelerating. After a few internal club sparring matches, no matter how incredible it seemed, they had to accept the reality. Currently, aside from Rias, Ethan had become the strongest combatant in the Occult Research Club. Compared to the astonishment and confusion of the others, Ethan himself didn't find it surprising. A-rank peak was just that it wasn't even S-rank. It was important to remember that while S-rank might sound impressive, it wasn't considered a top-tier combat force. S-rank, in devil terms, was equivalent to a high-class devil. Beyond the god-class entities, there were still ultimate class and devil kings. In almost every major faction, devils, angels, or races with powerful bloodlines, the younger generation often produced individuals with S-rank power. Take Rias, for example. She was only 17, not even an adult by devil standards. She hadn't gathered all her peerage pieces or even participated in the raiding games, but her personal strength was solidly S-rank. Among the hero faction, there was no shortage of young warriors of high school age who had reached S-rank strength. Moreover, Ethan was facing a serious problem. His breakthrough to A-rank relied on the notes left by the Sword Saint of the Mayama family, followed by extensive real-world combat experience. Now his primal ki, chi, had reached A-rank peak, but he had absolutely no clue how to grasp the Tao, the way, necessary for the martial god rank. Fortunately, the leap from A-rank to S-rank was merely a qualitative change in power, not an alteration of the fundamental nature of life. This meant he didn't need to constantly seek out battles or near-death experiences to break through. To comprehend the Tao rhythms, or martial will, Ethan not only sparred daily with Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tuju, and Yudo Kiba, but later even included Sona Citrus' entire peerage. It started with one-on-one, then moved to one-on-two, then one-on-three. In the end, it required 5 people surrounding Ethan just to have a competitive match. It was important to note that neither Akino Himejima nor Sona Citrus peerage were weak A-rank individuals. They were all considered prodigious talents. But facing the dual-cultivating Ethan, especially his ridiculously strong combat instinct, they were all beaten into self-doubt. One second they were using fierce punches and kicks, and the next, Ethan would spot an opening, conjure a magic circle, and blast them from the side. When they put up a magic barrier to defend, Ethan would flap his wings and close the distance again, overwhelming them completely. With various buff and Barado spells cast upon himself, his already absurd physical stats completely crushed the group of devils. Only Rias and Sona Citri, who were already S-rank and could suppress him purely with power, were spared being given a demonstration by Ethan. Through relentless combat training against his skilled opponents, Ethan basically learned how to handle every type of adversary. He also realized that he was indeed better suited to using his body than swordsmanship. In every battle, using his wings and tail felt more intuitive than using a sword. It was clear that the initial level sword heart talent was no match for his inherent peak level body technique talent. Body sketching divine insight, through Ethan's continuous development, was producing increasingly astonishing results. In terms of martial arts techniques, he can now mostly decipher a move with one glance and copy it with a second glance. Rias noticed Ethan's fighting style and suggested crafting a pair of gauntlets or knuckles for him as a weapon. Ethan declined Rias' kind offer. He already had a weapon candidate in mind. The Longinus, sacred gear of the highest rank boosted gear, the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor. Initially, he was just toying with the idea, but as his strength gradually increased, he realized the true significance of a Longinus. Issei Hayadu, a low-class devil, could, with just his balanced breaker form, knock away Riser Phoenix, the third son of the Phoenix family, a high-class devil. Even after reaching god-level strength, he could still unlock other forms to reverse disadvantageous situations against stronger opponents. Although every use came with a huge cost, compared to the utility of the sacred gear, it was entirely negligible. The Red Dragon Emperor was definitely one of the top powers in this world, perhaps just one step away from transcending. Simply being chosen by its will within the Longinus elevated his status so much that even the Devil King's first retainer would address him as Lord, a title of great respect. The more Ethan learned about the boosted gear, the more he felt this particular Longinus was incredibly suitable for him. Combat style compatibility was one factor. Secondly, the costs associated with the various modes could be mitigated by his complementary energy cultivation ability, such as lost vitality, and the influence of the dragon's aura on the host, etc. Moreover, it wouldn't be retired as Ethan grew stronger. Its power would only increase. If he could master the later forms, it could evolve into a full body armor. Full body armor was arguably the perfect gear for Ethan to utilize his body techniques. Fist, foot, knee, elbow, every attack would be amplified, and it would also provide protective effects. On Sunday, in the underground space of church, Ethan came here again. First, he engaged in combat training with the 3 fallen angels. After spending half an hour defeating them, he decisively began a collaborative training mode. Although he hadn't fully won Amano Yuma over, after several exchanges between the two during this period, they implicitly agreed to cooperate. Ethan would help them improve their strength and ensure Rias didn't hunt them down. In return, they would cause no trouble during this time and would serve as sparring partners for Ethan. Amano Yuma's heart sank with every sparring session, but since Middlet and Calawarner hadn't reached A rank yet, a sliver of hope still lingered in her mind. Ethan held her close in a warm bravado. Cincherato, what do you know about sacred gears? Amano Yuma, still enjoying the pleasant atmosphere, stiffened. Had he discovered the purpose of her coming here? What do you mean? Ethan keenly noticed the shift in the girl's tone. After a moment of thought, he understood. He had thought that Amano Yuma's appearance in Kuo Town a year earlier meant her mission was likely unrelated to the sacred gear, but now it seemed he couldn't rely on the original timeline for judgment. Chapter 117. The deprivation ritual surprised for only a moment. Ethan quickly put the matter out of his mind. He had already witnessed similar inconsistencies. For instance, Kaneko Tuju should have been a year younger than Issei Hayadu, but they were currently in the same grade. This world was clearly not a perfect replica of High School DxD. Otherwise, characters from other animes wouldn't be appearing. Now, if someone told him that Yudo Kiba was actually a blonde girl, he could quickly accept the fact. Ethan tapped Amano Yuma on the barato and stated directly, "I'm not prying into your mission. I merely set my sights on a sacred gear and wanted to ask if you have any way to search for one." Amano Yuma took a deep breath as she carefully completed her task, her face flushed with relief. Calming herself, she thought for a moment. She felt that telling Ethan the truth was fine, and for their cooperation to remain close and seamless, it was necessary to be clear. "Actually, it's no big deal to tell you. We received orders from above that a very dangerous sacred gear has appeared here, and we're supposed to eliminate its host." Amano Yuma continued, "But we still have no idea who the sacred gear is housed in, let alone how to eliminate them." Ethan stroked his chin. This sacred gear was likely the boosted gear. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that fact. "From what you're saying, it sounds like you don't have a way to track sacred gears either." "Of course not. Sacred gears aren't that easy to find. If they were, they wouldn't choose their hosts on their own. People would forcefully claim them." Ethan rolled his eyes. He knew sacred gears were hard to find. Even the most common second-class sacred gear, the Dragon Hand, could double the host's power, and in the hands of a strong person, the effect would still be terrifying. "My mistake. I overestimated you," he said with a hint of disappointment. "You're right. Even Rias can't actively search for sacred gears. Since your status and strength are inferior to hers, you naturally wouldn't have a way." Although Ethan was speaking the truth, it didn't prevent Amano Yuma from getting extremely annoyed. She firmly gripped the side of Ethan's barato until he submitted with a pleading smile before she let go. With A-rank strength, a quick squeeze certainly wouldn't hurt Ethan, but since they were still locked in close combat, he couldn't completely disregard the fallen angel's feelings. Having vented her anger, Amano Yuma pouted. "I can't search for a sacred gear, but I know how to deprive a host of their sacred gear." Before meeting Ethan, since her strength couldn't advance further, she turned her attention to sacred gears and specifically sought out a method for deprivation. "After all, Cinchuredo, doesn't it?" he sighed, advising, "You shouldn't use it within Kuo Town." Amano Yuma shifted her stance, settling into a more comfortable posture beside Ethan. "Why? It's just one person's life. It's not enough to make your precious president disregard everything and hunt us down, is it? Rias indeed wouldn't attack because of it. In fact, if it weren't for the simpleton Issei Hayadu, she hadn't even planned to save the air-headed blonde nun in the original story. She won't, but if you do it, our cooperation will have to end." Ethan wanted to help the air-headed little nun. Cinchuredo Amano Yuma's heart had already ruled out the sacred gear deprivation plan. Compared to constantly increasing strength, an artifact was nothing. She subconsciously ignored the brief moment of sadness and loss she felt when Ethan mentioned ending their cooperation. Ethan gave Amano Yuma a reassuring pat on the barato, choosing not to dwell on the topic. He had done what he could. The fate of the little nun would have to be proven by time. The worst-case scenario was that Rias would use a single pawn piece to reincarnate her as a bishop piece. Speaking of which, the effect of the devil pieces was truly astonishing. Capable of resurrecting the dead. "Tell me about the method for depriving the sacred gear." Clearing the clutter from his mind, Ethan proactively asked, "What's this? You forbid me from using it, but you're allowed to?" Amano Yuma scoffed. "As expected of a devil. You're far more malicious than I, a fallen angel. I'll teach you a word. It's called double standards." Ethan was unfazed. He had never denied being a hypocrite. If Issei Hayadu wasn't somewhat of an acquaintance, and if he hadn't left a favorable impression while watching the anime, Ethan would have long since dealt with him harshly. Centuredo, she was resurrected and then re-equipped with the sacred gear Twilight Healing. She didn't have to return the sacred gear before being resurrected. Ethan vaguely remembered that after this procedure, Twilight Healing truly became an item and could even be borrowed by others. The resurrected little nun was no longer the host of the sacred gear, just a user, so she wouldn't have to worry about dying from sacred gear deprivation anymore. Amano Yuma rolled her eyes at Ethan. Double standards. Huh, that's a very fitting description. Ethan shrugged and added, besides, I only said you couldn't use it in Kuo Town. Everywhere else, use it however you please. If the sacred gear host was a stranger, he wouldn't interfere. If the sacred gear Amano Yuma wanted to seize belonged to an enemy, he might even actively help. Fine, I won't cause trouble for your dear president in Kuo Town. Amano Yuma snapped back testily. The jealousy in her tone was extraordinarily strong. Aside from her lack of self-awareness, even the constantly observing Middlet and Calawarner couldn't help but exchange glances. Ethan heard the jealousy in Amano Yuma's voice, but their relationship was purely one of cooperation. He couldn't even be bothered to pretend they were anything more than casual partners. Tell me in detail how to deprive the sacred gear. As compensation, I can do one thing for you within my capabilities. Amano Yuma's eyes lit up. It's a deal then. Depriving the sacred gear requires a special ritual. This ritual can only be performed on a full moon night, and you also need to prepare a deity statue carved from amethyst stone in advance. Listening to Amano Yuma's account, Ethan couldn't help but frown. Sacred gear deprivation was more troublesome than he thought. Not only did the ritual have to be performed on a full moon night, but many things had to be prepared in advance. The statue made of amethyst stone was only one of them. Finally, the entire ritual needed to last 4 to 5 hours without interruption to completely strip the house sacred gear. No wonder Amano Yuma didn't immediately perform the deprivation ritual on the blonde little nun in the anime. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. But no matter how troublesome, as a final fallback measure, Ethan still had to find a way to prepare all the ritual items. Yuma-chan, can you help me prepare a set of those ritual items you mentioned? Ethan pondered for a moment, deciding to entrust the collection to the fallen angels. The materials weren't rare, but the process was tedious, and he didn't want Rias to know about it. I can add a little extra to the cost of acquisition. Consider it a commission fee. Spreading 2 pairs of black wings behind her, Amano Yuma stretched languidly. I have a complete set here already. I originally prepared it for myself, but lending it to you now is fine too. Oh, that's wonderful. Ethan looked genuinely surprised. Thank you, Yuma-chan. You truly are the cutest. Don't celebrate too soon. Amano Yuma waved her pale little hand dismissively. I won't lend it to you for free. You need to promise me one more condition. What condition? I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Gazing at the fallen angel beauty, who was both pure and captivating, Ethan felt a familiar suspicion. He was very familiar with this kind of scenario, so he decisively refused. How about I just pay for it? Whatever the materials cost you, it'll add 30%, and it'll return the items to you after I'm done using them. Chapter 118. Middlet's disappearance. Amano Yuma breathed heavily as she glared at Ethan. Do I look like I'm short on cash? I'm not short on cash, either. Ethan spread his hands, looking innocent. I just wanted to make things simple. It's not enough money for me to owe you a favor. After a moment of silence, Amano Yuma regained her composure. Even though she was a malicious, dark-hearted fallen angel, she was still, at the core, a girl. Women are inherently more emotional than men. Centuredo, you previously offered to help me with one thing within your capabilities. Add one more to that, and I'll lend you the items. Deal. Ethan readily agreed. The difference between 1 favor and 2 wasn't significant, and the phrase within my capabilities left ample room for maneuver. Warne, take him to the storage room to get the items. Yes, Lady Barado. Watching Ethan and Calawarner walk away side by side, Amano Yuma let out a soft humph and turned toward the bathroom. She needed to freshen up after the encounter, retaining only the recovered energy within her. Early October, the weather was gradually turning cooler. Looking at the ritual formation in his courtyard, Ethan wiped the sweat from his brow. After more than half a month of practice, he had mastered the method of sacred gear deprivation. However, the Takamine house didn't have a basement, so he had to place the formation in the courtyard and cast a low-level illusion spell to avoid startling ordinary passersby. All that's left is to wait. Hopefully, I won't need to use this method. In the past half-month, besides practicing the ritual formation, Ethan hadn't slackened his cultivation. His primal ki, chi, and magic power had reached the absolute limit his Barato could contain. There was truly no room left for a single extra strand. Akino Himajima's magical capacity was far beyond her rank. She was a genuine genius. But compared to Ethan, who continuously pushed his limits through shared training with a partner, she fell short. At the A-rank peak, Ethan's magic power was equivalent to 1.5 times that of Akino Himajima, but this was his limit. Now, with every joint training session, aside from a negligible increase in mental strength, he gained virtually no other benefit. While waiting for the boosted gear to appear, I must find a way to break through to S rank. Just as Ethan was debating whether to spend time perfecting advanced magic power extraction, slowly relying on persistent effort to break through to S rank, or to seek out danger. Ahem, or to seek out powerful opponents, Senchuredo. Mitsu. Amano Yuma's tone was serious. Once the matter is resolved, consider it one of your favors fulfilled. Listening to the dial tone, Ethan frowned. She hadn't even mentioned the details. What if it exceeded his capabilities? Never mind. I'll go take a look first. If it's not too much trouble, he'll solve it quickly. MT Mitsu is located southwest of Kuo Town. Crossing this mountain leads outside the boundary of Kuo Town. Due to its remote location, MT Mitsu is practically uninhabited. Because of its proximity to the border, many rogue devils choose to enter or leave Kuo Town via this route. 15 minutes later, Ethan slowly descended from the sky, his broad bat wings gradually fading and disappearing. Following the directions on his phone, he arrived at the meeting point at the foot of the mountain. Amano Yuma and Calawarner were already there. Yuma-chan, what's going on? So sudden. Ethan looked around, not seeing Middlet in her maid outfit. He asked in confusion, just the two of you today? Where's Middlet? Since their training sessions began, the three fallen angels always appeared together. Middlet was the most energetic of the three. Her sudden absence made the atmosphere feel strange. I called you tonight precisely because of this. Amano Yuma quickly said, Middlet has likely encountered danger in MT Mitsu. Ethan was surprised. Middlet had successfully broken through to A rank during last night's session. With her strength, even if she was outmatched, she should have been able to escape. Before he could ask again, Amano Yuma continued, Let's enter the mountain first. We can discuss the details as we go. While searching through MT Mitsu, Ethan learned the general sequence of events. Middlet had advanced one step ahead of Calawarner, successfully breaking through to A rank during last night's joint training session. She was naturally a lively and active person, and having just broken through to A rank, she was eager to test her skills. Just this morning, an urgent mission came down from their superiors, and she went to execute it alone. The mission objective was to seize an item. The danger was minimal. They had all gone on solo missions before, and since Middlet was now A rank, she went alone. She had just broken through, and her power wasn't fully stabilized, but there should be no life-threatening enemies in this region. Yet, nearly the next day, Middlet still hadn't returned. Amano Yuma tried contacting her repeatedly, but received no response. Middlet's mission location was in MT Mitsu. Amano Yuma initially wanted to come alone, but although her strength was significantly higher than the newly ranked Middlet, she was still only A rank. To be safe, she finally decided to call Ethan, who was also A rank but could easily fight 5 people of her level. With Ethan present, as long as they didn't encounter an S-rank opponent, the mission would be completely foolproof. As for the possibility of an S-rank appearing in MT Mitsu, it was virtually zero. The destructive power of an S-rank attack was enough to demolish a small mountain. If a rogue devil of that level appeared in the human world, the hero faction would swiftly move to eliminate them. If not dealt with promptly, an entire city might not be enough to contain the chaos. The combination of 2 fallen angels and 1 devil was extremely rare, attracting the attention of several rogue devils hiding in MT Mitsu along the way. A few self-proclaimed powerful yokai, monsters, actively appeared before Ethan and his group. Hey, stop. This isn't a place you can just stroll through. Get out of the way. I don't have time for you right now. Amano Yuma was extremely impatient. With Middle's whereabouts unknown, she had no time to waste on these weaklings. You stinking woman, how dare you talk to me like that? I'm about to. Before he could finish his threat, a spear of crimson light shot out, directly piercing him. With a scream, the B-rank half-breed wolf yokai dropped dead on the spot. The others stared in horror at the hole in the wolf yukai's forehead, their bodies rigid, subconsciously swallowing hard. They seemed to have kicked a steel plate one with deadly spikes. Is there anything else? Amano Yuma stared coldly at the group of weaklings. If they continued to pester her, she would just have to spend a few minutes dealing with them. Seeing that Amano Yuma had no intention of continuing the fight, the few brutal yokai felt incredibly relieved. No, nothing. They instantly transformed into obedient pupils, shaking their heads vigorously and immediately stepping aside, clearing the path. Amano Yuma dispersed the light spear in her hand. Without even glancing at them, she flew past at low altitude. Yuma-chan, wait a moment, Ethan suddenly said. We don't know how long it will take to find her this way. Why don't we just ask the locals? Amano Yuma and Calawarner stopped. Following his gaze, they turned their heads to look at the few people who were attempting to slip away into the forest. That's a good idea. As her voice fell, 4 or 5 materialized light spears, condensed from magic power, rained down, blocking the group of ferocious yokai who had only taken a few steps. Sizzle, sizzle, the light spears pierced the ground, leaving only half a shaft vibrating in the air, strategically blocking the path of the local yokai. Three lords, what are you looking for? One of the more quick-witted yokai was the first to react, offering, this humble one will tell you everything he knows, without reservation. The other yokai quickly caught on and stated their willingness to cooperate. Yes, if the lords need anything, just command us. Amano Yuma and Calawarner exchanged glances. The latter nodded, taking a step forward. Did any of you see a blonde-haired fallen angel wearing a servant's uniform today? Chapter 119. Large barrier. In response to Calawarner's question, the group of yokai exchanged glances and nodded. Middle's attire and features were very distinct, and she would undoubtedly have revealed her true form while on a mission. Coupled with her identity as a fallen angel, she would be hard to forget once seen. I saw her at Mitsu Lake around noon today. She seemed to be fighting someone. I saw her on the west side of the forest, and she even played a prank on me. I saw her flying towards a mountaintop, carrying a box and humming a little tune. The yokai began talking over each other, and the more Ethan listened, the more confused he became. Hold on, he interrupted. Tell me the time you saw her as well. A short while later, based on the yokai's testimonies, Ethan managed to roughly piece together the events. Middle's mission was likely successful, but for some unknown reason, she didn't return, but instead headed toward the summit of MT Mitsu. After contemplating for a moment, Ethan asked, who is the strongest person in MT Mitsu? The strongest? The yokai looked at each other, but failed to answer for a long time. They were probably the strongest themselves, but they dared not say such a thing in front of these 3 intimidating figures. Ethan frowned, rephrasing the question, who is the ruler or manager of MT Mitsu? The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Then, one bold yokai said, MT Mitsu is very chaotic. The movement of people is frequent and complex, and there are hardly any resources. There is simply no so-called manager or ruler here. Ethan's mouth twitched. Fine. He had overthought it. Then there is no one in this area who has reached A rank or higher. The yokai answered in unison, no. With that kind of strength, who would still be stuck here? The same bold Yukai added, "As long as an A rank is careful, there's no need to worry about being hunted down. The human world is much more interesting than the deep mountains and forests." Ethan glanced at the speaker. If the timing weren't so critical, he would genuinely like to talk with these Yukai. Since they knew the human world was interesting, why commit crimes and become rogue devils? As long as they didn't act recklessly, no one would bother them for using some of their abilities. With their strength, they could live very comfortable lives in human society. After a quick scan, confirming they were all individuals he hadn't seen on any hunting list, Ethan calmly said, "They'll let you go this time. But if you show up in Kuo Town, don't blame me." As he spoke, he flashed the Grimmery family crest on the back of his hand, making the Yukai's legs tremble in fear. They didn't know Ethan's exact strength, but he was clearly leading the trio and seemed stronger than the fallen angel who instantly killed the wolf Yukai earlier. He was also a member of the Grimmery family, who was responsible for the security of Kuo Town. It wasn't until Ethan's group was out of sight that the Yukai dared to move and flee. After hearing the explanations from the local Yukai, Ethan's group felt much calmer. Although they still didn't know why Middle lost contact, she likely hadn't encountered a life-threatening situation. The three flew toward the mountaintop. Along the way, Ethan continuously used his detection magic. Finally, just before reaching the summit, he discovered a highly suspicious area. "Stop!" Ethan slowly landed on the ground, then walked toward the patch of chaos he sensed. Bzzz, a sudden ringing sound echoed in their ears. The three felt dizzy, and the pitch-black night before their eyes abruptly turned bright. Lady Rainier, and Warne, and Yusuji. Ethan was shaking his head, trying to quickly clear the dizziness. Just then, a familiar voice came from nearby. The cheerful girl's voice was full of pleasant surprise. It was Middlet, the one Ethan's group was looking for. Middlet. Ethan, having the strongest constitution, was the first to recover. "You really are here." When he sensed the strangeness of the area, Ethan had already guessed that Middlet was likely inside. MHM. Middlet nodded happily, then asked curiously, "How did all of you end up coming here too?" "Of course, we came looking for a naughty child who was too busy playing outside to come home," Amano Yuma said, patting her head, her face dark as she looked at the perfectly fine Middlet. Confirming that Middlet was unharmed, her anger flared. She asked coldly, "Middlet, why didn't you return after finishing the mission? Why were you unreachable by communication?" "Lady Rainier, it's not that I didn't want to go back, I couldn't." The blonde fallen angel girl in the maid outfit looked wronged as she explained, "After I finished the mission, I saw I had time and wanted to fly to the summit and then straight home. But when I passed this area, I was suddenly sucked in. No matter how I walked or flew, I couldn't get out." "Can't get out?" Amano Yuma murmured, subconsciously surveying her surroundings. Only then did she realize the scenery before her had completely changed. Before, the three of them were in MT Mitsu, and it was late at night. But now, it was daytime, and the terrain didn't look like they were still in the mountains. Amano Yuma asked Middlet, "What is this place? Is it dangerous?" "What do you mean you can't get out?" Middlet blinked. I don't know where this is. It doesn't seem to be any danger. As for not being able to get out, Lady Rainier, you should try it yourself. I don't know how to describe it." Ethan had listened to the exchange between Amano Yuma and Middlet. At the same time, he tried walking back, only to find that once he walked more than 300 meters, he was teleported back to the original spot. The same thing happened when he tried a different direction, or when he flew toward the sky. Looking at the solid ground, Ethan abandoned the idea of digging down 300 meters to see what would happen. Even with his current strength, digging down 300 meters would not be easy. After roaming around and combining the information Middlet provided, Ethan had a rough idea of what was happening. They seemed to be trapped in a large barrier that was either hemispherical or spherical, with a radius of 300 meters. This barrier was one way. One could enter, but not leave. Upon reaching the edge of the barrier, one would be teleported back to the center point. Inside, the weather was mild and pleasant. It was perpetually daytime, and there was no danger, but also no food or water. Furthermore, This barrier blocked phone signals and the transmission of magic power, which explained why Middle couldn't respond to Amano Yuma's contact attempts. After an unknown amount of time, their phones had died. The three girls and one man sat cross-legged in a circle at the center point where they were teleported in. What should we do? Should we try to break it by force? Ethan propped his chin, giving up on thinking and opting for brute force. They had tried all conventional methods, such as searching for the barrier's center, magic power nodes, or inconsistencies, but all were fruitless. They simply couldn't get out. They couldn't even figure out the exact shape of this invisible barrier. Chapter 120. Attacking the barrier, it's best not to, Amano Yuma said, her brow furrowed in thought. If we fail, the situation might become even more complicated. Ethan sprawled out on the ground, his limbs spread wide. But we can't just stay here indefinitely either. Middle tentatively suggested. Should we try digging a hole? Sure, you dig, and we'll supervise. Huh? Me digging alone? The fallen angel maid asked incredulously. Wouldn't it be faster if we all did it? As a maid, isn't this something you should be doing for your master? After a teasing remark, Ethan stared idly at the cloudless blue sky. Instead of digging a hole, why don't we just try a large-scale attack and see if we can destroy this place? But if we provoke the barrier, it might attack us. With no consensus, the four continued to sit in place after a long discussion, taking no action. It wasn't until Calawarner swayed, her face pale, that Ethan and the girls belatedly realized how long they had been trapped. We can't stay here any longer. We must find a way out. Ethan supported the tall, blue-haired One-E-San and spoke seriously. The three of us are A-rank and can sustain our life functions as long as we have magic power, but Calawarner can't. Warne, Middle looked at her worriedly. It's all my fault. If I hadn't... Ethan rolled his eyes at Middle, grumbling. That's enough with the useless talk. You'd be better off digging that hole. Maybe we will get out. The atmosphere for a tragedy was instantly ruined. Middle glared at Ethan angrily, but seeing the weakened Calawarner in his arms, her anger immediately deflated. I get it. I'm going to dig a hole right now. After shouting in a fit of self-abandonment, the maid girl ran to the side and began furiously attacking the ground. Yuma, try attacking the edge of the barrier. Ethan instructed Amano Yuma. Even though we can't see or sense it, it should be exactly 300 meters away. If that doesn't work, try using a large area magic attack. Okay. Amano Yuma unfurled her black wings, instantly transforming from a pure girl into a fiery fallen angel wearing sleek black leather. At this point, she no longer worried about causing a chain reaction. She could endure the weight, but Calawarner couldn't. As Amano Yuma and Middle desperately tried to break through the barrier, Calawarner lay in Ethan's arms, looking dejected. You, Suji, am just causing trouble for you all. It's my fault for being too weak. Ethan was exasperated. Did I not just chew out Middle enough? Shut up. If we're going to blame anyone, we can't blame you. Ethan hadn't intended to be the comforting older brother, but seeing Calawarner on the verge of fainting from hunger, he offered some solace. If Middle hadn't gone wandering unnecessarily, we wouldn't be trapped here. If Yuma hadn't brought you along, you wouldn't be trapped. If I hadn't found this place, the three of us still wouldn't be trapped. When it came to sophistry, Ethan feared no one. He skillfully swapped concepts, leaving the blue-haired One-E-San speechless. Looking at the dazed Calawarner, he softened his tone. You rest well for a bit. We might need your help later. Calawarner didn't know what the weakest among them could do, but she obediently nodded and closed her eyes to rest. Finding a clean spot, Ethan gently laid Calawarner down, then joined the efforts to break the barrier. He walked over to the edge of the hole, which was already over 10 meters deep, and looked down. Middle was still frantically digging, her beautiful black and white maid outfit now stained with dirt, yet she didn't stop. Digging a hole 300 meters deep was no easy task. The deeper she dug, the more strenuous it became. Middle, keep up the good work. After encouraging the dusty Middle, Ethan turned and walked towards Amano Yuma. Compared to digging a hole to break the barrier, he felt that directly destroying the entire area had a higher chance of success. Yuma, What's the situation? Any changes? Amano Yuma dispelled the black magic circle in her palm and shook her head. No. Attacks vanish once they cross the barrier. The same goes for attacks toward the ground or the sky. Is that so? Then we really have to try large-scale destruction. While his martial art was better for single-target combat, Ethan's magical talent, though ordinary, had allowed him to master a few simple large-scale spells with the help of shared magical training. He coordinated with Amano Yuma, avoiding Middle and Calawarner at the center, and began to launch attacks from the edge of the barrier. Disturbing dust, travelers of confusion, the roar of the earth, the calling of the stars. Evil thoughts, chaotic rebirth, wild darkness. As Ethan chanted the incantation, arcs of crackling lightning began to appear around him. As the magic circle gradually completed, he snapped his eyes open and bellowed, "Appear. I summon in the name of divine thunder. Thunder of extinction. Rumble." Thick bolts of lightning materialized under the massive surge of magic power and struck down fiercely. Earth and stone flew, trees snapped, and scorched craters appeared on the ground. Ethan maintained his magic power output, devastating the strange area over a wide expanse. On the other side, Amano Yuma was also chanting a spell, though she was using a large-scale light element spell, which had slightly less destructive power than the thunder element one. With the two cooperating, the strange space was visibly altered at an alarming speed. Soon, nearly one-third of the environment was completely unrecognizable. Just then, Ethan and Amano Yuma's vision blurred for an instant, and then everything reverted to its original state. If the magic circles hadn't still been active and the attacks hadn't ceased, Ethan would have suspected he was dreaming. He stopped the flow of magic power. The magic circles dissolved into light particles in the air, and a violent lightning disappeared. Ethan frowned and rejoined Amano Yuma. "This is troublesome. I've never heard of such a strange barrier either." Amano Yuma was equally worried. Although we weren't attacked by the barrier, it automatically restored itself. Is someone maintaining it from the outside? Impossible. Ethan firmly denied Amano Yuma's conjecture. If someone were maintaining this barrier, how terrifying would their strength have to be? Forget maintaining it. Just setting up a barrier this large would require at least A-rank peak strength. Not to mention this strong containment effect. It likely requires an S-rank or higher mage to deploy. Amano Yuma thought for a moment and nodded. "You're right. Besides, what would they gain by keeping US trapped here?" While the two were thinking, Middle flew over, looking utterly despairing. Lady Rainier, she pouted, distraught. The hole I dug suddenly restored itself for some reason. Ethan and Amano Yuma exchanged glances. It seemed that not only were the areas they attacked restored, but upon reaching a certain level of damage, everything within the barrier was reset. Seeing the adorable little maid on the verge of tears, the two tacitly decided to change the subject. Amano Yuma comforted her. "It's all right. If it restored itself, it restored itself as long as you weren't trapped inside." Middle nodded. "It's strange, though. When the hole disappeared, I was immediately teleported back to the original spot, even though I hadn't dug 300 meters deep." Seeing that her attention had been successfully diverted, Ethan added, "The distance might be shorter underground. It looks like digging won't work either." Middle asked doubtfully, "Is that true? Do I not have to dig anymore?" "That's exactly right. Absolutely right. No need to dig." After confirming the no digging rule 3 times, Ethan immediately shifted to another topic. "Since we can't find a way out, they'll first try to help Calawarner break through to A-rank. Once she breaks through, we can afford to wait for rescue." Ethan didn't know how much time had passed outside, but if he remained unreachable, Rias would eventually find a way to look for him. Given enough time, she would surely find this location and might even bring Kaneko and others along. Ethan didn't believe this barrier could trap so many people at once, especially S-rank Rias. The barrier might auto-repair, but if the entire area was wiped out simultaneously, how could it recover? Rias' power was fully capable of doing this. When it came to destruction, she was an expert. With magic power infused with the power of destruction, obliterating this entire area would be easy. Taking it a step further, even if Rias couldn't solve the barrier if she were trapped for a few days, the Gremory family would undoubtedly send stronger people to search. With the presumptive heir inexplicably missing, it was highly possible that Rias' older brother, one of the current Devil Kings, would personally intervene. Chapter 121. Assisting the training session attempt to help Warne improve. Middle's eyes widened in disbelief. Yusuji, are you planning to do that? Of course. What other way is there? But, right here, we're out in the open. Ethan glanced at her, uncaring, setting aside the fact that it's just the four of us inside this barrier. What if there were others? The women would be captured, and the men would just be Barado. Amano Yuma knew Ethan was joking, but she couldn't help but retort, typical of a great devil at A-rank peak, saying such things without batting an eye. Ethan deliberately blinked. I batted an eye now. Amano Yuma rolled her beautiful eyes. Stop messing around. Rather than worrying about being seen, I'm more worried about whether Warne has the stamina for cultivation. Don't worry, censurado. And then being given this special remedy. That's wonderful. Warne can be saved. Middle's pure white face was completely red as she spoke excitedly. Then let's hurry and start. Watching Warne like this is so worrying. Yes. Ethan gave her a dismissive side eye. One moment she was trying to stop him, and after just a few sentences, her attitude did a 180-degree turn, and she was urging him to use the Calawarner technique. Ignoring the two fallen angel warriors watching from the sidelines, Ethan slowly walked toward the blue-haired woman lying on the ground. Hearing the approaching footsteps, a blush appeared on Calawarner's pale cheeks. She had only been resting with her eyes closed. She had heard every word of Ethan's conversation with the others. Thinking about what was coming, her weak bravado grew tense with anticipation, and her heart filled with a strong yearning. It wasn't just a simple desire, but more an instinctive desire for survival and the evolution of her life essence. Warne, it seems I was right to tell you to conserve your energy earlier. Ethan squatted down, checking on her condition with concern. He watched her face show signs of recovery and gently adjusted her clothing to help her rest more comfortably. Censurado, her voice carried a gentle warmth. Noticing the warm expression on the blue-haired young woman's face, Ethan stepped closer. He gently cupped her hand in his, and while speaking softly, he kept his attention focused entirely on her. Censurado, a flash of light emanated from Ethan's bravado. His instant illusion talent activated, and the behemoth, which had been standing at half-mast, was fully unleashed. Ethan's appearance shimmered and changed in an instant, a sight that caught the attention of the three girls. Aki-chan, what kind of skill is that? To counter Ethan calling her Yuma-chan, Amano Yuma deliberately called him Aki-chan to his face. Unfortunately, she didn't know Rias and the others had long been calling him Aki, so Ethan was completely unfazed by the nickname. Ethan had deliberately shown them this ability. Such a convenient one-click unequip and one-click equip would undoubtedly be used frequently in the future, justifying the long-term use of one of his instant illusion slots. He had already formulated his explanation. It's just a space magic that can instantly store the gear and equipment I'm wearing. Censurado, gazing at the Wanisan's pale face, a result of weakness, which was now overlaid with an unnatural flush of exhaustion, creating a kind of fragile beauty. Ethan forced himself to calm down. He was here to save a life, not for personal satisfaction. Gathering his wits, Ethan gently moved Calawarner's legs aside to check her condition. Censurado, Ethan gently placed his hands on her shoulders and gave a brief, friendly hug. He could feel the warmth of the moment through the contact, and his hands rested softly against her back before stepping away to continue their conversation. Censurado. Blue-haired woman and finished their training session, but after only 10 minutes, no matter how hard he tried, he still lacked that final sensation. Ethan gently lifted her, settling her onto the soft grass so she could rest comfortably on her stomach in the meadow. Censurado. Centurado, 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 and the life essence in her lower abdomen constantly replenished her depleted stamina. Ethan remained close to Calawarner. One hand rested gently on her barato. The other lifted her chin, so her face turned toward him, and they shared a brief, tender barato. After about 5 minutes, Calawarner supported herself up with a hint of regret. "I'm sorry, I still couldn't break through. If once isn't enough, we'll try again." Think of it as simply restoring your energy through training. Ethan smiled. "We're stuck here in this enclosed space until we succeed, anyway. So we might as well train a few more times." A warm glow appeared on the composed face of the blue-haired senior. She nodded calmly. "Warne, how do you feel now?" Amano, Yuma, and Middle asked, looking at the now well-rested Calawarner. While joint training could replenish stamina, Centurado, since even the most physically demanding activities only resulted in fatigue equivalent to that of an ordinary person. Even without that special ability, a god-class entity could sustain physical exertion indefinitely, as the consumption of magic power and stamina could be fully replenished by their inherent regenerative capabilities. Much better than before. Although I still feel very hungry, it doesn't affect normal movement. Calawarner curled up in Ethan's arms, her face filled with happy contentment. Centurado, Ethan couldn't help but say, "Warne, do you want to try wearing black sheer pantyhose? Or maybe long stockings? I think they would really suit you." He appreciated style and appearance. Although he hadn't reached the level of certain eccentric enthusiasts who fixated on a single aspect of appearance. When he saw an impressive opponent, his first focus was always on their stance. Noticing Ethan's sharp gaze, the blue-haired senior fighter shifted her posture defensively, saying irritably, "No. Extra gear gets in the way during a fight, and it's too uncomfortable in the summer. That's a real shame." Ethan looked at her with a regretful expression. "You have such a remarkable sense of style." Seeing the sincerity in Ethan's expression, Calawarner couldn't help but ask, "Do you really appreciate this outfit?" "Of course." Centurado, his appreciation for precise footwork was no less than for skilled leg techniques. Compared to using her hands, practicing with her feet demanded greater discipline and balance. Skilled movement was not easily mastered. Also, because of the nature of their joint combat training, he almost always maintained his focus internally. If he indulged in such distractions, he feared he would be unable to stop, draining his energy and focus. In truth, Ethan sometimes grew a little tired of the constant strain, especially now that his training methods offered him no further boost in power. However, focusing on other things usually only satisfied him. Ethan was considerate of the women he spent time with, so he kept his compliments reserved. On the other hand, not every woman possessed such graceful posture and elegant features like Calawarner. Centurado's warm feet became even more cooperative with Ethan's actions. Seeing that the two were about to continue their training, the maid stepped in to assist. "Warne, you rest now. They'll help Master next." It was unclear when it started, but whenever it was time for practice, Middle would refer to Ethan as Master. Despite it being mere role play, she acted more like a devoted apprentice during training than any real student would. No matter how challenging the tasks Ethan assigned, she would complete them fully. Centurado, but it sounded incredibly exciting. "Fine, since you were dragged into this because of me." The behemoth quickly silenced her. The cute, blonde maid's sentence was cut short. "It's settled then." After Warne breaks through, Centurado, and the small palace opening tightly held his attention. Having been unable to spend much time with Calawarner earlier, Ethan finally had a chance to relax with Middle. He held the girl's hands firmly, helping her up beside him, and spent the long evening together in lively conversation. Centurado, taking turns, the woman's head tilted up, her slender feet flexed and pointed, her barato upward, as Ethan pressed down firmly at the lowest point of the stretch. Centurado, she turned her face toward him affectionately. About 5 minutes later, Calawarner pushed herself up, a hint of regret on her face. I'm sorry, I still couldn't break through. If once isn't enough, we'll do it twice. Think of it as restoring your energy. Ethan laughed. We're trapped here with nothing to do anyway, so we might as well cultivate a few more times. A flush appeared on the pale, exquisite face of the blue-haired Wani-san. She nodded shyly. Warne, how do you feel now? Amano, Yuma, and Middled asked, looking at the rosy-cheeked Calawarner. While shared spiritual practice could replenish stamina, it was still different from eating and drinking. If Ethan hadn't been careful, Calawarner might have consumed more energy than she gained. Of course, as her strength increased, the shared practice effect would also grow stronger, eventually leading to a net gain. After all, even the most physically demanding exercises only resulted in the kind of fatigue a normal person would experience. Even without their special ability, God-class entities could continue indefinitely, as the consumption of magic power and stamina could be fully replenished by their inherent regeneration. Much better than before. Although I still feel very hungry, it doesn't affect normal activity. Calawarner nestled into Ethan's arms, her face filled with happy satisfaction. However, she still felt a lingering sense of unease, which was taller than Ethan's, looked somewhat out of place in their current position. But this sense of contrast caught his attention. Looking at her appearance, Centuredo. Ethan looked at her with a regretful expression. Your height is truly rare and remarkable. Seeing the sincerity in Ethan's expression, Calawarner asked, Do you really want to see me stand beside you? Of course. Centuredo, feeling encouraged by Ethan's efforts. The maid stepped forward to assist with the ongoing preparations. You rest now, Warne. It'll help with the master. It was unclear when it began, but whenever it was time for training, Middle would refer to Ethan as master. Despite it being mere role play, she acted more like a dedicated assistant during their practice sessions than any real assistant would. She would always do her best to carry out his instructions to the letter. Even when she was already exhausted, as long as she could still move, she would constantly seek Ethan's company, refusing to stop until she was completely worn out. At first, Ethan worried he might overwhelm her, but he couldn't resist Middle's enthusiastic personality. Every detail of her cheerful spirit. Calawarner wanted to refuse, but her exhausted bravado told her she really needed to rest first. Fine, but you have to save that favor for me. Middle looked confused as Calawarner turned her head away and whispered, Look, Centuredo, but it sounded incredibly exciting. Fine, since you were dragged into this because of me, let's just get on with it. The behemoth quickly silenced her, cutting short the cute, blonde maid sentence. It's settled then. After Warne breaks through, Centuredo, the passage walls tightly entwining the path, a sensation of great wonder. Before she could recover, Ethan began moving forward again. Having reached A rank, Middle's physical fitness had improved, completely removing the worry of straining herself. To provide energy to the blue-haired Wani-san, Centuredo, Ethan abruptly lifted Middle's small frame, placing the unconscious girl on the ground, and quickly moved to the blue-haired woman. Calawarner, her face flushed, was already waiting. She stood ready with determination in her eyes. The instant Ethan stepped closer to her, Centuredo, still no breakthrough. Amano Yuma's laugh sounded in his ear. Ethan felt the magic power fluctuations of the woman nearby and nodded regretfully. Then let me help Warne next. Amano Yuma, having reverted to her pure girl appearance, Centuredo, they had to wait for her to digest the life essence in her belly, further refine her magic power, and then try again. The blue-haired Wani-san was out of commission, but Amano, Yuma, and Middle were still hungry. After ensuring Calawarner was no longer in danger, Ethan could finally let loose and train alongside them. Both fallen angel warriors were already A rank. Training with them yielded slightly more benefits than with Calawarner, but the effect was negligible until Ethan breached his own bottleneck. The real reason he was reluctant to stop his focused meditation practice was that during the previous 3 sessions, he had vaguely sensed the rhythm of this specific realm. But when he tried to investigate closely, the feeling vanished. When Ethan focused entirely on his cultivation practice, he vaguely sensed the threshold of the martial god realm. He didn't know if this was a hallucination caused by his first outdoor training session or if he could genuinely break through to S rank in this realm. Regardless, continuing his cultivation practice certainly wouldn't hurt. Besides, idle time would otherwise be spent staring blankly. He might as well feed the other 2 fallen Angel Barado, viewing it as a good deed to help them improve their strength. With the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed, Ethan picked up the full, black-haired, captivating beauty and began a new round of conquest. As Ethan immersed himself in deep meditation and cultivation, the previously hazy sensation became increasingly clear. The earth, the sky, the breeze, the trees, the grass, the scattered stones, the vast universe, the primordial chaos, the balance of yin and yang, the unification of the 5 elements. His mind and body slowly sank into an indescribable state of enlightenment, and his entire being emitted a profound aura. Even the 3 women cultivating with him experienced a strange, wonderful state of mind. Amano, Yuma, and Middle felt as if their spiritual power had increased, and many spells they hadn't understood before suddenly became clear. Calawarner's reaction was the most direct. Trapped at B rank, she effortlessly broke through her bottleneck, completing the evolution of her life essence. Cinchuredo, this was the essence of someone who had just glimpsed the S-rank threshold, its quality a notch higher than before. Amano Yuma narrowed her eyes, twitching as she savored the dual peak of mind and Barado. Middle immediately took her place, absorbing the behemoth's energy so Ethan could continue his communion with the realm. The joint cultivation continued for a long time. Even Calawarner, having just reached A rank, later rejoined to assist Ethan's cultivation and insight. Unfortunately, it ultimately failed to push Ethan to an S-rank breakthrough. Although he couldn't break the bottleneck, the gains were still enormous. At the very least, he now fully understood the path forward for the martial god realm. To break through from martial saint to martial god, the Dao Ram one seeks must shift from the essence of martial arts itself toward the heavens and earth. When one achieves the unity of heaven and man, every move carries the grand tendency of the universe. In simpler terms, it meant an attack could mobilize the energy of the world, increasing its power exponentially. An attack capable of destroying a small mountain indicated the arrival at the martial god realm. Having realized this, Ethan even formed some theories about the long-vanished immortal arts. Combining his experience from extensive reading in his previous life, sensing and submitting to the world was the limit of martial arts. To advance further, one needed to defy the natural order, and the immortal was precisely one of the symbols of defying heaven. The so-called immortal arts, Xian Dao, was about going against heaven, embarking on a cultivation path where human power surpassed that of the world. Without inherited knowledge, a martial artist who reached the martial god realm through the unity of heaven and man would generally never think to do the opposite, which was necessary to embark on a completely new path of cultivation. Because the transition from martial arts to immortal arts was so difficult, most worlds that had immortal arts also had an alternate path, allowing one to cultivate to immortality slowly, starting from the nurturing of qi. But this chaotic world lacked such a path. The brilliance of immortal arts, after a brief flourish, completely vanished from history, leaving behind only the truncated path of martial arts. As for whether the disappearance of the immortal arts and its ultimate lineage was the work of powerful god-class beings who have long existed, the time period was too ancient to verify. Whether the immortal arts were what Ethan suspected would also have to wait for him to personally verify later. Beyond that, Ethan unexpectedly discovered the secret of this strange realm. It wasn't a barrier. The term formation, array, was more appropriate, specifically a naturally formed formation. The probability of a natural formation forming was incalculably small, and it could dissipate at any moment. For example, a slight earthquake or the movement of a large stone could cause the formation to instantly vanish. In Neo-Japan, earthquakes were not uncommon. Ethan even suspected that this natural formation was accidentally created after an earthquake. If it had existed for a long time, it would be impossible for no news of it to have leaked out. With Ethan's current level, he shouldn't have been able to gain insight into the world during prayer meditation. But things were different within this natural formation. Rather than saying he gained insight into the world, it was more accurate to say he gained insight into this formation that was naturally aligned with the world's order. It was precisely for this reason that no matter how much he cultivated and gained insight, Ethan still couldn't break his bottleneck. This formation was peculiar, even containing rules of time and space, but compared to the complete world outside, it was still missing many crucial elements. For Ethan to truly break through, he still needed to gain insight into the genuine Tao rhyme of the world. However, having this experience was like finding a key. Unlike before, when he couldn't even find the door, now, with diligent cultivation, he would soon be able to successfully open the door to the martial god realm. Placing the 3 Barato gently onto the grass, Ethan conjured a mass of clear water to wash himself. Then with a flash of light, he instantly put on a fresh set of clothes. Awesome. The instant illusion talent is so convenient. After a silent compliment, Ethan continued to conjure clear water and pour it over the 3 girls lying on the ground. While cleaning them, he said, "I know how to get out now. Stop lying around and hurry up and get dressed." The 3 women, still feeling refreshed from their recent practice, instantly snapped to attention. While training together in this realm had been rewarding if they could get out, they didn't want to spend another moment here. This space was strange. The concept of time had become extremely blurry after their phones died. If Calawarner's body hadn't given out, the 4 of them wouldn't have realized they had been trapped for so long. How did you suddenly figure out how to leave? Amano Yuma let her magic power surge, shaking off the water droplets on her body. Centuredo, unexpectedly, the mystical Eastern power still existed in this world, and Amano Yuma and the others had actually heard of the term formation. By the time Ethan finished his explanation, Middle and Calawarner were also dressed. "Follow me," Ethan thought for a moment, then added, "Never mind if you can't keep up." After gaining insight, he knew how to leave this place, but trying to explain the principle. It was a situation where one could only understand through intuition, not through words. Because the operation was relatively complex, Amano Yuma and the others might not be able to follow completely. Fortunately, once he was outside, he could easily break this formation. Well, destroy would be a more accurate word. Amano Yuma and the others followed Ethan as he weaved and wound through the space. At one point, Ethan pushed aside a large blue stone and then uprooted an unidentifiable tree. A few steps later, Ethan suddenly vanished from their sight. Amano Yuma and the girls looked at each other, utterly bewildered. Just then, the scene before them began to dissolve, like a photograph being ignited. After leaving the formation, Ethan looked back. The view was the scenery of Mt. Mitsu. The strange space was nowhere to be seen. However, in his senses, that area was a patch of chaos. Amano Yuma and the girls failed to follow him out, fearing they would panic, and despite feeling a slight pity, Ethan decisively summoned lightning and began to carpet bomb the area. Chapter 125. Escape in S rank. After the violent lightning destroyed a few large trees, the formation began to dissipate. The open space ahead shimmered like a water surface, and then the graceful figures of Amano Yuma's group slowly materialized before Ethan. Looking at the familiar scenery, Amano Yuma let out a long sigh of relief. We're finally out. Yeah. Middle bounced, skipping slightly. I can't believe I'm so lucky to run into such a rare thing, oh. You haven't reflected at all, have you? The blonde little maid guiltily avoided Amano Yuma's hostile gaze. This wasn't entirely a bad thing. Warne reached A rank and Moss. Yusuji also made great strides in power. He might even reach S rank soon. Ethan laughed. So, you think we should thank you then? No need, Middle quickly said. It's all my duty. Thud. Ow, that hurts. Amano Yuma delivered an iron fist to the mischievous little maid. Middle whimpered, holding her head as she squatted to the side to reflect. I'm going home first. I don't know how long has passed. I hope it's only the next day. Looking at the pale dawn in the sky, Ethan said, one matter is settled. Once we settle the other, we'll be even. Amano Yuma nodded. We'll discuss the other matter when I return. Warne has also reached A rank, so I want to take them back to headquarters for a trip. You will need to go to the church for a while. No problem. Ethan made an okay sign, unfurled his bat wings, and flew into the sky. Wait a minute. Seeing Ethan about to leave, the aloof, blue-haired Wani-san suddenly called out. Ethan looked down at Calawarner and asked, What is it? Is there something else? In nothing. Calawarner twisted a strand of her hair around her finger, her face slightly red. I just wanted to thank you. Thanks to you, not only did I not die in there, but I also successfully broke through. Oh, that? Ethan chuckled. If you really want to thank me, bring me that rare herb I mentioned next time. I'm off. Let me know when you get back. With a powerful flap of his wide wings, Ethan vanished like a black streak from the three girls' sight. Gazing in the direction he disappeared, Calawarner murmured, her face flushed. What a weirdo. Upon returning home, Ethan checked the time and instantly felt much lighter. After spending so long in the formation that Calawarner was weak from hunger, only one night to be precise, 6 hours had passed in the outside world. After washing up and changing clothes, Ethan sat cross-legged in the courtyard. There was still some time before school, and while the previous feeling was still strong, he wanted to try gaining insight into the true heavens and earth. With his prior experience, Ethan's insight went smoothly this time. He could feel the S-rank bottleneck becoming increasingly fragile, but a complete breakthrough still required some accumulation. It would be best to get a few more bouts of actual combat to fully absorb the insights. The effect is only mediocre. The sun had fully risen. Ethan rubbed his chin as he stood up. Perhaps I should try gaining insight while training alongside others later. I'll call Sis Iam and Sis Yuri tonight and try. Late October. More than half a month had passed since the accidental entry into the natural formation. During this time, Ethan diligently worked on gaining insight into the world. Methods like paired meditation insight and combat insight were used over and over again. Finally, during a combat session where Rias chased and beat him, he successfully broke through. Just a few days after Ethan reached S rank, Amano Yuma and her group sent a message. They had returned from the Fallen Angel headquarters. At 10 p.m., in the basement of the large church, Ethan easily parried the coordinated attacks of the three Fallen Angels. Hey, Yuma-chan, even if we haven't seen each other for so many days, you don't have to be so enthusiastic. He used his lightning spear to block a vertical slash. Asking curiously, it seems like a lot happened on this homecoming trip. Huh? Having vented some of her frustration under the guise of sparring with Ethan, Amano Yuma calmed down slightly. She dismissed her light spear and turned to walk towards the bedroom. I'm not fighting anymore. Hurry up, wash up, and let's cultivate. You're done already? Ethan looked at Middle and Calawarner, asking, what happened during your return? The blue-haired Wani-san maintained her usual serious expression, shaking her head. I'm not entirely clear, but it's likely related to Donaseek's betrayal. It's not just Donaseek. Even though the three of us are A rank now, and Lady Rainier is strong even among A ranks, Lord Azazel still acted the same way. Donaseek, Azazel, Ethan pondered these unfamiliar names, yet found no memory of them in his mind. He placed a hand on Calawarner and Middle's shoulders. "Let's go. Explain things thoroughly to me while we walk. Cinchuredo am more interested in what happened during your trip back." He had never given up on building a strong partnership with Amano Yuma. More than a collaboration, he valued deepening his connections with all three women. This was clearly a perfect opportunity. Even if he couldn't fully win her trust, Cinchuredo, who knew if Middle might slip in some biased information when her emotions were running high. Woo! The twin-tailed blonde girl rolled her eyes at Ethan, trying hard to take him in. Calawarner smiled and said, "The matter is actually not complicated, but it might have been upsetting for Lady Barato." Leaning against the blue-haired One-E-san, Ethan slowly gained a deeper understanding of Amano Yuma's situation. First, Donasek was Amano Yuma's third subordinate, the strange man in the original story who wore a thick coat and a bowler hat in the middle of summer. He reportedly betrayed her because he was dissatisfied that Amano Yuma only elevated Calawarner and Middle to A rank through a shared training method, directly defecting to a fallen angel faction that was at odds with Amano Yuma's. As for Azazel, he was Amano Yuma's superior and the governor-general of the Fallen Angels Central Organization, the Grigori, Watchers of God. As Calawarner narrated, long-sealed memories gradually resurfaced. Azazel's interest was in researching and collecting sacred gears. He had a deep understanding of various sacred gears, knew the details of most that existed, and was an artifact enthusiast. He had also created many artificial sacred gears. Amano Yuma deeply admired Azazel. She had been working hard to increase her strength, and her attempts to steal the little nun's sacred gear done in secret from the higher-ups of the fallen angels were an effort to gain Azazel's attention and approval. Unfortunately, in the original story, Azazel showed no reaction even after her death. Furthermore, after the three great factions achieved a peace treaty, he went on to serve as the advisor for the Occult Research Club at Kuo Academy. He heavily mentored Rias and the others, teaching them not only combat skills, but also a great deal of other knowledge. He showed absolutely no affection towards Amano Yuma, his former subordinate. Therefore, even though Amano Yuma had completed her mission and reached a rank, he couldn't even be bothered to praise her, simply waving his hand, assigning a new task, and sending them back. Coupled with Donasek's betrayal, Amano Yuma's mood was absolutely terrible. If she could previously console herself with the excuse that her low strength meant Lord Azazel looked down on her, this time she finally began to face the truth. Amano Yuma wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was quite intelligent. After spending so much time with Ethan and then observing Azazel's attitude toward her, the contrast made many things clear. The small affection she held for Azazel, before it could even fully blossom, was completely extinguished. Regardless of the side effects of the shared cultivation ability, women with particularly wicked and selfish personalities often possessed a clearer view of romantic relationships. Not loving means not loving. However, once a woman like her confirms her true feelings, she tends to be more tenacious than an ordinary girl. Chapter 126. Ultra-thin black, sheer understanding the sequence of events, Ethan already had a rough plan in mind. All he lacked was the right moment. He took a deep breath. His behemoth unleashed a powerful, scorching blast, overwhelming the small creature. Cinchuredo. Ethan couldn't help but retort, "You're A rank. Your mouth is sore after that little bit of work? Who are you kidding?" Middle stopped rubbing her cheeks and showed a dangerous smile, her sharp little fangs glinting menacingly in the bathroom light. She looked at little Ethan, who was still stiff, with an eager expression. Although he was confident that little Ethan wouldn't be harmed as long as Middle didn't use magic power, looking at those incredibly sharp little fangs, Ethan decided it was best not to test the theory. He straightened up, gently steadied her, and held her in his arms. "Warne, we'll trouble you with the rest of the cleaning." Calawarner didn't try to get greedy. Amano Yuma was waiting outside, and they couldn't waste any more time. The blue-haired older woman cleaned Ethan's back with a cold, serious expression, though the flush on her fair skin indicated that her heart was not as calm as she appeared. Ethan held Middle, and, as the two stood nearby, cleaning up after their journey, they discussed the mission. Yusuji, you seem very interested in that dangerous sacred gear, Middle asked curiously. Call me Master. Centurado, Centurado. Then others will be the ones in danger. Are you planning to use that ritual to seize this sacred gear? Ethan couldn't yet confirm if this sacred gear was the boosted gear, Dragon Hand, sacred gear, and he didn't know how to explain it, so he simply offered an excuse. I was originally looking for a powerful sacred gear that suited me, but I had no way to scout for them. Since you happen to have news of a powerful one, I simply decided on that one. Her curiosity satisfied, Middle nodded in understanding. Then you're lucky. After submitting the mission item this time, Centurado, only Lady Barado knows the specific information. You'll have to ask her yourself if you want to know. After all that, you don't know anything, Ethan said angrily, pulling back his hand from the blonde girl. All right, get down. Make sure to wash up clean before we eat. Middle turned on the shower, Centurado, just to see if she would complain then. Having washed away the sweat and dirt from their combat, Ethan took Calawarner and Middle to Amano Yuma's bedroom. When the three entered, Amano Yuma was already waiting on the bed. Centurado, her abdomen flat and without an ounce of excess fat. Her form's beautiful line expanded again at her lower back, creating a graceful silhouette. Her long legs were elegant and soft in the dark fabric she wore. Her small, Ethan couldn't seem to look away as Yuma playfully tugged at the hems of the outfit, clearly trying to make a memorable impression. It seemed that both the blue-haired Wani-san and Amano Yuma had firmly remembered the embarrassing habit Ethan had admitted to last time. Yuma-chan, Centurado looking at the black-haired, striking beauty before him, Ethan decided to set the sacred gear matter aside for the moment. Without giving Amano Yuma a chance to speak, he bravado her again, then quickly gathered her up and carried her onward. Centurado, 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 Centurado. Good. I just reached S rank a few days ago. You should get a considerable boost during this cultivation. Chapter 127, The Plan. Part 1 you broke through? That fast. The surprise lasted only a moment before Amano Yuma accepted it. In that strange space, Ethan's aura had, at one point, made her believe he had successfully broken through. Now, after half a month, it wasn't surprising that Ethan had reached S rank. I broke through in martial arts, but am still a little behind in magic power. Only after reaching S rank did Ethan finally understand the distinction between magic power and martial arts. Unlike sorcerers, the source of magic power that Rias and her group spoke of was based on imagination, entirely following a path of brute force over skill. Both the path of the root origin and the immortal arts rely on, and then transcend, the heavens and earth. Each breakthrough brought a fundamental change in the essence of life. The so-called high-class devils and even devil kings could theoretically still be stabbed to death by an ordinary person with a knife. Well, if they didn't defend themselves or retaliate. But Ethan had no such weakness. With his current physical condition, ordinary knives and swords couldn't even break his defense, though they were still inferior to magical weapons. This was one of the key reasons Ethan wanted to acquire the boosted gear, Dragon Hand. Clashing with others' weapons using only his flesh, even with his strongest wings and tail, still put him at a slight disadvantage. If he could acquire the boosted gear, ideally mastering its full armor form, it would provide a massive increase in Ethan's strength, even without other enhancements. As for the path of the root origin, Ethan decisively gave up on it. He couldn't even fully grasp simple, raw magic power, let alone the profound complexities of sorcery. He wasn't that greedy. Being able to continuously increase his magic power through this special cultivation method was already excellent, and this method of cultivation was not low in potential. It just placed much higher demands on one's innate talent and bloodline compared to the other two paths. It could be said that talent determined the ceiling, which was likely why this world valued bloodline so highly. Fortunately, Ethan didn't need to worry about this. As long as there were strong female cultivators, he wasn't afraid of his aptitude lagging behind. Amano Yuma took a sharp breath. After adapting to the overwhelming surge of energy flowing through her barato, she asked, "But S rank in martial arts is the end of the line. Do you want to be stuck at S rank for life? I am working hard on cultivating magic power, after all." Ethan pushed forward with determination. Centuredo, he would keep it as a trump card. His S-rank strength was perfectly adequate for the current stage. Even if the Phoenix clan moved up their plans for Rias' marriage, this strength would be enough to win the raiding game. On the other hand, Ethan firmly believed that his secret ability was his foundation. Whether it was suppressing the suppressed legacy, successfully cultivating magic power, or even stepping into martial arts, everything was related to this special training ability. Therefore, he planned to proceed with his original plan. Whoa, the energy is intense. It feels even stronger than before. Centuredo, he asked about the dangerous sacred gear. Yuma-chan, Middle said your new assignment this time is related to that dangerous sacred gear. Amano Yuma noticed his intent right away. You want that sacred gear? You guessed it right away, as expected of Yuma-chan. Amano Yuma's face turned cold. Since headquarters labeled it dangerous, how could I possibly hand it over to you? An enemy devil? Ethan remained unfazed. If things escalated, it wouldn't be difficult for him to overpower Amano Yuma with his current strength. Yuma-chan, why don't you join us? Fallen angels can also be reincarnated as devils, you know? Amano Yuma instinctively wanted to refuse, but sensing the strange atmosphere and seeing Middle and Calawarner standing close to Ethan, she hesitated to speak. Ethan let out a heavy sigh. After a moment, he set the wide-eyed Middle down. Centuredo, if we join the devil faction, it will be counted as desertion, and will drag you all into the Fallen Angels' hunt. The Fallen Angel faction didn't even stir when you were defeated by Rias. It's even less of an issue now that you could become servants of the Gremory family. Once the three-faction summit concludes, this won't be a problem at all. Ethan muttered a few things inwardly, then flashed a hearty smile. You don't need to worry about that. I have a plan. Hear me out before you decide. After hearing his plan, Amano Yuma was indeed tempted and fully revealed the information about the dangerous sacred gear. In reality, she didn't know much. Azazel's mission for her was simply to monitor Issei Haidu. He didn't mention which sacred gear was hosted within him or when it was hosted. Seriously, no attention at all. You're completely a tool. After hearing the details, Ethan couldn't help but criticize, which resulted in Amano Yuma's face darkening. She drained him of his strength and kicked him out. Standing outside the large church, Ethan sighed. It's true that sometimes you shouldn't speak the truth. Despite being kicked out, his mood was surprisingly good. Amano Yuma's intelligence report was virtually useless, but for him, confirming that the sacred gear was hosted within Issei Haidu was confirmation that the dangerous sacred gear was indeed the boosted gear, Dragon Hand, Divine Dividing. The plan to extract the sacred gear could now begin. Before that, he needed to inform Rias. It would be best to prepare a means of resurrection, as he was about to target a Kuo Academy student. He shouldn't go too far. In addition, although Ethan's strength had reached S rank, his status had not been acknowledged, so he naturally couldn't be granted an evil peace. Thus, if the plan went smoothly, the reincarnation of Amano Yuma and the others would also need to be entrusted to Rias. 3 days later, under the moonlight, Issei Haidu stood facing a strange ritual site, visibly anxious as he prepared for what was to come. Yusuji and Tuju Senpai, Centuredo. Regardless of the outcome, this memory would be erased anyway, so there was no need to waste time. Rias nodded. A small magic circle appeared in her slender palm, and the newly awakened Issei Haidu immediately fell back into a deep sleep. The midnight bell chimed. Ethan looked up at the sky. The time has come. We can begin the ritual. Just then, 3 dark figures appeared in the sky, their backs adorned with pitch-black wings. We arrived just in time, didn't we? Just right. They'll begin the ritual. You wait on the side for a moment. While Ethan was performing the ritual, Amano Yuma and the others introduced themselves to Rias and Akino Himejima. Lady Rias, a pleasure to meet you. I am Rainier. Imitate Calavana. Rias nodded. No need to be so formal. Little Ethan has already told me about you. Thank you, Lady Rias. Then we will proceed according to the plan. Notarus, let's see if this sacred gear is worthy of little Ethan first. Rias crossed her arms, perfectly maintaining the demeanor of a pure-blood high-class devil. As little Ethan's master, I won't accept it if the sacred gear is too weak. Era, please don't worry, everyone. Even if the sacred gear isn't up to par, if the three of you are willing to join us, you are more than welcome, Akino Himejima, as Rias Queen added promptly. Chapter 128, The Plan, Part 2. Facing Akino Himejima's recruitment, Amano Yuma's group nodded amicably. In reality, because Ethan knew some information beforehand, his plan was quite crude and simple, seemingly relying entirely on Rias' attitude for success. His plan, in a nutshell, was to have Amano Yuma's group take the blame, feign death, and then observe the reaction of the fallen angels. The blame, naturally, was for the sacred gear extraction. The feigned death involved pretending to be discovered and killed by Rias, who managed this territory. After completing these steps, they would see how the fallen angels reacted. As long as Rias could withstand the fallout, or rather, as long as the Gremory family could handle the pressure, Amano Yuma's group could emerge with completely new identities, thoroughly breaking free from the fallen angel faction. The prerequisite for all of this was Rias' agreement to cooperate. Therefore, Amano Yuma and the others naturally couldn't show any disrespect to their future superior. If only they knew about the upcoming three factions summit and the fallen angels' utter disregard for them, they would realize how flawless Ethan's plan was. Cough, cough. In reality, the difficulty of the plan lay in persuading Rias. Rias wasn't someone who took on servants casually. However, things went much smoother than Ethan anticipated. Rias agreed almost immediately after Ethan made his request, with virtually no hesitation. Her trust and expectation for Ethan were deeper than he had even imagined. Of course, objectively speaking, Rias had many evil pieces, so giving up 3 pawns was completely negligible. Even if she didn't have many pieces, 3 middle-class fallen angels represented a considerable combat force. Ethan had only recently learned that there was a concept of dismissal even after reincarnation as a servant. However, dismissal required the consent of a master, and not all kings were willing to let go of obedient and powerful servants. Therefore, if the cooperation turned sour later, dismissal was always an option. Rias had nothing to lose. This was also why Ethan was confident in persuading Rias, though none of those reasons ended up being necessary. As for Amano Yuma's group, they had always believed Ethan was also a reincarnated servant using Rias' evil pieces. They had initially prepared themselves psychologically to become Ethan's servants. Now, becoming Rias' servants, their status would be equal to Ethan's, so they naturally had no objections. Furthermore, they understood better than Ethan what the next head of the Gremory family represented. Strictly speaking, they were gaining an advantage by becoming the servants of such a highly regarded individual. As for the faction problem, since Amano Yuma's group were becoming Rias' servants, it was her responsibility to protect her retainers. Thus, a plan that satisfied all 3 parties was perfectly conceived and put into execution. Roar! Just as the atmosphere was pleasant, feeling very much like a new colleague introduction meeting, a soul-shaking roar changed everyone's expression. Ethan, being the closest, was most affected and was instantly forced to interrupt the ritual. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked at the red dragon phantom emerging from Issei Hayuda's body and said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, be careful. This sacred gear is indeed very dangerous." How can this be? Amano Yuma looked at the scene, her face filled with shock and uncertainty. The book describing the ritual didn't mention this. Rias stared intently at the dragon phantom, which was radiating ferocity despite Issei's closed eyes. Because that ritual describes how to extract a sacred gear, not how to extract a Longinus, divine dividing. Amano Yuma was stunned, unable to believe it. You mean, impossible. How could a Longinus choose a brat like this? As one of the world's only 13 Longinus, each possessed terrifying power in its own will. Only they could choose a host. It was impossible to forcibly become their user. Otherwise, given Issei Hyuda's power in the original story, even if Rias valued him, he wouldn't have been able to develop safely. If we're not mistaken, that should be the soul and will of one of the two heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor, Dragach. Rias said gravely. That means the sacred gear hosted in that young man is the Longinus known as the Boosted Gear Dragon Hand. Adada. Akino Himejima said worriedly. It seems the extraction ritual provoked Drag sealed within the sacred gear. Rias nodded. That's right. We can kill the host chosen by the Longinus, but we cannot forcibly extract it. This is indeed the worst-case scenario. Feeling the considerable damage to his body, Ethan grimaced. President, is there no other way? To use a Longinus, one must gain Drag's approval. Rias rested her chin on her hand, thinking, Drag is still in a deep slumber. That attack just now should be its limit. Perhaps we can wake him up and talk to him. Sure enough, acquiring the protagonist's golden finger is never simple. Ethan exhaled, calming his emotions, and said gravely, Then let's talk to him. If it absolutely doesn't work, we'll have to give up. Hearing this, Amano Yuma subconsciously said, Are you planning to just let such a dangerous thing go? What if that brat uses this against? Yuma-chan, even a Longinus depends on who is using it. Ethan interrupted her, confident. By the time he can fully master the Longinus, my strength might already surpass the heavenly dragons. No matter how powerful a Longinus was, it only sealed the soul will of a heavenly dragon and possessed some of its abilities. It couldn't possess the strength of a true heavenly dragon. If one possessed strength exceeding the heavenly dragons, the Longinus itself would be irrelevant. Surpass the heavenly dragons. Amano Yuma murmured, but quickly recovered to object. No. Do you know what the heavenly dragons represent? They are beings more powerful than devil kings and gods. To try to. Her words were interrupted again, but this time not by Ethan, but by the awakened Red Dragon Emperor. Boy, I heard what you just said. Good resolve. A deep, mature male voice echoed in everyone's ears. Except for Ethan and Rias, the other four all paled and took several steps back, swaying as if they might collapse at any moment. With their A-rank strength, they couldn't even withstand a direct confrontation with the Red Dragon Emperor. Lord Dragach, I've long heard your name. I am Rias Gremory, the next head of the Gremory family. Rias performed a noble's bow, solemnly stating, I meant no offense. I did not know this young man was your chosen host. So, it's a little girl from the Gremory family. The massive dragon, I turned towards Rias. Your ancestor was partly responsible for sealing me. The two heavenly dragons originally intruded on the battlefield of the fallen angels and devils, devouring many powerful members of all three factions indiscriminately. They were eventually killed by the remaining forces of the three factions. Their souls sealed to form the Boosted Gear, Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, and the Divine Dividing, White Dragon Emperor's Wings, the two Longinus. Hearing this history, Rias simply curtsied slightly, not responding. Drag didn't dwell on the matter either. It wouldn't do for others to think he was bullying a child. Boy, you were the one who initiated the ritual, correct? The soul will of the Red Dragon Emperor shifted its attention back to Ethan, saying, Your temperament is quite to my liking. I wouldn't mind being used by you. Ethan wasn't overly excited. It was clear Drag had heard their previous conversation. The next part was the crucial point. He pondered for a moment before replying, Red Dragon Emperor, state your demands directly. All right. Drag didn't waste time and got straight to the point. I can become your weapon, but I will not enter a contract with you. If your growth does not satisfy me, I can leave at any time. Ethan accepted with almost no hesitation. He fundamentally didn't want another soul will residing in his body, and this suggestion perfectly aligned with his preference. Not so fast. That's only the first condition. Draig continued, "If your strength surpasses the heavenly dragons, as you claimed, I want you to do one thing for me. I will tell you the details when the time comes. I originally intended to slowly cultivate this young man, but now it seems you are more suitable." Although he didn't know what the task was, Ethan's goal was transcendence. If heavenly dragon-level strength wasn't enough, he would simply continue to improve. "I agree." Ethan nodded earnestly. "Do I need to sign a contract?" An agreement between powerful beings couldn't rely solely on a verbal promise. There were specialized contract spells for enforcement. Although, if one's power was great enough, even a contract might not be enforceable. Chapter 129, Longinus Get. Ultimately, Ethan did not sign a contract with the Red Dragon Emperor, Draig. The general sentiment was that at such a level of strength, if one did not wish to fulfill an agreement, there were too many ways to break a contract. Draig's willingness to negotiate was due to Ethan's prior attitude. A person with such an attitude might not be a good person, but they were unlikely to be a dishonest rogue. However, because it was only a right of use, Ethan couldn't absorb the boosted gear into his body. Instead, the handsome red dragon claw transformed into a fingerless glove. The cool, deep red athletic glove covered his left palm. Ethan clenched his fist. It fit perfectly and didn't restrict his movement at all. With a thought, the glove instantly transformed into a red steel dragon claw. "All right, I'm going back to sleep. With your abilities, you don't need me to instruct you on how to use it." Draig's voice sounded tired. He was originally only supposed to communicate with the host. Being forcibly awakened and communicating until now had nearly exhausted the power he had accumulated for a long time. "Once I'm asleep, you can use all the Sacred Gear's abilities, but the extent of your mastery depends on your own ability. I hope that when I next wake up, your strength will be sufficient to support my power consumption." The emerald embedded in the center of the red dragon hand dimmed. Draig's soul will fell completely silent, and the basic usage of a sacred gear was automatically transferred to Ethan's mind. Ethan looked at the unconscious Issei Hayudu and turned the boosted gear back into the athletic glove. There were a few unexpected developments in tonight's plan, but overall the result was excellent. Not only did he successfully acquire the Longinus, but he also didn't have to constantly worry about being spied on by Draig. Ethan preferred inanimate weapons over ones with a soul will. Unless the spirit was particularly agreeable, that would be a different matter. It seems the resurrection preparation won't be needed. Indeed, Rias withdrew the barrier surrounding the Takamine family's home. The Red Dragon Emperor seems to truly favor this young man. He actually specifically returned his life energy. Ethan hadn't expected Draig to have this ability, but it saved him the trouble. "President, I'll leave Yuma and the others to you. I'm going to send Hayuda back." Rias nodded slightly. A red magic circle expanded beneath her feet, and she and Akino Himejima teleported back to the Occult Research Club, taking the 4 women with them. Ethan took Issei, whose face was only slightly pale and who was otherwise unharmed, back home. After casting a simple cognitive influence spell, he quietly returned to the Takamine family garden. Looking at the scattered broken equipment and the cracked, large, bizarre cross, Ethan pondered whose bill it should be. He wasn't sure if it was the backlash from the failed ritual or the overwhelming pressure when Draig appeared, but the tools required for the ritual were almost entirely destroyed. If Amano Yuma wanted to attempt to seize a sacred gear again, she would have to collect a new set of ritual tools. After practicing in the garden all night, exhausting a significant amount of magic power and stamina, Ethan had a basic grasp of the Longinus' fundamental functions. After taking a shower and eating the breakfast prepared by Sayuri Takamine, he headed to Kuo Academy. He first checked on Issei Hayudu and found him recounting his dream from last night to the other 2 members of his group. After observing for a while, once the conversation started to drift towards inappropriate topics about the girls around them, Ethan leisurely left. For an ordinary 16-year-old boy, leading a carefree life might not be so bad. Well, given Issei Hayuda's bold and bravado nature, if he got to choose, he would probably still want to spend time with and admire beautiful girls. Leaving the teaching building, Ethan headed straight to the Occult Research Club's room. He wondered if Amano Yuma's group had completed their reincarnation overnight. Little Ethan, good morning. Yusuji Koen, good morning. Morning, Kaneko and Kiba. After greeting them, Ethan asked, Kiba, why are you here so early today? With 3 new companions joining, of course I had to come meet them. Yudo Kiba spread his hands, sounding helpless. While I personally dislike fallen angels and priests, and you could say I hate them, since it's President Rias's decision, I will get along with them. Ethan stared at Yudo Kiba's delicate face for a moment. He vaguely remembered a Holy Sword Project storyline involving Yudo Kiba, but he couldn't recall the details. Seeing that Kiba had no intention of elaborating, he didn't pursue the topic. Sitting down next to the white-haired girl, Ethan smiled. Kaneko, eating such a sweet adzuki bean bun so early in the morning. Be careful of cavities. I am a devil. I don't get cavities. The white-haired girl was unfazed, silently nibbling the bread in her hand, expressionless. All right, then eat slowly. Ethan stroked her soft, silver hair, then said, I'm going to see the president and the others. Amano Yuma's group's reincarnation was generally smooth. However, 3 pawn pieces were slightly insufficient, and eventually all 8 pawn pieces were used up for the 3 to successfully complete the reincarnation ritual. Amano Yuma alone used 4 pawn pieces, while Middled and Calawarner each used 2. Ethan arrived at the training ground, where Amano Yuma's group were getting familiar with their new powers under the guidance of Rias and Akino Himejima. Yuma-chan, they'll join you for practice. After watching for a while, Ethan felt a bit restless. He also wanted to see the Longinus performance in actual combat. Boost, boost, boost. Explosion. That should be enough, right? Ethan secretly calculated. Triple the power boost without using magic power or chi. He wondered if he could handle a 3-on-1 fight. The battle ended much faster than expected. After the triple boost, Amano Yuma's group couldn't handle Ethan's attacks at all. Every time they clashed head-on with the Red Steel Dragon Claw, the counterforce rattled them, making it impossible to hold onto their weapons. In the end, they were forced to resort to long-range magic attacks, but these were all successfully blocked by the boosted gear. Because the power gap was too large, Ethan couldn't fully gauge the Longinus offensive power, but its defense was definitely top-notch. As long as the attack range didn't exceed his left hand and forearm, he could block it without injury. If he could master the full armor mode, Ethan thought he could try a berserker style of attacking only and never defending. In short, a reckless brute. Ethan transferred his triple-boosted power to Amano Yuma. After testing the Red Dragon Emperor's gift ability, the practice session officially concluded. January 1st, a new year began, and Kuo Academy's 2nd semester ended, bringing the winter break. Time flowed like water. 2 months had passed since Amano Yuma and the others became Rias servants. During these 2 months, the 3 fallen angels reincarnated as devils primarily stayed at the club room.